A young boy walks through the woods, lost in heavy thoughts. He knows the current peace is fragile and won't last forever. His daydream is broken by a kind elderly man. The boy, Alec, realizes he's standing right in front of his home. The old man, his grandfather, senses that something is troubling him. But he doesn't press, simply remarking on how fast children grow. The mood is broken by the arrival of a cheerful young girl. Alec gets flustered as she excitedly talks about their plans for tomorrow. Later that night, the grandfather tells them to stop the noise and sleep. The scene shifts to a lone traveler gazing at a magnificent castle. The traveler's gaze is fixed, his resolve hardened by time. A voice calls out his name, confirming it is indeed Alec. A commander reports that their forces are ready for the coming battle. Alec looks back at his comrades, noting how strong they've all become. But his own goal is far simpler and much, much darker. They face a legion of enchanted armor, an army without faces. And Alec declares that for this fight he has returned. A sudden flashback to a peaceful childhood, a world away from war. Then another memory surfaces. A hospital room from another life. A life that ended from illness at the young age of 15. He remembers his past life confined to a hospital bed. But this life was different. He was given a second chance, a new childhood. A chance to run, to play, to have friends. Reborn in a new world, he could finally feel the sun on his skin. He had a brother, Jilly, who grew up right alongside him. Found as an infant, Alec was raised by the village with love. And a girl named Mia, who was always leading their little adventures. A simple, peaceful life. The perfect setup for a tragedy, because this peaceful world was the setting of a brutal RPG he once played. A voice in his head confirms it. This world is called Discard. His current job is villager, leveling up through simple chores. But his true goal is to reclaim his old class, the Necromancer. He meticulously plans his path from villager to black mage. His strategic thoughts are broken by Mia calling out his name. Her father appears, a warm and cheerful man. He invites the children for lunch, a welcome break from their play. They part ways, promising to meet again the next day. A promise that feels a little too perfect. Mia and her father share a moment of pure, simple happiness. And then, a single misstep shatters the peace. Alec bursts back into the house full of youthful energy. His grandfather greets him warmly, with one last task for the day. But he's told to bring a jacket for the coming night. Alec finds this odd, as he's always home before dark. The old man reveals they'll be attending the village meeting. A meeting for adults, so why is a 5-year-old being summoned? The sun sets on the quiet, unassuming village hall. His grandfather is the village sage, a respected white mage. You know, the guy you actually want in charge. If his grandfather is the sage of compassion, then the village chief is a man who looks less like a mayor and more like a final boss. The meeting begins, its focus on the annual harvest festival. The chief cheerfully delegates the preparations for the feast. A quiet hunter named William is tasked with providing the meat. We see the key figures, Tom the farmer and William, Jilly's father. The villagers are excited, promising a grander celebration this year. A man named Hans is put in charge of procuring supplies. He's the local merchant, funding the festival by selling donated goods. A true community man? Or just a good businessman? Even the sage contributed, with a potion that sold for a high price. Alec's grandfather seems pleased, yet slightly puzzled by this. Finally, the chief discusses the prayer to the harvest god. The chief declares that starting this year, Alec will lead the prayer. To his surprise, the entire village erupts in enthusiastic support. Alec finally understands why he was summoned to this adult meeting. After a moment's thought, he calmly accepts the heavy responsibility. He stands before them all, promising to do his absolute best. His grandfather smiles proudly, trusting him to uphold his family's honor. With the festival details settled, the chief concludes that part of the meeting. But there's another more serious issue that requires Alec's attention. The villagers murmur, debating a child's role but agreeing it's a good way to level up. The next day dawns, bringing with it the weight of his new duties. Mia's eyes sparkle with pure, unadulterated admiration. She excitedly tells Alec how wonderful he looks in his ceremonial robes. But Alec feels awkward, complaining about the formal attire. His grandfather explains the harvest god is a goddess who will be pleased. Jilly, ever practical, suggests tying up the long sleeves so he won't trip. With a quick adjustment, Alec strikes a pose, feeling much more confident. His friends give their enthusiastic seal of approval. Mia gives him a thumbs up, calling him both cool and cute, a combo any 5-year-old would kill for. The chief asks if he needs to practice the prayer, but Alec already knows it. Impressed, the chief crumples the script as the sage laughs proudly. Alec beams, assuring them he won't forget his lines on the big day. The sage strokes his beard, a thought suddenly occurring to him. He mentions another special guest will be joining the festival this year. The name Kane sends a jolt of recognition through Alec. Kane is a traveling minstrel, a bard who carries tales from distant lands, and Alec wonders, could this traveler be another reincarnator like him? With the rehearsal done, the chief tells Alec to take the robes home. A 5-year-old's workday is officially over. Jilly helps him out of the formal attire as Mia watches quietly. She shyly calls out his name, getting his full attention. With a blush, she seems to have something important to say. She asks if he has a moment, her voice barely a whisper. But her courage wavers, the words catching in her throat. In the background, Jilly suddenly realizes what's happening. And Alec understands in a flash, Jilly likes her too. The weight of the moment becomes too much for Mia. She bolts, running to the adults for an escape. A classic 5-year-old maneuver. The village chief takes in the chaotic scene with a stern look. He claps his hands, expertly changing the subject to a new task. Jilly is sent on an errand while Alec is told to walk Mia home. Mia lets out a sigh, her moment of courage completely gone. Mia's face lights up as she agrees to walk with him. The sage gives Alec a warm pat, telling him to be careful. They wave goodbye, promising to see everyone tomorrow. And so the two children begin their walk home alone. Back at the hall, the sage apologizes to Jilly for the situation. But Jilly simply says that Alec is special, so it can't be helped. A statement that gives the old sage pause. Meanwhile, Alec and Mia talk excitedly about the festival. Ah, the blissful ignorance of youth. She suddenly grabs his hand, her smile bright and genuine. As she calls his name, Alec notes how bold she is for her age. Mia tightens her grip, having a special request for him. She asks if they can talk alone after his prayer at the festival. Alec agrees, completely oblivious to the 5-year-old drama he's in. She excitedly declares it a promise, and he assures her he'll keep his word. Her smile is radiant, filled with pure, simple joy. They reach the edge of the path, and she says she can walk the rest of the way. He watches her leave, the words, "See you tomorrow," hanging in the air. He realizes that Mia is someone truly important to him. He knows she's kind and will grow up to be beautiful, but there's a catch, because in this world, a peaceful future is never guaranteed. He knows he has to leave this village, to become an adventurer and explore the world, a freedom he was cruelly denied in his past life. This time, with a body that is his to command. He will experience everything the world has to offer. His resolve is unshakable. The path is clear. At 15, he can leave to become an adventurer. But he can't take Mia with him, and he feels guilty about Jilly. The burdens of a 5-year-old protagonist, and there's another, much larger problem on his mind. The game had monthly siege events, which means this world is doomed to endless war. But the grim future can wait, because right now there's food on the table. Jilly proudly presents the meal, his face beaming with satisfaction. Mia eagerly asks if they can have some, and Alec is more than ready to dig in. It's a dish from his past life. Hamburgers, a taste of a world long gone. Jilly pulls fresh bread from the oven, planning to impress their special guest. He explains that the minstrel Kane is a man of simple tastes but vast knowledge. Jilly praises Alec's cooking skills, noting his love for good food. A 5-year-old gourmet in the making. The bread is baked to golden perfection, ready for the feast. Jilly then has a brilliant idea. Combine the bread and the meat. But before they can even try, the plate is mysteriously empty. Jilly stares in disbelief as Alec and Mia confess to the crime. They make a run for it, claiming they only wanted a small taste. Jilly sighs, annoyed but also glad they enjoyed his cooking. The sage enters, announcing a change of plans for the welcome. Later, the 3 children wait patiently by the village entrance. Mia is the first to spot their guests arriving in the distance. The minstrel Kane approaches, but he's not alone this time. He's accompanied by a stern-looking warrior woman. A bard and his bodyguard, a classic adventuring party. The children rush to greet him, and he notes how much they've grown. Mia immediately asks the warrior if she's Kane's girlfriend and is promptly shut down. Kane explains he heard about the festival and just had to come. The warrior introduces herself as Abby, a solo swordswoman. Kane teases that he wouldn't mind if she were his lover, earning an annoyed glare. Alec notes that the minstrel is as well-traveled as ever. He seizes the opportunity, asking for news from the other nations. Kane describes the eastern islands of Atlantis as peaceful and stable, and the northern wyvern kingdom remains unchanged, a land of beasts and mountains. He lays out the world map, detailing the state of each nation. A 5-year-old's lesson in geopolitics. Alec listens intently, his mind racing to connect this to his past knowledge. The information confirms his fears about the world's delicate balance. The warrior Abby asks the crucial question, Where will the Cars Empire strike first? Kane speculates that the peaceful nation of Atlantis is the most likely target. He paints a grim picture, stating Atlantis lacks the military power to resist the Empire. He then turns to Alec, saying the boy's predictions match his own. Apparently, 5-year-olds are now foreign policy experts. Alec's heart sinks. The well-traveled minstrel has just confirmed his darkest fears. If the game's siege events are real, then so are the terrifying raid bosses. He realizes he must start training his magic immediately to prepare for the coming chaos. He clenches his fist, refusing to die helplessly after being given a second chance. His dark thoughts are broken by Mia's worried voice, asking if he's okay. Shaking off the grim future, he rejoins his friends as they head toward the festival grounds. Jilly offers to guide the guests to the chief's house to rest. But their plans are suddenly put on hold. Alec proudly presents a special welcome drink he made himself. Kane is intrigued while Abby looks on with suspicion. The stoic warrior has apparently never heard of a welcome drink. She really needs to get out more. But one taste is enough to stun them both into silence. As night falls, the village square transforms into a lively festival ground. The villagers celebrate, their laughter filling the air. A hush falls as everyone gathers around the ceremonial bonfire, and Alec, in his formal robes, steps forward to begin the prayer. Kane and Mia watch with admiration, the minstrel applauding the boy's performance. The bonfire crackles, a symbol of a successful prayer and a bountiful harvest to come. With his duty done, Alec steps away from the crowd, his part in the ceremony complete. A familiar voice whispers from the shadows. It's Mia, beckoning him to follow. She gushes about how amazing he was, apologizing for being late after getting stuck with the adults. But after the initial praise, an awkward silence falls between them. The two children stand quietly, the festive noise fading into the background. 5-year-old conversations are hard, man. Mia finally breaks the silence, her voice soft but determined. She has a question for him, something that's clearly been on her mind. She asks if he plans to leave the village when he becomes an adult. Alec is completely caught off guard by her question. Mia looks at him with a quiet, knowing sadness. He can't bring himself to lie, confirming her fears. He admits his plan is to see the world when he grows up. She isn't surprised, saying she knew he'd feel that way. Instead of being sad, she throws her arms open in support. She declares that this small village could never contain him. Then she asks if she can come with him on his journey. Well, that escalated quickly. Alec panics, warning her of the dangers outside the village. But Mia is determined, refusing to be seen as a burden. To prove her point, she reveals she's starting white magic training next year. Alec is floored. His own grandfather kept this a secret from him. She's certain the sage will make her strong enough to be a worthy travel companion. Her determination leaves Alec utterly speechless. She reaches out her hand, a silent plea for him to accept. With a hopeful smile, she asks him to take her with him. To the outside world he so desperately wants to see. The gravity of her request sinks in. This is basically a 5-year-old's marriage proposal. He turns away, gazing at the vast world beyond their home. And he realizes she's been thinking about this for a very long time. Her face flushes red, her whole body trembling with the weight of her confession. And in that moment, Alec finally sees her not as a character, but as a real person with real feelings. He'd been so focused on the game that he forgot these people were alive. Meanwhile, Kane watches the scene unfold with a knowing chuckle. He teases Abby about the intense 5-year-old drama, who just looks disgusted by it all. All around them, the villagers celebrate, happy and healthy. Kane takes it all in, a peaceful smile on his face. He remarks to himself that this truly is a wonderful place. And with his mind made up, Alec takes her hand, accepting her promise. 1 year passes in the blink of an eye. The sage, covered in a protective slime, tells Alec he can begin whenever he's ready. Our boy is now officially a level 1 black mage, and he looks absolutely terrified. With a deep breath, he gathers his mana, preparing to cast his first offensive spell. He unleashes a fire arrow straight at his grandfather. Family bonding, I guess. But the sage easily deflects the attack with a watery shield. The spell fizzles out, completely neutralized by the old man's defense. His grandfather notes that while his aim is good, he's a long way from true mastery. Alec understands he must master all 4 basic elements to unlock his true power. And just like that, his persistence pays off, leveling him up to cast 2 arrows at once. The sage sets a new goal: master 5 arrows before Mia's training begins. His solution? An endless supply of mana potions. At a premium price, of course. Half a day passes and Mia arrives, calling out to her friends. She's just in time to see Alec unleash a volley of 5 fire arrows. He's now a level 5 black mage, with enough power to one-shot a goblin. His schedule is brutal, black magic, white magic, and potion studies. A 6-year-old's work is never done. But amidst his training, a thought suddenly strikes him. He realizes he hasn't seen Jilly in a while, and Mia confirms it. The sage explains that Jilly is training with his father, William the Hunter. A man so skilled, he once took down an entire wolf pack alone. Alec confesses to Mia that things with Jilly have been awkward since the festival. He admits he stole the girl his brother likes, and now he feels lonely. 6-year-old love triangles are brutal, the sage reassures him, promising that once they're all stronger, they can adventure together again. For now, he tells them both to focus on their own training. But the old man's thoughts drift to Jilly, wondering if the boy has found a special mentor of his own. The night sky settles over the quiet village rooftops. Back in his study, the sage announces the final part of Alec's training. It's time to learn the ways of an apothecary, but first, the old man has a gift. He hands Alec a thick leather-bound book, catching the boy by surprise. It's a present, he explains, to mark Alec's new path as a healer. He flips through the pages, finding them filled with countless recipes. The sage explains it contains his entire life's work as an apothecary. Alec is stunned, saying he can't accept something so valuable. His grandfather asks if he's truly committed to becoming an apothecary. The old man says he's memorized it all, but now has a request for Alec. Alec looks up, confused by the sudden shift in tone. The sage explains that this book is like a child to him, just like Alec, and he wants its contents to be used to help the world. No pressure, kid. The weight of this legacy settles heavily on the 6-year-old's shoulders. Alec asks if he's truly worthy, but his grandfather's smile is absolute. Alec stammers, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of this inheritance. The sage simply asks him to stay healthy, as his training is far from over. He tries to hide his tears, but the old man's kindness is overwhelming. And with that, he officially becomes the sage's one and only disciple. 3 months fly by in a flurry of intense training. He's now a level 12 black mage because a 6-year-old's grind never stops. He ventures into the woods, foraging for potion ingredients. But today, he notices a path he's never seen before. A sense of unease washes over him as he investigates. His gaze falls on a large bush that seems unnatural. He pushes aside the leaves, revealing a single lonely boot. Alec stares in shock, wondering what he's stumbled upon. He questions if someone just discarded their shoes in the woods. But a gut feeling tells him that's not the whole story. Suddenly a hand bursts from the ground, sending him stumbling back. A young elf girl rises from the leaves, looking completely unfazed. Alec realizes she was just sleeping, her shoes having come off. He stares up at the mysterious girl, completely bewildered, because sleeping under a pile of leaves is totally normal. His mind races, trying to process the bizarre encounter. He wonders what someone like her is doing this deep in the forest. He falls back, landing hard on the forest floor. Alec can only stare up in awe as the elf girl looks down, completely unfazed. A quiet moment passes, the only sound being the rustle of leaves. She pulls out some dried meat and begins to eat, completely at ease. She dramatically declares him her savior, saying he saved her life. He saved her from a really good nap. The elf introduces herself as Lilienthal, but tells him to call her Lily. Alec explains that he's from Kettle Village, a name that seems to confuse her. But then recognition dawns on her face. She knows someone from that village. She reveals she knew his grandfather, 30 years ago. Alec is left speechless, realizing this girl is far older than she appears. Alec can only stammer, asking if she's truly an elf. She confirms it, casually mentioning she's been alive for 200 years. He's always wanted to meet an elf, but notes she lacks the mystical aura he expected. She asks him to guide her to the village to see his grandfather, Gale. Alec explains their options: a 1-hour run or a 3-hour walk. Lily sighs, complaining that this part of the forest is dangerous and full of orcs. But Alec isn't about to walk for hours, unleashing an air cutter spell. The magic carves a path straight through the dense undergrowth, shocking the ancient elf. He proudly announces that he's just made them a shortcut, and the 200-year-old elf can only stare, completely dumbfounded by the 6-year-old's power. Lily questions if Alec is even human, but he insists he's just his grandfather's disciple. He leads the ancient elf into the village, announcing that they have a guest. The sage looks up, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he sees his old friend. But their reunion is cut short by the arrival of Mia's mother, a warm and cheerful woman. She looks at the children with a knowing, gentle smile. With a hand on her stomach, she shares some wonderful news. She's expecting a baby. The room fills with joy as everyone congratulates the happy mother-to-be. She then reassures Mia that she won't be lonely when Alec leaves the village. Alec freezes, realizing their secret plan to travel together is officially out in the open. Mia just gives him a playful wink, admitting she told her mom everything. So much for secret pacts. Alec realizes it's only a matter of time before the whole village knows. Just then, Lily peeks through the door, asking if she can come in. The sage looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he recognizes his old friend. Lily greets him with a warm smile, confirming it's been a long time. She proudly announces she's now the ruler of the forest at level 38. The sage explains this is an advanced class for masters of spirit magic. It's a path exclusive to elves, a step towards becoming the elf queen. Alec is stunned. He never knew this class even existed in the game. Lily then asks how strong the sage has become, and he proudly declares he's level 50, a fact that leaves the 200-year-old elf completely speechless. Lily struggles to comprehend, asking if level 50 is even the limit. Her disbelief quickly turns into pure, unadulterated rage. She explodes, ranting about how much she hates geniuses, as the sage just laughs. Alec watches on, thinking this ancient elf is a lot less mystical than he'd imagined. With the reunion in full swing, Mia and her mother decide to head home. The sage then makes a request. He wants Lily to train the village children. Lily is caught completely off guard while Alec's eyes light up with excitement. The old man suggests she stay and teach them how to fight as a party. Alec eagerly asks if she'll become their new master. A 200-year-old elf seems like a decent tutor. After a moment's thought, Lily strokes her chin and agrees to the deal. Lily praises Alec's kindness, playfully jabbing that he's much nicer than the sage. She then asks about his current level, and he lists his impressive stats. The ancient elf is once again left completely speechless by his progress. She wonders if being the sage's disciple means Alec will also go bald. A terrifying thought for our boy. A few days later, the three friends are finally reunited for the first time in a while. Mia and Alec chat about their new elven master and Jilly's training with his father, but Jilly remains quiet, the awkwardness between them still hanging in the air. An uncomfortable silence settles over the group as they walk toward their training ground. Mia is the first to spot their teacher up ahead, but something seems off. Their training begins with a surprise. A giant stone golem chasing Lily through the woods. Lily calmly explains this is her golem, a simple test of their strength. A test that could also, kill them. Jilly and Mia are stunned, realizing their training just got very real. But Alec's resolve hardens. This is their first fight as a team, and he refuses to fail. With a battle cry, he leads his friends against the lumbering stone giant. Mia finds her courage, promising to support them both from the back line. Alec casts a haste spell, giving Jilly a much-needed burst of speed. He shouts the plan. Jilly will cripple its legs while he provides support. Jilly agrees instantly, his focus now locked on the target. He draws his bow, aiming a precise shot at the golem's ankle. And Alec prepares his own magic, ready to unleash a coordinated attack. He casts a pitfall spell, a trick he remembers from the game. The golem's leg sinks into the ground, throwing it completely off balance. Jilly seizes the opening, unleashing a powerful shot from his bow. The arrow strikes true, hitting the golem's now vulnerable leg. But Mia notes the arrow didn't penetrate very deep into the stone. She quickly reassures them, ready to provide her own support. Alec follows up, casting a massive wall of fire. The flames slam into the stone giant because when in doubt, add fire. The golem roars in silent agony as the heat cracks its stone body. Alec knew this would work. Fire is its ultimate weakness. The intense heat causes the golem's stone body to crack and splinter. It stumbles forward, its form crumbling under the magical assault. Mia shouts orders, telling them to keep their distance and focus their fire. She casts a haste spell, ready to support her friends from the back line. The plan is simple. Jilly will suppress the target with his arrows. He unleashes a power shot, pouring all his training into a single attack. Alec follows up with another barrage of fire arrows. He'll handle the ranged damage while Jilly keeps it pinned. But as the plan unfolds, a thought crosses his mind. He realizes their teamwork is surprisingly effective. First-timer's luck, perhaps. He unleashes one final decisive fire arrow. The magical bolt slams directly into the golem's head. Its stone face shatters, crumbling into a pile of rubble. The three children stand in the dust, wondering if it's truly over. For a moment, they can only stare at each other in disbelief. Then, the victory sinks in and they erupt in celebration. Lily watches on, admitting she planned to steal the final blow herself. Guess the 200-year-old elf has a bit of an ego. Alec approaches their teacher, breaking her from her thoughts. She praises their teamwork, promising a much harder test next time. But Jilly and Mia are fired up, ready for whatever comes next. The awkwardness between the three friends finally begins to fade. Alec agrees, a genuine smile returning to his face. And so, under Lily's guidance, their real training began. 3 months later, the ancient elf enjoys a well-deserved feast. It's a community effort, with everyone contributing to the meal. The sage asks if she'll stay on as their mentor for a while longer. She agrees, as long as she can go home within the next decade. Elves have a very different concept of a while. Alec overhears, realizing his own path is accelerating faster than he thought. The sage just smiles, remarking that his grandson was always destined for greatness. Lily watches them train, noting that Alec's leadership is the key to their success. Alec is in disbelief, but Lily confirms it with absolute certainty. She calculates that at his current pace, he can change classes next year. The path is clear. Reach level 30 in both classes to become a sage. His grandfather just smiles, noting he'll be a sage by the time he leaves at 15. Lily just pouts, clearly not a fan of these child prodigies. Alec confesses his true goal is to become a necromancer. Changing the subject, he asks about Lily's elven home. He admits he knows nothing about elves, and she smugly agrees to enlighten him. Her expression softens as she begins to tell her story. She speaks of a quiet place deep in the forest, home to a giant world tree. She describes a tranquil homeland where the elves' sole duty is to protect the world tree. Alec's eyes light up, wondering if he could ever visit such a magical place. But Lily explains that for the tree's safety, outsiders are strictly forbidden. The boy's face falls, his hopes of seeing the elven kingdom dashed. Lily reconsiders, admitting there might be a small possibility for him. She reveals that in 10 years, the selection for the next elf queen will begin. And if she is chosen, she'll have the authority to invite humans into their sacred home. Of course, the whole process takes about a decade or two. Elves are not exactly known for their speed. The sage listens intently, processing this long-term political development. But Alec is just left confused, trying to follow the elven succession crisis. Alec senses her hesitation, asking if the selection process worries her. He cheerfully says he'll see her in 20 years, a time frame that feels like an eternity. But their long-term planning is cut short by a sudden knock at the door. The sage wonders who could possibly be visiting so late at night. It's William, the hunter, looking grim and out of breath. He brings dire news. A wyvern has been spotted in the northern forest. Alec's blood runs cold at the mention of the fearsome beast. The wyvern, a mid-tier monster, is a terrifying sight for any villager. It's resistant to fire and wind, with a tail that carries a paralyzing venom. William admits he can't face it alone, requesting help from the village leaders. Alec realizes that with a master swordsman and a sage, his village is surprisingly well defended. But the sage admits the northern forest is too far away to offer immediate help. Jilly steps forward, determined to get the chief's permission to join the hunt. But he's stopped in his tracks by Lily, who has been listening from the doorway. The ancient elf calmly announces that she will accept the wyvern subjugation quest. Alec is stunned, questioning if she's really going to take on the monster. The sage tries to refuse her offer, but Lily clarifies that she won't be the one fighting. She declares that Alec, Mia, and Jilly will fight the wyvern while she watches. A classic hands-off teaching approach. Alec is left completely speechless by this sudden, terrifying field trip. And so the three children begin cramming for their final exam. A live wyvern. The news sends a shockwave of disbelief through the entire house. The three kids can't believe it. They're being sent to fight a wyvern. Mia and Jilly are terrified, calling the plan completely reckless. But Alec just smiles, explaining that Lily already got the adults' permission. The sage considers their levels, calculating that they're strong enough to be a mid-tier party. With Lily providing support, he officially approves the mission. Guess this is what passes for a school field trip. Alec realizes the power scaling here is different. Their basic classes are considered mid-tier in this world. Mia's fear turns to excitement, seeing this as a chance to test their skills. Jilly finds his courage, agreeing that they should take on the challenge. He declares that all their training has been leading up to this very moment. Mia declares that if she's leaving with Alec, she needs to be strong enough to take down a wyvern. Her sudden, cheerful declaration catches both Alec and Jilly completely off guard. Alec immediately takes charge, holding a strategy meeting to discuss the wyvern's known weaknesses. The next day, Lily waits for them at the edge of the forest, reminding them of the wyvern's paralyzing tail. She points deeper into the woods, warning them to approach quietly and avoid provoking the beast. The reality of their first real hunt sinks in, and the kids can't hide their nervousness. But Alec is practically vibrating with excitement, a stark contrast to his friend's fear. Lily gives him a deadpan look, questioning his unusual enthusiasm for a life-or-death battle. He's already planning the cool gear they can craft from the wyvern's remains. Priorities, I guess. Lily reassures them that with Alec's power and her support they can win, but they must remain focused. Alec steels his resolve, knowing that in this world, death is final. He turns to his friends, telling them it's time to move out. A sudden flash of light cuts through the darkness of the forest. Alec peers through the undergrowth, his focus absolute. And there it is, the wyvern, sleeping peacefully in a clearing. The sheer size of the beast leaves them all momentarily stunned. Jilly admits it's bigger than he imagined, but Alec tells him to trust the plan. This time their roles are reversed. Jilly will be the vanguard. Alec's job is to provide support and keep the monster off his friend. The massive creature sleeps on, completely unaware of their presence. Mia watches from the bushes, her heart pounding with fear. Alec steps into the clearing, wand at the ready. He unleashes a lightning bolt, a rude awakening for the sleeping beast. The wyvern roars in pain, its peaceful nap officially over. Alec taunts the monster, daring it to attack him. His friends can only watch in terror as the plan unfolds. The enraged wyvern locks its glowing eyes onto the small boy. It takes to the sky, diving straight for its target. But Alec stands his ground, unflinching in the face of the attack. He prepares a firestorm, ready to meet the beast head-on. But just as it dives, 2 arrows slam into its side. From the trees, Jilly follows Mia's instructions, aiming for the soft underbelly. The beast roars, its attention now split between 2 targets. Alec seizes the opening, hitting it with another lightning bolt. He continues to taunt it, drawing all of its rage onto himself. The wyvern unleashes a furious counterattack, a powerful gust of wind. But Alec is ready, throwing up a protective barrier just in time. Mia watches from the bushes, sighing in relief as the spell holds. The wyvern is thrown off balance, stunned by their coordinated assault. And Jilly takes aim, ready to deliver another crippling blow. Alec lays out the next phase of the plan from his perch. Mia's job is simple but crucial: cure the paralysis if its tail connects. The wyvern recovers, circling high above the clearing. It locks its gaze back onto Alec, its primary target. With a roar, it folds its wings and dives straight down. But Alec just watches, completely unfazed by the incoming attack. Another volley of arrows from Jilly finds their mark. Alec follows up with an air burst, knocking it off course. Guess wind is on the menu after all. Jilly seizes the opening, landing a perfect double shot. Alec smiles, noting that so far everything is going according to plan. Alec watches the beast circle, confident their strategy is working. But his confidence shatters in an instant. He screams out Mia's name, sensing something is terribly wrong, because a second wyvern has just appeared right behind them. The battlefield has just doubled in size, and not in a good way. He realizes the monster's earlier roar wasn't a cry of pain. It was a signal calling for reinforcements. Lily steps in, her patience for this field trip officially gone. She unleashes a massive tornado, a vortex of pure magical power. But the powerful spell comes at a cost, leaving her injured. The powerful spell leaves Lily collapsing to the forest floor. She grits her teeth, realizing the wyvern's poison is spreading rapidly. Alec screams for Mia to cast the anti-paralysis spell on their teacher, but Mia is frozen, her mind completely blank with terror. She can't remember the incantation, her thoughts lost in a spiral of panic. Alec realizes his words aren't getting through to her at all. He knows the other wyvern will be back any second, and they're out of time. He changes tactics, shouting that he'll heal Lily himself. He orders Jilly to hold the line to stop the monster's advance. But the wyvern strikes, and Jilly is thrown to the ground, his own arrows piercing his back. Mia can only scream, her mind completely broken by the sight. Alec watches in horror, his carefully laid plans turning to ash. His brother is swatted away, his name a desperate cry on Alec's lips. The shock gives way to a cold, focused fury. He unleashes another spell, a desperate attempt to buy them time. But his mind is racing, his focus completely shattered by the chaos. He's torn between saving his poisoned master and his fallen brother, a classic RPG choice now with 100% more trauma. But in a flash of clarity, he knows what he has to do. Mia finally snaps out of her panic, her attention on their fallen teacher, and Lily, through the haze of poison, gives him a single, crucial command. Lily tells him she can still cast spells, even if she can't move. With that assurance, Alec makes his choice. He's going to save Jilly. The wyvern lands, looming over his fallen brother. Its cold reptilian eyes lock onto its helpless prey. Alec knows he's completely out of time. He casts double magic, a desperate gambit to boost his power. A lightning bolt slams into the beast, drawing its full attention. He casts haste on himself, dodging a deadly swipe of its claws. Our boy is now playing a high-stakes game of tag. He follows up with an airburst, striking its massive wing. But he knows this won't be enough, reaching for his last resort. He quickly downs a mana potion, refueling for the next assault. But with only one potion left, he knows he's on borrowed time. He unleashes a bind spell, wrapping the beast in magical restraints, then follows up with an icicle lance aiming for its massive wings. With its flight disabled, the wyvern is finally grounded. He chugs his final potion, pushing his body to its absolute limit. He knows this is it. This is the moment that decides everything. The wyvern roars, its raw strength beginning to shatter the magical binds. But Alec is one step ahead, casting a familiar pitfall spell beneath it. The ground swallows the monster whole, ending the fight in an instant. Alec stands alone, completely drained from the massive spell. The ground gives way, swallowing the beast's legs whole, but his relief turns to shock as the monster begins to rise. He unleashes another desperate attack, an icicle lance. The shards of ice slam into the wyvern's body. But his double magic buff fades, leaving him powerless to follow up. And to his horror, the beast is still standing. This thing just refuses to die. His vision blurs, his body finally reaching its absolute limit. He collapses to the ground, completely spent and defenseless. The wyvern looms over him, and Alec wonders if this is how his second life ends. The wyvern's jaws open wide, a dark abyss of teeth and despair. His life flashes before his eyes, a memory of a simple, happy day. But in that final moment, fear gives way to a burning resolve. With his last ounce of strength, he unleashes a lightning bolt point blank. He refuses to let his friends die, not after everything. The wyvern's claws dig into the earth as the spell hits home. It stumbles back, its massive body shuddering from the shock. And then, the great beast finally collapses to the ground. Guess a face full of lightning will do that to you. Alec can only lie there, his body completely spent but his friends safe. The wyvern's claws twitch one last time before falling still. The second wyvern stands frozen, a gaping hole blown through its chest. Lily, still paralyzed, had managed one final devastating spell. The beast collapses as she calls out to her student, but our boy has already succumbed to his exhaustion. Lily tells Mia that it's finally safe to come out of hiding. Mia breaks down, apologizing for her panic as Lily checks on Alec. She tells the crying girl to focus her magic on healing Jilly. The ancient elf stares at the beast Alec defeated, a 6-year-old's first boss raid. She realizes she'd only meant to buy time relying on the boy. She knew the poison would wear off, but she never expected things to escalate so quickly. Mia tends to Jilly, lamenting that Alec didn't have to push himself so hard. Lily reflects on Alec's genius-level strategy, hampered only by his lack of real-world experience. She admits she relied too heavily on the boy, pushing him far beyond his limits. She questions why the sage would ever entrust such a vital task to her. A memory of the old man's words flashes through her mind. He had placed his complete trust in her to guide the children, and she realizes she can't back down from that promise now. She resolves to forge these kids into the next generation of heroes. A 200-year-old elf turned reluctant babysitter. 1 year passes in the wake of the wyvern incident. A now 7-year-old Alec runs to catch her, asking if she's really leaving. Lily explains that with Alec's new class, her work here is done. She must return to her own journey to become the next elf queen. With a final wave, the ancient elf departs, and Alec watches her go, another chapter of his life closing. But his training is far from over. He's now learning alchemy. The sage inspects his student's latest creation with a critical eye. He declares the potion a success, and Alec celebrates his victory. His grandfather tells him he's now ready for more advanced recipes. But his studies are cut short by a sudden realization. He's late for another village meeting with the final boss himself. He reminds his grandfather it's time for the annual festival meeting. But the old man turns away, admitting he's feeling a bit tired. He asks Alec to go in his stead, and our boy happily agrees. The sage watches him leave, entrusting the meeting to his grandson. And so, the 7-year-old finds himself leading the village council. A completely normal childhood. He lays out the plans with the confidence of a seasoned leader. The villagers listen intently, completely won over by his competence. A man steps onto a small stool to get everyone's attention. He returns home later, announcing his arrival to his grandfather. He reports that the budget was set just like every other year. He mentions that Kane, the traveling minstrel, will be visiting again. The sage suggests he should think of some new dishes to prepare. Alec reads a letter, learning 2 other village boys have become adventurers. He tells his grandfather he'll meet with Mia and Jilly tomorrow. But when he turns to leave, there's only silence from the bed. A sudden sense of dread washes over the 7-year-old. He stands frozen, his mind trying to process what's happening. He looks back towards the bed, his eyes wide with worry. His grandfather lies completely still, his breathing almost gone. Alec calls out his name, but there is no answer. The night passes in a somber, silent vigil. The next day arrives, heavy with unspoken grief. The entire village gathers to pay their last respects. Alec stands alone before the freshly dug grave. The inscription reads, "Here lies the hero Gale who lived a full life." He tries to stay strong, to hold back the overwhelming sorrow, but the tears begin to fall, a silent testament to his loss. He finally breaks as his friends watch with heavy hearts. Mia can't bear to see him suffer alone and runs to his side. She wraps her arms around him, offering what little comfort she can. Mia's parents watch from a distance, their faces etched with worry. She stays by his side, a silent pillar of support in his grief. Her father finally steps in, gently telling them it's time to go. Jilly tries a different approach, offering a warm meal from his mother. Mia looks up, hoping her friend will finally listen to reason. With a heavy heart, Alec finally agrees to eat something. A wave of relief washes over Mia's face. Jilly smiles, glad to see a flicker of the old Alec return. Even grief can't beat a home-cooked meal, apparently. The three friends leave together, a small, somber group. And just like that, 7 years flash by in an instant. The years have passed, but the old house remains. Inside, Alec continues his grandfather's work. He meticulously follows the recipes, mastering his craft. Now 14, he proudly holds up his latest creation. He declares his daily quota complete, another day of grinding done. But his solitude is broken by a knock at the door. A familiar voice calls out his name. It's Mia, arriving with a smile and a home-cooked meal. Now 15, she's grown up right alongside him. He agrees, asking her to wait while he prepares himself. He cleans up his alchemy station as Mia hums a cheerful tune. She asks if his work is done, and he confirms he's just finishing up. With their departure only 3 months away, she wants to finalize their plans. She's even brought lunch to fuel their strategy session. A classic move. Mia wonders what she should pack for their grand adventure. But Alec holds up a magic bag, explaining he'll carry all their supplies. He can craft everything they need, from tents to magic water bottles. Mia wishes she'd learned alchemy too, as Alec's stats continue to skyrocket. She quickly backtracks, admitting she was just thinking out loud. He changes the subject, asking about her own training with a woman named Anna. Mia explains that Anna is her younger sister, a prodigy who mastered cure poison at age 7. But the girl is fiercely protective, begging Alec not to take her big sister away from her. Alec notes her level is low, realizing he and his friends were just built different. A classic protagonist problem. Their conversation is interrupted by another, more urgent knock at the door. It's Jilly, now a 14-year-old level 42 hunter, looking much more serious. Alec asks if he's interrupting, but Jilly seems hesitant to even speak. He apologizes for the intrusion, his expression grim and worried. But he's suddenly forced to the ground by an unseen assailant's boot. A group of 3 strangers stands in the doorway, their intentions clearly hostile. A stern-looking noble girl leads the party, flanked by 2 serious companions. Alec can only stare, completely bewildered by the sudden intrusion. The armored woman gets right in his face, demanding to know if this is the sage's home. But the noble girl just smiles, politely asking if they can come inside. Alec is completely flustered as Mia continues to unpack their lunch in the background. He offers them tea, apologizing that he rarely has visitors. He sits with the girl, explaining he can't offer much in the way of hospitality. She finally gets to the point, looking around and asking for the sage Gale. Mia peeks out from the doorway, her concern growing with every passing second. With a heavy heart, Alec delivers the news. His grandfather passed away 7 years ago. The revelation sends a shockwave through the visitors, leaving them utterly stunned. The noble girl presses him, asking who inherited the sage's legacy. Alec explains that while he inherited the apothecary work, there was no official successor. The armored woman then asks about the sage's equipment, her tone sharp. Alec's suspicion grows, wondering what these people are really investigating. He explains that his grandfather's staff and robes were cremated along with him. The armored woman is left completely speechless by this news. She explodes, ranting about the priceless value of a sage's gear. Apparently, some people have no respect for funeral rites. The male companion quickly apologizes for his comrade's lack of tact. The noble girl sighs, realizing their entire journey may have been for nothing. With the sage gone and his equipment lost, their mission has hit a dead end. The noble girl asks for his name, and Alec calmly introduces himself. But she apologizes, explaining that they cannot reveal their own identities. Instead, she extends a hand, offering him a job on the spot. Alec politely declines, explaining he's leaving on his own journey in 3 months. The girl accepts his refusal, though she seems genuinely disappointed. With their business concluded, she thanks him for the tea and prepares to leave. Her companion seems surprised by the sudden end to their visit. She offers a parting smile, hoping they might meet again someday. a very polite way to end a home invasion. The armored woman is completely stunned by her lady's friendly farewell, and from the kitchen, Mia watches the strange encounter finally come to an end. Alec is completely thrown by her offer of a handshake. The girl asks what's wrong, and he can only stammer in response. He finally takes her hand, sealing their brief, strange encounter. With a formal farewell, she turns to leave as if nothing happened. Alec can only watch as the mysterious trio disappears down the path. He lets out a sigh of relief, the tension finally leaving his home. But outside, Jilly is waiting, and he does not look happy at all. He reveals that the noble girl brought more knights than they saw. Alec realizes they were surrounded, with guards posted all around the village. A very casual way to ask for directions. And in that moment, he knows for sure. Their visitor was royalty. He connects the dots. Their visitor was from the Pendragon royal family. Jilly reassures him that with the sage gone, they have no reason to attack. But Alec knows they tried to recruit him, a clear sign of their interest. Jilly takes charge, promising to handle security with his father. Alec smiles, relieved to have such a reliable friend by his side. Jilly asks what's wrong, confused by his friend's sudden change in mood. Alec just thinks back to how much Jilly has changed over the years. Mia notes how much Jilly has grown to resemble his stoic father. With their conversation over, Jilly turns to leave, but Alec calls him back. He proudly presents a pie he baked, a peace offering after the tense day. Jilly is caught completely off guard by the sudden kindness. He stammers, flustered by the unexpected peace offering. Alec just smiles, glad to see his old friend again. He reflects that despite the years, Jilly is still the same person inside. The scene shifts to a dark office where a soldier delivers a grim report. He reveals that the Golden Princess is seeking the aid of a foreign sage. The news clearly shocks the high-ranking officer at the desk. But the soldier adds a grim update. The sage was already dead. Guess their intel is a little out of date. The officer can't believe the legendary protector of Pendragon is gone, but his shock gives way to a quiet, unsettling laugh. His laughter echoes through the grand office, a chilling sound of opportunity. He leans over his desk, his amusement twisting into something far more sinister. The soldier notes the princess's caution, wondering what she left behind in the sage's village. He then asks for his orders, awaiting the command that will shape their next move. The officer's lips curl into a cold, calculating smile. He gives a single brutal order: crush everything. The sage's legacy, the princess's plans, all of it will be reduced to nothing. Meanwhile, life in Kettle Village continues, blissfully unaware of the gathering storm. A week passes, and Alec can't shake the feeling that their visitors were just the beginning. But his grim thoughts are broken by Mia's sister, who is very concerned about lunch getting cold. Out in the woods, a sudden noise breaks the afternoon calm. Alec looks up, noticing the birds are fleeing in a panic. He casts haste, his feet flying across the forest floor. A knot of dread tightens in his stomach. Something is wrong. He races towards his home, a terrible premonition taking hold. Peeking from the trees, he plans to check on the village first, but he's stopped cold by the sight of soldiers at his door. The lock shatters, the heavy door groaning open. So much for a quiet afternoon. A hooded figure stands with them as Alec calmly asks their business. He stands alone, a 14-year-old boy facing down a squad of armed men. The hooded man asks his soldier if this kid is really the owner of the house. He lets out a small, condescending laugh, clearly unimpressed. But Alec notes their fine armor, sarcastically asking if it's a gift from the sage. The leader tells his men to ignore the boy and continue their search. Apparently, manners are not part of their training. That's the last straw for Alec, who charges forward, done with their home invasion. He unleashes an icicle lance, filling the room with deadly shards of ice. The soldiers' weapons shatter on impact, their armor offering little protection. But the hooded figure calmly melts the incoming attack with a wave of his hand. His men aren't so lucky, left pinned to the floor by the magical ice. The leader finally understands this boy is no ordinary villager, but the sage's true disciple. The hooded man declares he's done playing games, daring Alec to face him. With a powerful incantation, he summons a massive, screeching griffin. Alec's eyes widen in shock. He's up against a high-level summoner. The beast lands before him, and Alec admits this just got a lot more complicated. The griffin screeches, its sharp talons ready to tear him apart. But Alec's surprise quickly gives way to a calculated plan. He unleashes a massive firewall, engulfing the beast in flames. The griffin recoils in pain, its feathers singed by the intense heat. Guess it's not a fan of roasted chicken. He follows up with a water storm, dousing the flames and the beast. But the summoner steps in, shielding his creature from the final blow. The summoner explains his strategy. His beast attacks while he supports, Alec realizes he's essentially fighting two opponents at once. He counters, unleashing a powerful lightning bolt of his own. But the hooded man meets his magic with an identical spell. The two attacks collide, canceling each other out in a flash. Alec grits his teeth, realizing he's outmatched in raw power. The griffin seizes the opening, its talons closing in on the boy. It lunges forward, a blur of feathers and fury. The summoner laughs, ready to escalate this home invasion. A shadowy tail wraps around Alec, catching him completely off guard. Alec's eyes widen as he realizes the tail's true purpose: poison. The summoner follows up with a poison cloud, filling the air with a toxic haze. The griffin lunges forward, its massive talons ready to finish the job, but Alec dives out of the way, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. He counters with a lightning bolt, striking the beast's leg at point-blank range. The summoner shouts in frustration as his creature stumbles back, dazed. Alec uses the brief opening to scramble for cover, his mind racing for a plan. He quickly casts a spell on himself: Cure Poison. A handy skill to have during a home invasion. He knows he's outmatched, but he searches for any possible path to victory. His only advantage is that his opponent thinks he's just a black mage. He casts Mind Boost, a white magic spell he's kept hidden. With the poison gone and his mind clear, he taunts the summoner. The hooded man is impressed, but ready to end this little game. He unleashes a massive firestorm, a vortex of pure destruction. Alec is caught completely off guard by the sheer scale of the attack. The inferno engulfs him, a wall of searing heat and pain. He's burned and battered, the attack taking a heavy toll on his body. But he throws up a magic barrier, barely holding back the flames. Guess he's not as crispy as the summoner hoped. And then he reveals his trump card, the ability to heal himself. A soft glow envelops his hand as he begins to mend his own wounds. The summoner is stunned, realizing Alec can use double magic. Alec stands defiant, his wounds gone, ready for the next round. But the constant casting takes its toll, and he falls to his knees. He pulls out another potion, determined to keep fighting. The summoner mocks his desperation, calling it a difference in experience. He orders his griffin to finish the boy off once and for all. But Alec's hand is already moving, preparing another spell. He unleashes a bind spell, trapping the beast in magical restraints. This kid has more tricks than a stage magician. With the griffin tied up, he makes a break for it, trying to escape. The summoner is furious, calling him a brat and refusing to let him go. But running was just a feint. He unleashes another firewall. The summoner is engulfed in the blast, a desperate last stand. He scoffs, unimpressed by the boy's desperate gambit. But Alec charges through his own flames, closing the distance instantly. The summoner's confidence shatters as Alec unleashes an icicle lance. He can only stare, completely outplayed by the 14-year-old. His face twists in panic as the attack closes in. A storm of ice shards fills the room, a point-blank magical assault. The shards pierce his body, his fine armor proving useless. He cries out in agony, finally brought to his knees by the boy he underestimated. The summoner's weapon clatters to the floor, his grip broken. He collapses in a heap, defeated by the 14-year-old boy. The man wonders why his wounds aren't closing on their own. Because Alec is the one casting a healing spell on him. The summoner's eyes widen, a shocking realization dawning, and Alec calmly reveals his true class. He is a sage. The summoner just laughs, calling this an unexpected twist. Guess he appreciates good drama. All around them, his soldiers lie defeated and broken. Alec then asks the question that started this whole mess. The summoner reveals their goal, the sage's inheritance. The summoner reveals their true prize, the philosopher's stone. Alec is stunned. That's a legendary item for sages to learn extra skills. An item so rare it requires defeating a raid boss just to start the quest. He sorted through his grandfather's things, but never saw anything like it. The summoner laughs, claiming the stone holds the key to ruling the world. A classic villain monologue. But Alec points out a small flaw in his plan. He's a summoner, not a sage. The man just scoffs, dismissing the boy's logic as completely foolish. Alec realizes there must be others who want to exploit the stone's power. He questions why the summoner is talking so freely, sensing a trap. And a terrible thought crosses his mind. What's happening to the village? The summoner's words hit him like a physical blow. Alec stares back, his mind struggling to connect the pieces. He runs forward, demanding to know what this is all about. The man reveals the stone was just a bonus. Their real target is the princess. The word princess sends a jolt of recognition through Alec. He remembers the face of the noble girl who visited his home. The summoner explains they can't let her interfere with their plans. Villains just love to monologue, don't they? He speaks of a seed the princess may have planted in this village. A seed they intend to crush, along with the very ground it grows in. And in that instant, Alec understands the horrifying truth. Alec grabs the summoner, demanding to know what he's done to his home. But the man's only answer is to have his griffin silence his own men. The soldiers are cut down, a brutal way to tie up loose ends. The summoner then pulls out his final trump card, catching Alec off guard. Our boy's eyes widen as he recognizes the item instantly. The summoner vows this isn't over, promising to return for his revenge. Alec screams for him to wait, realizing it's a teleportation scroll. But it's too late. The man vanishes, leaving only a trail of blood. A classic villain exit. Stage left. He slams his fist into the ground, furious that he let him escape. He realizes the entire monologue was just a stall tactic to free the griffin. Alec realizes the summoner's final act was to silence his own men. A brutal, bloody display of tying up loose ends. But there's no time to dwell. He races back towards the village. His worst fears are confirmed as smoke rises from his home. His first and only thought is to find Mia and make sure she's safe. He arrives to a scene of chaos, his village under attack by soldiers. One of them spots him, casually labeling him as just another survivor. But Alec is done being a victim, unleashing a lightning bolt without hesitation. The soldier is thrown back, completely unprepared for the boy's power. Survivor! The word echoes in his mind with a new, chilling weight. He races through the chaos, calling out for Jilly and Mia. The village is burning, the streets littered with fallen soldiers. Many of them have been taken down by precise, deadly arrows. He takes in the sheer scale of the carnage around him. A familiar voice calls his name. It's Jilly. Bow at the ready. Alec demands to know what's happening, but Jilly is just as lost. A surviving soldier on the ground attempts one last desperate spell. A blinding light flares, a final act of defiance. Alec tells Jilly he's casting a heal. Their priority is finding Mia. He then unleashes a lightning bolt, clearing a path through the enemy. Guess the strategy meeting is over, Jilly calls out to Alec, who's overwhelmed by the endless stream of enemies. His eyes fall on a horrifying scene at the village hall. The villagers lie dead, having formed a human shield to protect someone. He recognizes the face of the village chief among the fallen, and Tom the farmer, a man who was always smiling. A cold fury builds inside him, vowing he will never forgive this. He unleashes a wave of fire, engulfing the soldiers in righteous flames. His hand glows with power, his rage fueling his magic. A memory flashes through his mind. A peaceful day in the orchard. But Jilly's voice snaps him back, shouting that Mia's house isn't on fire. They race to Mia's house, only to find it surrounded by soldiers. And in the doorway, Mia is pinned by a volley of arrows. A guttural scream tears from Alec's throat as he unleashes an airburst. The blast of wind slams into the soldiers, sending them reeling. They're thrown back like rag dolls, their formation completely shattered. One soldier remains, shouting defiance at the boy who just wiped out his squad. He tells Alec not to get cocky, blinded by his own rage. The soldier charges forward, ready to strike the boy down. But Alec meets his blade with a sword of his own, his eyes cold and empty. The soldier's courage breaks, calling Alec a demon before trying to flee. But there's no escape. Alec's blade finds its mark. Jilly shouts for him to go, promising to hold the line. Alec doesn't hesitate, racing towards Mia's side. He calls out her name, promising he's there to save her. She looks up, her face pale but her eyes full of relief. With a weak voice, she whispers his name in return. He can only watch, his heart pounding in his chest. She looks down at her wounds, glad that he's at least safe. And then her body gives out, slumping forward. Alec's world shatters, his expression turning completely blank. He can only stare as she falls to the ground, unmoving. A single tear traces a path through the grime on his face. He screams her name, the sound lost in the chaos of the attack. Jilly runs up behind him, demanding to know what just happened. He scans the trees, realizing an archer must still be nearby. And in the distance, a lone soldier makes a hasty retreat. Alec scrambles to her side, his mind racing to stop the bleeding. He places a hand on her chest, desperately trying to cast a healing spell. But the magic sputters, unable to close the fatal wound. His eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes his power is useless. He screams the incantation, pouring all of his magic into her. But nothing happens, and he can only ask why. His voice cracks with desperation. The wound refuses to close. It's a simple injury, one he should be able to heal in an instant. But the rules of this world are cruel. Healing only boosts natural recovery. And if the damage is fatal, the spell is completely useless. A memory of her bright, cheerful smile flashes through his mind. But the girl in his arms is already gone, her eyes empty and cold. A sage cannot heal the dead, but he is a sage. and a sage can use resurrection magic, but there's always a catch. The catch is simple. Resurrection magic is only learned at level 35. And Alec is only level 10, a child prodigy who is still just a child. He remembers his grandfather's words, his plans for the future. The old man had wanted him to master the sage's path above all else. But Alec's true goal was always the Necromancer. He put it all off. A memory of a simpler time when his magic was just for fun. A memory of her smile, bright and full of innocent joy. The face of the girl he promised to travel the world with. All those promises, all those plans, now just shattered memories. He can only kneel there, broken, as the world fades to white. The world comes rushing back. He's still in the middle of a war. He casts Mind Boost, his grief replaced by a cold, empty focus. Jilly calls out his name, asking about Mia, trying to reach him. But Alec just walks forward, casting haste and protect on himself. Jilly can only watch in shock as Alec layers himself in barriers. He enchants his staff, turning the simple wood into a deadly weapon. A soldier charges in, seeing an easy kill on the grieving boy. A very, very poor life choice. The soldier's confidence vanishes, realizing his mistake far too late. With a guttural roar, Alec swings his staff like a club and brings it down with brutal, unforgiving force. The soldier's face contorts in agony from the brutal impact. Another charges forward, screaming curses at the boy who broke his comrade. But Alec is already casting again, unleashing a deadly air cutter. The remaining soldiers can only stare, stunned by his overwhelming power. He whispers a cold promise to himself, his voice devoid of all emotion. He follows with an icicle lance, cutting down the entire squad in an instant. Jilly screams his name, begging him to stop this reckless rampage. He warns that at this rate, Alec will burn through his own life force. But all our boy can see is her smile, a memory that fuels his rage. And he declares that for what they've done, there will be no forgiveness. Jilly can only watch from the tree line, helpless against his friend's rage. He grits his teeth, knowing Alec is pushing himself far beyond his limits. The soldiers are stunned, calling for their captain to deal with this monster. One of them unleashes a fire arrow, a desperate counterattack. But Alec just raises his staff, a dark power swirling around him. He unleashes a firestorm, engulfing them all in an unforgiving inferno. The survivors can only stare, wondering what kind of demon he truly is. And just then, their captain arrives, looking completely unimpressed by the carnage. Alec stands his ground, ready to face this new, more powerful foe. He notes the enchanted armor. This is no ordinary soldier, but a magic swordsman. The captain unleashes a lightning bolt of his own. He mocks the boy, calling his magic pathetic. But Alec knows a single spell won't be enough. He whispers a single chilling command. Die! The captain's confidence shatters as the boy's magic overpowers his. He falls to the ground, completely outmatched by the grieving child. His men can only stare in disbelief at their fallen leader. They break ranks and flee, calling him a monster. Apparently, they've just noticed. But Alec gives no quarter, refusing to let a single one escape. He cuts them down one by one, his grief now a storm of vengeance. He makes a silent vow to hunt down every last person who destroyed his home. The battle is over, leaving only a grim silence hanging over the village. The quiet rooftops stand as tombstones for a life that is now gone. A memory of the chaos flashes by, the villager's final desperate moments. He can only kneel there, the weight of his failure crushing him completely. He stands alone, a solitary figure left behind by the storm of violence. His hand trembles, a reminder of the power he used and the life he couldn't save. And he lets out a bitter laugh, realizing the cruel irony of his magic. He can't use resurrection, but he just unlocked instant death. Well, that's convenient. All around him are the results of a battle he won, but a war he lost. He kneels beside Mia, her face peaceful in death. His hand gently brushes her cheek one last time. His eyes are hollow, the fire of his rage now just cold ash. Jilly's voice cuts through the silence, asking if he's finally back. Alec calls out his friend's name, his voice barely a whisper. Jilly delivers the grim news. They are the only two left alive. Alec can only wonder what comes next, what future is left for them. But Jilly, ever the pragmatist, is already thinking of survival. And in response, Alec can only let out a broken, manic laugh. He marvels at Jilly's strength to think of the future in this nightmare. Alec finally snaps, screaming the horrifying truth out loud. But Jilly's response is cold, stating that everyone is already gone. He tries to silence Alec's grief, but it's far too late for that. Alec grabs him, demanding to know how he can be so calm. He questions if Mia ever even mattered to his so-called friend. A low blow, even for a grieving teenager. The accusation hits Jilly harder than any physical attack. Jilly's answer is simple, because he's not alone. He explains that if he'd lost everyone, he'd be just as broken as Alec. Alec looks up, finally seeing the terrible expression on his own face, and he knows he can't leave his last remaining friend behind. Alec's hand trembles, bandaged and bruised from the fight, a reminder of the price he paid for a victory that feels like a loss. He can only let out a small, broken sound, the fight gone from him. The fire in his eyes has been replaced by a hollow emptiness. He kneels, his body finally giving in to the overwhelming despair. Jilly can only watch as his friend completely breaks down. A memory of a happier time, a life that now feels like a dream. But the dream is over and all that's left is a ghost town. He sits alone, lost in his grief, wondering how long it's been. While Jilly goes to find food, Alec knows he has to do something too. His body is frozen, completely unresponsive to his will. All that training, all that power, and he couldn't save a single person. He knows what death is. A lonely, empty void he's fallen into before, but this time, his failure cost him the one person he promised to protect. He can only kneel beside her, a monument to his own weakness. But a strange light appears, taking the shape of a simple spoon. He reaches out, his hand closing around the mysterious object. A magical spoon appears. Because at this point, why not? He looks up, the despair in his eyes replaced by a chilling resolve. The silence of the dead hangs heavy over the ruins of his home. He hears a voice wondering if someone is there. His head whips around, his eyes wide with disbelief. A small, ghostly wisp emerges from a nearby door. It zips past him in a blur of ethereal light. He calls out, asking if it can possibly help him. A memory surfaces, a lesson on the Necromancer's unique skills, a power granted to only a select few, communion with the dead. A skill he could only master by leveling up his true class. He clenches his fist, realizing this power wasn't in the game. And in the depths of his despair, a new, terrifying path opens up. He thinks that if he can just use this newfound power, he might be able to do something for the girl he couldn't save. He follows the ghostly wisp, his grief now a cold resolve. It leads him through the silent, empty house. He follows without hesitation, his steps heavy with purpose. The spirit guides him up the stairs deeper into the home. It phases right through a closed door, a silent invitation, and Alec realizes, this is Mia's room. His hand trembles as he reaches for the doorknob. He takes a breath, steeling himself for what lies beyond. He pushes the door open, stepping into her room. It's just as she left it, a silent, peaceful space. His eyes scan the room, searching for a sign, for anything. The spirit guides him to a wardrobe, its purpose still a mystery. Just then, Jilly returns, calling out his friend's name. He sees the open door and a sense of dread fills him. He bursts in to find Alec on the floor, a knife by his side. A truly terrible way to find your last friend. Jilly screams his name, rushing to his side in a panic. A voice cuts through his fear, telling him not to think the worst. Because Alec is still standing, a ghost at the top of the stairs. Jilly stares up in shock, asking what he's doing up there. But Alec just puts a finger to his lips, telling him to be quiet. Jilly is completely bewildered by his friend's strange behavior. He follows Alec's gaze to find Mia's little sister, Anna, sleeping. A wave of relief washes over him, glad she's at least safe. He realizes they aren't the only survivors of the attack after all. The morning light filters through the trees, a stark contrast to the chaos. But the village itself remains a silent, broken ruin. Back inside, the house is quiet, a pocket of peace in the devastation. And Alec begins to prepare a meal, his focus absolute. He realizes Mia gave her life to protect her little sister, Anna. A memory of her standing defiant, ready to fight for her family, while the little girl hid, terrified, in the safety of a wardrobe. He thinks of her strength, so different from his own perceived failure. Jilly's voice cuts through his thoughts, announcing his return. He reports the village is empty. They have time for one last meal. He's even brought supplies and a change of clothes for Anna. Jilly, the world's most prepared post-apocalyptic friend. Alec thanks him, asking him to wake the little girl for breakfast. Left alone, he lets out a heavy, weary sigh. And Anna appears, walking down the stairs into her new reality. He greets Anna with a gentle smile, telling her breakfast is ready. But the simple meal does little to ease the girl's confusion. She looks around, realizing she's not in her own home. And then she asks the one question he was dreading. Where is Mia? Alec knows he can't avoid it, asking her to sit down for a talk. The little girl's eyes fill with dread, sensing the weight of his words. He starts to explain, asking if she remembers the attack from yesterday. He reminds her how Mia told her to hide, to stay safe in the closet. He takes a breath, the words catching in his throat, and then he delivers the final, crushing blow. Only the three of them survived. Anna struggles to understand, asking what happened to everyone else. She asks about her parents, and Alec gives a cold, simple answer. They were killed. She asks about the village chief, about Jilly's father, William. But for every name she lists, the answer is the same brutal truth. Finally, she asks the one question she's been dreading the most. And Alec forces himself to deliver the final, soul-crushing blow. The little girl's world shatters, her denial erupting in a cry of disbelief. She refuses to accept it, shouting that Mia promised she would be okay. She screams that Mia told her Alec would come, that he would save them all. And Alec can only sit there, crushed by the weight of his own failure. Her grief turns to rage, screaming at him for failing to protect her sister. The one question she can't let go of echoes through the silent room: why? And Alec's answer is simple, brutal, and honest: because I was weak. The words land like a physical blow, leaving the two children in a stunned silence. He continues, explaining that if he'd been stronger, Mia would still be alive. But Jilly offers a different, colder perspective. Mia wasn't strong enough either. Anna then turns the blame on herself, saying Mia could have escaped if she'd been stronger. A whole family of self-blamers, I see. Jilly tries to cut through the grief, shouting Alec's name to snap him out of it. But Anna questions their logic, asking if being strong gives you the right to do anything. Jilly agrees with a chilling certainty. In this world, the strong are forgiven for everything. Jilly slams his foot down, declaring the weak are always taken by the strong. But Alec screams back, refusing to accept such a cruel reality. The two friends stand in a tense silence, their grief now a bitter divide. But Jilly's words take root, and a dark realization dawns on Alec. Overwhelmed by it all, Anna sits in silence, her head bowed in sorrow. She finally looks up, begging them to make her strong so she's never a victim again. Her desperate plea cuts through his rage, catching him completely off guard. He understands that without power, the weak are simply food for the strong. Jilly kneels beside her, admitting they lacked everything they needed to protect their home. And Alec finally understands, vowing to never lose anyone important ever again. He covers his mouth, trying to stifle the sobs that threaten to break him. Through his tears, he makes a promise to Anna: they will get stronger together. The little girl can only cling to him, her own grief finally overflowing. Jilly watches them, the reality of their situation finally sinking in. Even he can't stay strong forever, turning away to hide his own tears. And so, the three survivors share one last silent meal in their ghost town. Anna packs her bag, clutching a drawing of the family she's lost. Jilly stands ready, his expression hardened by loss and a newfound purpose. Alec takes one final look at the house, a silent farewell to his past life. With only what they can carry, they leave their home behind, walking into an unknown future. They venture into the eastern forest, where Alec begins Anna's training. He's covered in a protective slime, assuring her that he'll be fine. She gets flustered, insisting he's her teacher, not just Alec. With a determined cry, she unleashes her first fire arrow spell. The spell flies straight for him, a test of both their skills. Anna celebrates her success, proud of her first real attack. But the slime on Alec's shoulder moves to intercept the spell on its own. He calmly slices the slime away, redirecting the attack with his sword. A very casual way to handle being a target dummy. The slime splashes down, extinguishing the fire arrow in an instant. Anna can only stare in awe, amazed by his effortless skill. He explains his gear is a hand-me-down from his grandfather's adventuring days. Jilly encourages Anna to keep practicing, impressed by her first attempt. Alec decides to teach her black magic, a path of pure power. He knows that for a girl seeking strength, this is better than healing. The scene reminds him of his own training with the sage. Anna's voice snaps him out of his memories, calling him master. He calls an end to the day's training, a new routine now established. The new title creates a distance, but he respects her decision. As night falls, they prepare a simple meal over the campfire. Jilly asks their destination, and Alec reveals their next stop: the port town of Vulks. Alec lays out their route to the port city of Vulks. Jilly is surprised, assuming their destination was the capital. But Alec has no intention of getting involved with royalty again. He explains that a port city offers cheap supplies and easy travel. Their first order of business will be getting guild cards for all three of them. He explains it's an ID that tracks their stats and waives travel taxes. It also serves as a passport, simplifying travel between nations. With their village gone, they're essentially ghosts without official IDs. A real pain for tax season, I'm sure. Jilly is shocked when Alec reveals his next plan: forming their own clan. He admits that for now, he has a very specific reason for it. He explains that a clan gets them a base and access to high-level quests. But Jilly points out the catch. A clan needs 3 members. Anna stands up, declaring she'll fight and get stronger to join them. Alec reassures Jilly, promising he'll train her thoroughly on the way. Jilly finally relents, putting his trust in his friend's judgment. 3 days later, Anna's training gets a very practical upgrade. She struggles to cast her spell, her hands shaking with nervousness. From behind a rock, she watches as an arrow finds its mark. Guess Jilly is handling the practical exam. The goblin never even knew what hit it. Alec asks if they pushed her too hard, as Anna looks ready to collapse. The goblin falls, riddled with arrows from their combined assault. And Anna's training progresses, until she can finally take one down on her own. But outside of combat, her survival skills are a work in progress. She apologizes for her mistakes, feeling like she's holding them back. But Alec just smiles, reassuring her that it's all part of the learning process. He tells her it's okay to fail, especially since it's her first time. But the memory of her sister hangs heavy, asking if Mia was better at this. Alec's smile is tinged with sadness as he remembers his promise to travel with her. A memory surfaces of a time he and Mia spent a week surviving in these same woods. He explains that Lily taught them how to live in the forest, just as he's teaching her now. Anna looks down, her face filled with a quiet sadness. The moment is broken by Jilly, offering a freshly cooked meal. Alec passes the food to Anna, a small gesture of care in their new life. But Jilly's expression turns serious. He has a question for Alec. He asks what a hunter becomes at level 50 and how he even got there. Jilly explains he leveled up by killing soldiers during the village attack. Well, that's one way to grind EXP. Alec realizes that in this world, killing humans grants experience too. Jilly asks what's wrong, but Alec just brushes it off, lost in thought. Jilly explains one path for a hunter is to become a sniper. The other is to become a ranger, a master of forest combat. Alec lays out another option, the Trap Master class, or he could become a treasure hunter, specializing in finding items. But Alec cuts to the chase, asking what Jilly truly wants to become. He explains the pros and cons. A sniper is a glass cannon for parties. A classic RPG dilemma. Jilly makes his choice without hesitation. He'll become a sniper. He claims just surviving is enough, but his eyes tell a different story. He finally admits the truth. He wants to be strong enough to fight with Alec. Alec smiles, his friend's loyalty cutting through the darkness. He gives Anna a reassuring pat on the head. A small moment of peace. With their plan set, he thanks Jilly and wishes Anna a good night. The next morning, Anna peeks out of their makeshift tent. 7 days have passed, and her training continues relentlessly. She asks her master what new monster they'll be facing today, and Alec has a very special lesson planned for her. He's asked Jilly to bring them a live orc for practice. He explains that while orcs are tough, they're also slow targets. A sound in the distance tells him their guest has arrived. Jilly bursts from the trees, announcing he's brought the target, and it looks very, very angry. The massive beast lumbers forward, a wall of pure muscle. Alec calls out her name, and Anna readies her wand for the fight. Her fire arrow strikes the orc, but barely leaves a scratch. The beast roars in fury, ready to crush its tiny attacker. Anna freezes in terror, her training forgotten in an instant. But Alec steps in, casting a bind spell to stop its advance. He tells her to keep attacking, to push through her fear. The orc's raw strength begins to shatter the magical restraints. She cries out in panic as the monster breaks free and charges. So Alec unleashes a new spell, a swirling vortex of black fire. The beast is completely consumed, turning to ash in an instant. Alec just critiques his own spell, a little underwhelmed by the results. A true perfectionist. He explains the fire vortex spell is weak, but it holds the target for 10 seconds. The only problem is its mana cost is 5 times higher than a normal spell. And to Anna's horror, the orc is still standing after the attack. It takes a heavy step forward, its eyes locked on the terrified girl. She can only let out a small sound of disbelief, completely frozen. So Alec steps in, pinning the beast with his staff. Guess the training wheels are off. Anna watches in terror, her mind completely blank once again. But her master is already casting another spell, a powerful lightning bolt. The magic slams into the orc's chest at point-blank range, and the massive beast is finally brought down for good. The orc lies defeated, a testament to Alec's overwhelming power. Anna can only stare, her first real battle leaving her completely stunned. She peeks out from behind her master, still shaken by the encounter. Alec explains that against tough enemies, she must always plan her next move. He reminds her that they're fighting to get stronger, to survive. Because if they're defeated, it's all over. Survival means nothing without victory. He tells her to always save enough energy to retreat if a fight turns sour. She apologizes for freezing up, but he reassures her he's not angry. He praises her efforts, promising she'll become strong in no time. But his words do little to ease the heavy burden on her young shoulders. The night passes, their small camp a lonely light in the darkness. But for Anna, sleep offers no escape from the horrors she's seen. She wakes with a start, her breath catching in her throat. In her dreams, she calls out for the sister she lost. She begs Mia not to leave her behind, a desperate, childish plea. The memory of that day plays over, a relentless nightmare. She screams her sister's name, trapped in the moment of her loss. Her cries echo into a vast, empty darkness. Alec's voice cuts through the dream, asking if she's all right. She finally wakes, the phantom tears of her nightmare still fresh. He offers to make her some hot milk to calm her nerves. Later, he studies a glowing book by the campfire's light. Anna's attention is drawn to a pile of strange equipment. He explains it's a magic item he crafted to sell for funds. She's stunned to learn he made their tent and lamps as well. He humbly says he can't do everything, unlike his grandfather. But his skills only make her feel more weak and useless. He turns, surprised by her sudden change in mood. She breaks down, saying Mia was better at everything than her. A classic case of little sister syndrome. She lists all the ways Mia was superior, a perfect travel partner. She falls to her knees, pleading with her new master. Through her tears, she begs him not to abandon her. Her desperation catches him completely off guard. She admits she's not cheerful or cute like her sister was. But Alec immediately shuts down her fears. He tells her she's his little sister now, and he'll never leave his family. But his kindness only breaks her further, screaming that her sister is gone. She's convinced that one day, she'll just be a burden to him. He grabs her shoulders, forcing her to look him in the eyes. He tells her that even with Mia gone, Anna is still his sister. He promises to stay by her side until she can stand on her own. She asks if he's telling the truth, if he'll really keep his word. He pulls her into a hug, a silent vow to protect what's left of his family. He tells her it's an absolute promise, and she finally lets her tears fall. He holds her tight, calling himself an idiot for not seeing her pain. He realizes he was completely blind to the depth of her fear and anxiety. To her, they weren't family, just the friends of the sister she lost. And she'd been fighting so hard, terrified of being abandoned. No pressure, kid. Their journey continues, marked by the bodies of countless monsters. And with every battle, Anna grows stronger, their path to Vulks becoming clearer. Jilly praises Anna's progress, telling her she did a great job. Anna asks what to do with the monster loot, and Jilly offers to carry it all. He hands her the items, and she shyly thanks him for his help. Jilly wonders why she only calls Alec brother, and Alec just laughs it off. Anna is now a level 15 black mage, leveling up even faster than Alec did. Alec reflects that he never had to fight this desperately before. But with nothing else to do, he can focus solely on getting stronger. He realizes at this rate, Anna might grow up to be a powerful, magical girl. Priorities, I see. But his thoughts drift back to Mia, wondering what she would think of all this. And so their small party continues its journey, a lonely light in the vast wilderness. Anna wishes her new family good night before heading to bed. Alec tells Jilly he'll take the first watch, a silent agreement between them. With the others asleep, Alec begins his solitary vigil. He steels himself, knowing tomorrow they finally reach the city of Vulks. Their long journey through the wilderness is ending, and their new life as adventurers is about to begin. He thinks of his grandfather's inheritance, a fortune for a villager. But for an adventurer, 5 million gold is basically just startup capital. He knows their small party will need to grow to truly survive, and every last coin will have to go towards getting stronger. He thinks about Jilly's path to becoming a sniper, and he wonders what advanced class Anna will choose for herself. As for him, he needs special items to become a necromancer, a goal that has now become his sole focus. But there's something else he's been sensing in the darkness, a strange unseen presence that's been following them. Ever since the attack, he's felt it growing stronger each day. He realizes it's his unique skill, communion with the dead. Guess the ghosts of his past are quite literal, a power he's felt since he was a child, now growing more potent. He wonders if their presence is why his level has been rising so fast. He wonders if this power is a result of all the death he's witnessed. But for now, his focus is on the future, and the long list of tasks ahead. They finally arrive at the gates of Vulks, their new life just a few steps away. A small toll is paid, the price of entry into a new world. The city bells ring out, marking the end of their long journey. For Anna, who has only known the village, the city is a breathtaking sight. The streets are alive with the sights and sounds of a bustling market. It's a world away from the quiet, peaceful life they once knew. Everywhere they look, there's something new and exciting to see. Anna is completely captivated, while Alec just tries to take it all in. But the high travel tax quickly brings him back to reality. Anna is eager to get to the guild, but also wants to explore. Jilly, however, is immediately distracted by a food stall. Priorities, man. Alec tries to wrangle his two very excited companions, but he relents, agreeing to let them see the city first. Nearby islands even house dangerous dungeons for adventurers, but its location is precarious, bordering the hostile Kars Empire, a place where countless battles have been fought in the past. And because of that bloody history, Vulks is a massive fortress city. Alec pulls out a map, explaining their route through the city's circular layout, but his companions are already lost in the sights and sounds of the bustling streets. Anna eagerly asks if they can go see the ocean. Alec points them toward the eastern port, promising a view of massive ships. Jilly gives him a suspicious look, wondering how he knows so much about this place. Our boy quickly covers his tracks, claiming he learned it all from a merchant. A likely story. Jilly seems to buy it, and Alec breathes a quiet sigh of relief. He mutters to himself, realizing he almost revealed his game knowledge. But as he looks around, he notices something is wrong with the city's economy. His friends call out to him, and he quickly snaps back to reality. Anna declares their next stop is the port, her excitement bubbling over. She rushes ahead, eager to see the massive ships up close. Jilly takes in the sheer scale of the vessel, a quiet awe on his face. But first, a mandatory stop for some delicious street food. Anna is completely stuffed, her sightseeing temporarily on hold. While Alec could eat more, Jilly is already worried about their budget for an inn. Priorities, I guess. With their stomachs full, Alec announces they've finally arrived at their first destination. He points out the Magician's Guild, their first official stop. Anna can only stare, amazed by the size of the building. Alec peeks inside, ready to get them registered and start their new lives. They step into the Magician's Guild, a quiet, studious hall. A friendly receptionist greets them with a warm, professional smile. Alec steps forward, asking to register himself and his young apprentice. The receptionist questions Anna's age, but Alec is ready with the rules. She's taken aback, but confirms that magic users of any age can join. Apparently, there are no child labor laws for mages. Anna looks up nervously, unsure if she's truly ready for this. The receptionist explains the guild card will confirm her abilities. She reaches under the counter, ready to begin the process. She presents a blank card, the key to their new identities. A magic circle on the back will bind the card to its new owner. The receptionist explains the card costs 500 gold, but the first one's free. Even in a fantasy world, there are administrative fees. She hands them the blank cards, their tickets to a new identity. Anna is instructed to press her hand firmly against the magic circle. With a bit of concentration, the process begins. And just like that, Anna's card is complete, displaying her impressive level. Alec notes that the card only shows their job classes, not their specific skills. The receptionist tells them to bring the cards back to get quests suited to their level. Anna turns to her brother, wondering what's taking him so long. But Alec can only stare at his own card, his face a mask of pure shock. It not only lists his insane stats, but also his name from his past life. Anna asks why he has so many job classes, but Alec realizes she can't see them all. The receptionist then turns her attention to Anna, ready to inspect her card, but her professional smile vanishes in an instant. She shouts that Anna is a level 15 black mage, higher than her own level. Her outburst draws the attention of everyone in the guild hall. She quickly apologizes for the commotion, completely flustered. But she knows if the little girl is this strong, her brother must be a monster. Alec frantically asks her to inspect his card in private. No need to advertise his overpowered status to the whole city. She understands immediately, rushing toward a back room. The door closes, leaving Alec to hope this situation stays under wraps. The door slams shut, sealing Alec's secret from the world. Outside, Jilly worries while Anna tries to stay positive. A sudden commotion echoes from down the hall. The door bursts open, and an old man demands to see the genius boy. It's Watson, the guildmaster, and he looks extremely serious. He grabs Alec, but the receptionist points to Anna, the supposed prodigy. Watson demands to know who taught him, and Alec reveals his connection to the sage. The name Gale stops the guildmaster in his tracks. Watson suddenly bows, leaving Alec completely flustered by the gesture. The old man laments that he never knew the sage had chosen a successor. Jilly is surprised to hear Anna call him Big Brother. The old man admits he never knew the sage had an apprentice. He insists on speaking with them, his expression serious. But Alec explains they still need to visit the Hunters Guild. Watson offers to write them a letter of introduction for an inn. Alec is stunned, wondering why he's being so helpful. The guildmaster just gives him a knowing look. He points out the boy's gear, recognizing it instantly. The fact that he has it is more than enough to prove his claim. Alec can only offer a quiet, grateful thank you. The guildmaster writes a letter, muttering about how troublesome the old sage was. He laments that his old friend could have at least sent word he was gone. Alec is confused, wondering how his grandfather was supposed to do that. The guildmaster finishes writing, sealing 2 letters with an official crest. He hands them to Alec, telling him to deliver them to the other guilds. With a sly wink, he calls it a little extra service on the house. He's even arranged a room for them at a guild-run inn down the street. Talk about a VIP welcome package. Alec thanks him for the incredible generosity, completely taken aback. Watson just smiles, telling him to come back later. He has questions. As they leave, Alec realizes he's found an unexpected and powerful ally. Alec reflects on how surprisingly kind the guildmaster was. He finds it strange considering Watson didn't even know his grandfather had died. Shaking it off, he rallies his friends to their next stop, the Hunters Guild. They arrive at a much more rustic-looking establishment. The process inside is much the same, with Jilly presenting his letter. Alec and Anna wait patiently for their friend to get registered, and just like that, Jilly proudly displays his new guild card. With their IDs secured, Alec announces their final, most important stop. They arrive at the clan management office, which looks more like a royal palace. Apparently, Adventurer HR has a very generous budget. Alec looks up, ready to take the next big step in their new life. He declares this is their most important objective for the day. A receptionist greets them, asking how she can help. Alec steps forward, announcing their intention to form a clan. She takes their cards, her eyes widening at Alec's job classes. She questions if he's the real deal, even with a letter from the guild master. Apparently being a kid prodigy is suspicious. With a professional nod, she begins to process their request. Alec notes her composure, impressed she's not questioning his stats. She reads the letter, confirming its authenticity. But the name Gale finally breaks her calm, asking if he's the sage's grandson. Alec is stunned she knows his grandfather, the old man's reputation preceding him yet again. She slams her hand down, declaring it's only natural. She gushes that the sage led the legendary clan White Owl. They were the only orichalcum-ranked clan in the city's history, a legendary group that defended the entire nation from its enemies. Countless adventurers were inspired to form their own clans in his name. The receptionist admits she's a huge fan like everyone else in Vulks. She declares this is the start of a new legend, much to Alec's dismay. No pressure, kid. She mutters to herself that heroes are always so annoyingly humble. With their identities confirmed, she asks if they know the requirements. Alec is confused, asking if they need more than just the 3 of them. She explains a clan is an officially recognized group supported by the city's lord. She lays out the first condition. They need 3 members at level 15 or higher. Anna peeks out, relieved that her intense training got her past the level gate. The second condition is a registration fee of 10,000 gold, which Alec accepts. He pays the fee, and the receptionist confirms the amount on the counter. She congratulates them. They are now officially a bronze-ranked clan. Jilly immediately asks about the clan house he was promised. But Alec is shocked to learn that clan houses are for silver rank and above. Looks like there's a catch. She explains the 5-tiered ranking system, a ladder they'll have to climb for better perks. Jilly realizes this means they'll be stuck camping or paying for an inn for now. She explains that ranking up requires meeting 2 of 3 conditions. The first is that the leader must have an advanced job class. The other 2 options are 1,000,000 contribution points or 1,000,000 gold, a small price to pay for a roof over their heads. So Alec confidently slaps down the cash, asking for an instant promotion. The receptionist can only stare, completely baffled by his request. He double-checks his math, sure that he's paid the correct amount, but her continued silence makes him wonder if he's misread the room. Her shock finally gives way to pure, unadulterated awe. She grabs him, declaring this is how legends are born. No one just skips bronze rank. She explains that most adventurers are broke. Paying 1,000,000 gold up front is simply unheard of. Alec tries to justify his logic, saying if you have the money, you use it. But his companions can only stare, completely unimpressed by his reasoning. Anna points out that her big brother is definitely not normal. The receptionist, however, is thrilled, calling him a next-generation hero. She gets back to business, confirming the clan's 3 members. But then she asks for a clan name, and Alec is completely stumped. His mind flashes back to all the edgy names from his gaming days, a trauma he'd rather not relive. She explains the top clans all have simple, descriptive names. Alec is surprised to learn there are only 4 high-ranking clans in the city. He realizes the naming convention is simple: a color and a feature. He decides on the color white, a legacy from his grandfather. He dismisses flashy names. They don't have a set strategy or crest. His friends can only wait, striking an identical, expectant pose. He needs something that truly defines what makes them different. And in a flash of insight, the perfect name comes to him. He turns to the receptionist, his decision finally made. He announces their clan name will be White Wisdom. His companions look on, a little puzzled by the choice. The receptionist asks if he means wisdom as in knowledge. Alex smiles, explaining that knowledge is their greatest weapon. He tightens his cloak, vowing to use his past life's knowledge to guide them. And so, White Wisdom is born, the first clan to ever reach silver rank on its first day. It's a name the people of Vulks will not soon forget. The receptionist's mind flashes back to a story she once heard, a tale of the legendary sage Gale from long ago, how he saved this very city from a demon duke's wrath. She can't contain her excitement, seeing the start of a new legend. His friends, however, are not impressed. But Alex's mind is filled with a different memory, a vision of the home he lost and the people he failed to save, a grim reminder of the pain that fuels his every move. But his mind is a prison, replaying the horrors he's witnessed. The bodies of his friends and neighbors litter the ground. And the face of Mia, her life stolen far too soon. He jolts awake, the nightmare still clinging to him. Morning comes, but offers little peace in their new inn-room. With their business done, they head to their new clan house. Alec can only stare, taking in the sight of their new home. Anna looks up, realizing this is their very own place. Jilly asks if this is really their house, a real upgrade from a tent. And with a genuine smile, Alec confirms their new life has begun. The receptionist proudly presents their new clan house. Jilly can't believe the size, worried he'll get lost inside. Alec stammers that this is far too grand for a silver rank clan. But she waves off his concerns, welcoming them into their fully furnished home. Inside, a young maid greets them with a formal bow. She introduces herself as Mary, their new personal maid. Because of course they get a maid. The receptionist reveals Mary as her little sister, asking Alec to take her on. Mary wastes no time, eagerly offering to give them a grand tour. Alec can only follow, realizing this family is a force of nature. She points out the dining hall, kitchen, and even a luxurious bathroom. Mary shows them the floor plan for the 10 private bedrooms upstairs. She cheerfully adds there's even a warehouse in the basement. Alec questions the receptionist, insisting this is far too grand for their rank. But she explains the guild is subsidizing it, and it's free for silver rank anyway. She then asks if he'd prefer the standard 3-room house instead. A classic upsell, but in reverse. Alec falls silent, weighing his options as Anna watches him. Jilly can't believe his ears, asking if Alec is really considering it. Anna wonders if 3 rooms are enough, but Alec knows they'll need more. Jilly remembers their plan to recruit new members for the clan. The receptionist smiles, promising a list of candidates will be ready soon. With the tour over, Mary presents the contract for him to sign. The receptionist smirks, knowing her plan has worked perfectly. Alec signs, explaining he secured a subsidy thanks to the guildmaster's letter. Anna celebrates, hoping this proves she's a capable member of the team. Melissa is already planning her future as the hero's personal secretary. Talk about playing the long game. The next day, they're summoned back to the Magician's Guild. A woman with glasses leads Alec through the guild's private halls. She announces his arrival to the guildmaster, who is waiting for him. Alec looks on nervously, unsure what this meeting is about. Watson greets him with a smile, noting he's heard all about their instant promotion. Alec admits he's caused quite a stir in the city. Watson formally introduces himself, claiming to be like a great uncle to the boy. Alec is confused, asking if they're truly related by blood. The old man explains they were orphans, raised like brothers under the same master. Alec admits his grandfather never spoke of his past. He then delivers the news. The sage died 7 years ago. The guildmaster quietly processes the loss of his old friend. He laments that Gale never sent word even to him. The woman with glasses chimes in, declaring Gale is a hero in Vulks. Apparently, the fan club is still active. Alec leans forward, eager to learn about the man his grandfather once was. Watson decides it's time to tell the boy the whole story. He and Gale grew up in a town that was ravaged by a deadly plague. The streets were filled with the sick, all just waiting to die. He and his brother were among them, their lives fading away. But in their darkest hour, a mysterious figure appeared, a powerful mage who saved them when they were on the brink of death. The plague was a curse, and their innate magic potential saved them. They became his apprentices, and Watson eventually joined the guild. But Gale became a legendary adventurer, so famous the Lord created the clan system just for him. Alec is stunned. The entire system was built to support his grandfather's overwhelming power. Alec can only marvel at his grandfather's insane power level. Watson recalls a war 50 years ago when an empire invaded. Gale faced 3,000 soldiers alone and won with 0 casualties. Talk about an overpowered family tree. That's why, Watson explains, everyone in Vulks knows the sage's name. But the story takes a tragic turn. Gale's lover died in battle. Broken by his loss, the legendary hero retired and left the city. Alec sees the terrible parallel between their lives. A heavy silence fills the room, 2 generations linked by grief. Watson then changes the subject, asking if Lily is doing well. The sudden question catches Alec completely off guard. Watson explains that Gale was once pursued to Kettle Village. Alec listens, the name of his home catching him by surprise. He then reveals the terrible truth. His village was attacked 16 days ago. He recounts how their homes were set ablaze by unknown invaders, and how almost everyone, including their beloved chief, was slaughtered. The news hits Watson like a physical blow, his face a mask of shock. Alec confirms that he, Jilly, and Anna are the only survivors of the massacre. The guildmaster can hardly believe it, asking if they traveled here all alone. He's overcome with grief and disbelief, muttering about the tragedy. A real gut punch for the old man. A heavy silence falls as he processes the horrific news. Alec explains the attackers were a disciplined, well-trained army. Watson's face darkens as he mutters a single word: the Empire. Alec can only confirm his worst fears are likely true. The guildmaster asks if the Duke was informed of Gale's death. A terrible realization dawns on Watson as he looks at a portrait. He tells Alec he must speak with the city's lord immediately. He promises to contact the boy once things have settled down. Alec turns to leave, his mind racing with this new information. But Watson stops him, offering his unwavering support in these dark times. Alec offers a genuine smile, grateful for the powerful new ally. Alec takes his leave, the heavy conversation finally over. He looks back, his mind already processing the new information. He'll trust Watson to investigate the attack on his village. For now, his own focus must be on gathering new allies. The guildmaster is left alone, the weight of the tragedy crushing him. Elsewhere, a different kind of meeting is taking place. The armored woman from the royal visit listens with a grim expression. Her companion seems far more agitated by the news they're receiving. Looks like someone's having a bad day at the office. Back at the clan house, Alec stares at a blank page, planning their next move. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure arrives at a grand, imposing estate. A young man named Rouge Howard arrives at the clan house. He's here for an interview, hoping to join White Wisdom. The door opens and Mary greets him with a cheerful smile. She confirms he's here for the interview and leads him inside. Rouge tries to calm his nerves, banking on his guild recommendation. Mary leads him to a large door where his future awaits. Inside, Alec, Anna, and Jilly are waiting for him. Rouge recognizes the legendary sage's grandson immediately. He gives a deep, formal bow, introducing himself properly. Alec stands, welcoming him as the leader of the clan. The job interview is officially underway. Alec gestures for the young man to take a seat. Rouge wonders if his noble status will affect his position here. Alec introduces Jilly, a level 50 hunter and the clan's sub-leader. The news of Jilly's high level leaves Rouge completely stunned. He then introduces Anna, a 7-year-old level 15 black mage. Rouge can only stammer a greeting, baffled by the little girl's power. He realizes with a jolt that this child is the same level as him. Talk about a reality check. Finally, Alec explains his own role as a sage and alchemist. He reveals that he crafts and sells magic items to fund their clan. But Rouge realizes with a shock that neither of those are advanced classes. Rouge's mind shatters, unable to comprehend Alec's multiple job classes. Alec calmly finishes their introductions, oblivious to the man's internal crisis. He then tries to shift the interview back to Rouge, but the young noble interrupts, demanding to know how they got so strong. Alec explains their training came from family and a master named Lily. The name stops Rouge cold. Lily was a member of the legendary White Owl. Alec is surprised he knows of her, confirming she's an incredible fighter. He then reveals he trained Anna to level 15 in just 2 weeks. A casual flex that breaks the man's brain. Rouge can't believe it. That kind of growth is simply impossible. He looks at the small girl, realizing Alec's true power isn't in combat but in leadership. Rouge leans forward, pleading with Alec to let him join White Wisdom. He wants to follow in his grandfather's footsteps, who served in the legendary White Owl. The revelation leaves both Anna and Jilly completely surprised. His ultimate dream is to restore his fallen house to its former glory. Alec calmly asks if that's why he thinks this clan can help him. Rouge's hope soars, thinking he's finally found his path forward. But Alec's advice is simple and brutal. Give up on becoming a knight. The young noble is left completely speechless by the suggestion. Well, that's one way to start a performance review. Alec explains he's heard of Rouge's grandfather, Cain Howard. The name drop catches Rouge completely off guard. Alec recalls the legend of the Shield Knight, Cain Howard. Rouge confirms it's a famous story, though now suppressed. But Alec explains a normal knight could never have that power. Rouge is stunned, asking if his grandfather was a guardian instead. Alec confirms it, a job class specializing in aura-based protection. He explains that while swordsmen learn aura skills, they're weak. Rouge admits his family never told him any of this. Looks like someone forgot to pass down the build guide. His grandfather died young and the truth of his power was lost. All he knows for sure is that Cain started as a simple swordsman. Rouge clenches his fist, desperate to believe this new truth. Rouge processes the revelation, his mind reeling with the possibility. He asks if he too can become a guardian, and Alec confirms it's possible. Anna chimes in, reassuring him that Alec knows all the necessary steps. The young noble looks to Alec, his eyes wide with desperate hope. But Alec explains the downside. Guardians have very low attack power. Rouge realizes why his family fell. A tank is useless without a party. Guess solo leveling wasn't an option for Grandpa. He remembers the cruel whispers of other nobles, mocking his family's decline. The painful memories rush back, a lifetime of shame and doubt. Alec explains that in peacetime, the Guardian class was simply forgotten. He asks if Rouge still wants this path, extending a hand to the young noble. Rouge admits he's always admired his grandfather's legendary achievements. He remembers his own father's despair, a man broken by that very same legacy. The painful memories of his family's decline rush back to him. But Alec's words have offered him a path he never knew existed. He grits his teeth, his expression hardening with a new resolve. With a sudden, decisive move, he slams his fist down on the armrest. He falls to his knees, pledging his shield and his life to Alec's cause. A bit dramatic for a job interview, but it gets the point across. Alec looks down, the weight of the young noble's plea settling on him. With a quiet understanding, he accepts the desperate offer. He stands, officially welcoming the first new member of White Wisdom. Alec promises he'll personally guide him to the Guardian class. He vows to find a place where Rouge's new skills will be truly valued. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Rouge takes his hand in a formal thanks. He declares with renewed purpose that he will prove his worth. Back at the clan house, a new chapter has officially begun. With their first recruit secured, another interview is on the horizon. Later, Alec reviews applications as Jilly checks in on him. Jilly worries about Rouge, wondering if he's happy with his new path. But Alec turns the concern back on him, telling him not to push himself. He offers a reassuring smile, insisting that everything is fine. A classic "I'm fine" from someone who is definitely not fine. Jilly's concern is met with a simple, unconvincing reassurance. The next day, at the Martial Artists Guild, someone is having a very bad morning. A young fighter is stunned to learn he's been recommended to a silver rank clan. He argues with the guildmaster, insisting he's completely useless in a party. But his protests are ignored. He's been ordered to go to the interview anyway. He can't believe he's being thrown into a high-stakes job interview. And to make matters worse, it's happening today. No time to prep the resume, I guess. Later, a nervous young man introduces himself as Hastiel. He sits before the leaders of White Wisdom, his future in their hands. Alec immediately analyzes his build, a pure attacker who's completely abandoned evasion. Alec recognizes the pattern immediately. Another classic case of a bad build. He explains the martial artist class is built around dodging and countering, but Hastiel admits he put all his skill points into pure attack power. He knows a fighter who can't dodge is useless, but he still thinks it's the right path. Alec just smiles, a familiar look of someone who knows all the cheat codes. He lays out a new skill path, a way to make this glass cannon build viable. He even reveals the ultimate move, the explosive wave motion fist. Hastiel can only stare, completely baffled by this new information. He shouts in disbelief, asking if a skill like that even exists. Alec confirms it, a move so powerful it can one-shot a rock golem. Looks like Hastiel's bad build is about to become a feature. Alec asks if that was the ultimate move Hastiel was aiming for. The young fighter admits it was, but everyone told him it was a myth. Alec realizes this must be another piece of lost or secret knowledge. Hastiel clenches his fist, his resolve hardening as he tells his story. He explains that his village was once attacked by a rock golem. A lone adventurer saved them, destroying the beast with a single punch. As a poor kid, he was inspired by the man who needed no weapon. He vowed to become just as strong, focusing only on attack power. A classic case of putting all your eggs in one very punchy basket. But the real world wasn't so kind. No party wanted a glass cannon. Now he's stuck gathering herbs, his dream all but forgotten. Jilly points out the obvious flaw in his build. A frontline fighter who can't dodge is basically a punching bag. But Alec just smiles, explaining he's a sage who can heal him instantly. Plus, they now have an excellent shield to back him up. Hastel is left completely baffled by this new strategy. So Alec makes his offer. Join White Wisdom and they'll make his dream a reality. The young fighter can only stare, his hope rekindled. But Alec warns him the path forward will be grueling. It will require a resolve stronger than any he's ever known. Hastel's eyes widen, a fire of determination igniting within him. He leaps to his feet, declaring he'll endure any hardship for this chance. All Alec asks in return is for the young man to trust him completely. A few days pass, and the new team finally assembles for their first mission. Alec cheerfully announces their first order of business: power leveling. But the new recruits seem a bit hesitant, suggesting introductions first. Rouge is the first to step forward, ready to present himself. He introduces himself as Rouge Howard, a level 15 swordsman aiming for the Guardian class. Hastel can only stammer, already feeling the pressure of his new party's strength. Next up is Rose, a 16-year-old level 14 thief. She offers a cheerful greeting, but Hastel is still reeling from the level gap. Looks like someone's feeling a bit underpowered. He stares at the young girl, his own confidence clearly shaken. Finally, he introduces himself as Hastel, an 18-year-old martial artist. He then admits his level is only 12, a fact that clearly embarrasses him. But Alec just smiles, announcing it's time for their first mission to begin. Their destination is a lone structure in the middle of the ocean. The undersea cave, a perfect spot for some high-stakes team building. Rose makes a less than graceful entrance into the dungeon's waters. Inside, Alec gathers his new team to lay out the battle plan. He assigns Rose the role of scout, asking her to find their targets. Once she finds them, she's to lead the monsters straight to Rouge. Rouge's job is simple: tank the hits and draw all the attention. And Anna will be the finisher, taking down the immobilized monsters with ease. Hastel asks what his role in this grand strategy will be. Alec bends down, picking up a simple stone from the cave floor. He places the small rock in the martial artist's hand. He explains Hastel's job is to throw the rock and then wait patiently. A truly revolutionary battle tactic. Hastel can only stare, completely baffled by the instructions. He argues that throwing a rock isn't exactly a high-damage move, but he reluctantly accepts that this must be part of his training. Alec looks him dead in the eye, asking for his complete trust. With the plan set, he sends Rose deeper into the cave to begin. The team watches as Rouge takes his position, ready for the harsh training to begin. Hastel can only wonder what kind of training this is. Meanwhile, Rose waits patiently for her target to appear. She springs into action, grabbing the monster's attention. And Hastel continues his vital mission. Holding a rock, Rose leads the beast back, announcing she's brought a friend. Rouge steps forward, shield raised, ready to take the hit. He shouts, drawing the creature's full attention to himself. The monster takes the bait, its sharp teeth bared. It locks onto its target, charging straight for the young knight. A real test of his new career path. The attack slams into his shield in a burst of energy. With Rouge holding the line, Anna unleashes a lightning bolt. The beast is dispatched in an instant, its body smoking in the water. Alec claps, explaining that this is their basic combat strategy. He tells Rouge his shield bash won't cause knockback, making him a stable anchor. He then turns to Hastel, telling him to throw his rock next. With a cheerful cry, Alec tells them to keep up the pace. Rose returns with their next target, a rather angry-looking octopus. And Hastel continues his vital mission of holding a single, solitary rock. Rouge takes the hit, getting covered in a sticky, slimy substance. And Anna prepares to finish it off, her wand aimed and ready. Hastel continues his intense rock-holding training. He wonders if this is truly the path to ultimate power. Meanwhile, Anna dispatches another monster with a lightning bolt. Alec notes that her level has already gone up from the fight. Rose and the others congratulate her on her rapid progress. Alec gives her a proud pat on the head for a job well done. The new recruits can only watch the familiar domestic scene. Rouge quietly asks if the little girl is Alec's sister. Alec just smiles, admitting he might be playing favorites. But Hastel just scoffs, insisting it's none of his business. Alec then points out that Hastel has also leveled up from the fight. The martial artist clenches his fist, noticing his own aura has grown stronger. He looks at his hands, confused, feeling his senses have been sharpened. He realizes this passive training is honing his skills in a way he never expected. Alec just smiles, explaining this is all part of refining his one-shot kill build. He looks on with a quiet, confident smile. He knows that at this rate, Hastiel's dream is finally within reach. The young fighter's eyes widen, his determination renewed. His mind flashes back to the hero who saved his village long ago, and he makes a silent vow to become just as strong as the man who inspired him. Alec tells Hastiel it's time for them to move forward. The young fighter clenches his fist, ready to throw as many rocks as it takes. He declares his complete faith in his leader and heads deeper into the cave. As they walk, Rose reflects on the young man's simple dream. The newly formed party ventures further into the dungeon's depths. Their footsteps echo in the quiet, damp cave. Rose muses that a dream alone won't fill your stomach. A very practical take on the shonen power fantasy. But far away in the royal capital of the Pendragon Kingdom, a familiar knight walks the halls of a grand palace. It's Chris, the princess's flustered guard. He announces his arrival at a grand door, summoned by the princess herself. He pushes open the heavy doors to her private chambers. He finds the princess in a moment of quiet prayer. She turns, her prayer finished, and asks for his report. He delivers the terrible news. The sage's village has been wiped out. The princess takes in the information with a grim, quiet acceptance. Chris suspects it was the Empire's doing, and she agrees they acted fast. She turns away, asking for his opinion on their next move. She decides she must be more careful, lest her brother notice her plans. So there's a brother in the picture. Great. A quiet moment of contemplation as she weighs her options. But a small smile forms. With the sage's village gone, so is the illusion of his protection. She declares that now it's time for a fun little war. A cold resolve settles on her face, her path now clear. Back in the dungeon, Rose hopes their leader will be pleased. She's practically sparkling with excitement over their haul. Surrounded by monster parts, she dreams of the fortune they'll make. But Hastiel reminds her all loot belongs to the clan. Party funds come first, apparently. He knows Alec will craft them into items, but he'll miss the raw materials. Rouge points out they couldn't have done any of this without Alec. Hastiel agrees, realizing their leader is truly one of a kind. He then tries to get Rose to help with the butchering, but she's not interested. Anna asks why Rose is acting like a common thief. She explains that butchering is a hunter's job, as Jilly demonstrates. Rose glances over, clearly not eager to get her hands dirty. The boys are already hard at work, covered in monster guts. But Rose is just happy that Anna is finally talking to her. She gets a little too close for comfort, much to Anna's dismay. Alex sees an opportunity, approaching Rose with a cheerful smile. He hands her a list of monster parts and their market value. A very subtle hint. He asks her to take over the butchering, since it's a hunter's job. He adds that if she does the work, she can keep the spoils. Rose is not thrilled with this performance review. He cheerfully explains that the quality of their meals now depends entirely on her. Rose happily accepts the challenge, eager to prove her worth to the team. With the day's hunt over, Alec announces it's time for everyone to pitch in. He points out an injury on Rouge's leg, a reminder of the day's brutal battles. Their haul is impressive, a pile of valuable monster parts and pearls. But Rose's initial excitement quickly fades into nervous exhaustion. 3 days later, the new recruits are completely wiped out. Welcome to the Power Leveling Express, folks. Hastiel admits that at least their leader is always there to heal them. But Rouge can barely speak, still reeling from the non-stop forced march. And Rose can only agree, the brutal training pushing her to her absolute limit. But Alec just cheerfully announces they have 2 more days of this. Anna tugs on his cloak, reassuring him that she can still keep going. Rouge and Hastiel try to rally, insisting they can't show weakness now. Even in her exhaustion, Rose is thrilled with their haul of materials. Alec explains they just need to survive 2 more days to earn a weekend off. A surprisingly modern HR policy for a fantasy world. He then sweetens the deal, promising their first salary upon their return. The news sends a jolt of energy through Rose, her exhaustion forgotten. She celebrates wildly, thanking Alec for the incredible offer. But Anna quickly intervenes, pulling the overly enthusiastic thief away from her brother. 4 days later, back at the clan house, Alec gets ready to craft. Alec surveys the massive pile of monster parts and pearls on his alchemy table. He reflects that Rose, in particular, has been working incredibly hard. With this much material, he's confident the clan's finances are more than secure. The grind was definitely worth it. But his work is interrupted as Mary peeks in, announcing he has a visitor. She explains it's an elderly woman from the local orphanage, leaving Alec confused. He follows her out of the workshop, still unsure what this is about. In the sitting room, an elderly woman in a nun's habit greets him formally. She introduces herself as Lana, the director of the Vulks orphanage. She explains she's here because she heard Rose is now in his care, catching Alec off guard. As they sit down, Lana apologizes for the intrusion and Alec realizes the connection. Lana explains she took Rose in after her parents died, leaving her with no one. A few years ago, Rose left to make her own way, joining the Thieves Guild. Alec says Rose is out, but Lana clarifies she's actually here to see him. She smiles, telling him to be less formal, just like his grandfather used to. The comparison to the legendary sage leaves Alec completely baffled. As Mary brings tea, she reveals the orphanage was founded by Gale himself. Looks like Grandpa was a secret philanthropist. Just then, Rose returns, announcing she's back from her errands. She spots the unexpected guest from down the hall. Peeking around the corner, her face is a mask of pure shock. She cries out, stunned to see the director of her old orphanage in her new home. Lana reveals Gale founded the orphanage but insisted she take all the credit. She admits she came as soon as she heard Rose had joined his clan. Rose peeks from the doorway, worried she'll be a bad influence on them. But Alec just smiles, revealing he was also an orphan raised by his grandfather. The revelation leaves Rose completely stunned and speechless. She stammers that she only got here thanks to his strict guidance. Alec explains that his friends and sister are also orphans, and this clan is their new home. A real collection of strays. This one. The old nun is moved to tears by his noble intentions. Rose admits she'd assumed he was just some spoiled rich kid living off his family name. She realizes even little Anna is stronger and has been fighting just as hard. The old nun smiles, admitting she was worried about Rose's future. But she reveals the orphanage has received anonymous donations for years. She's always suspected it was Rose, ever since the day she left. But the large sums of money made her fear Rose was in danger. A flashback reveals Rose's past, watching a man harass a barmaid. She used her skills to relieve the man of his coin purse. A real Robin Hood in the making. A swift, unseen hand secures the stolen pouch of gold. She proudly displays her prize, a mischievous look on her face. Her old mentor scolds her for using her skills for thievery. But Rose saw no crime in taking from those who deserved it. But Lana smiles, saying she wants Rose to live for herself now. Alec can only listen, the weight of her words settling in. A flashback shows Rose's past, caring for the other children. Alec reassures her that Rose will be safe in his clan. Rose hides, ashamed, muttering that she's too busy for such worries. With her piece said, the old nun takes her leave from the clan house. Rose is left alone in the hall, her thoughts a quiet storm. She finally breaks, a quiet sob escaping in the empty hall. But Alec finds her, his sudden appearance catching her off guard. He explains the director just left, but Rose seems surprised he was looking for her. She tries to laugh it off, saying she just wanted to put the director's mind at ease. With a quick farewell, she makes a hasty retreat down the hall. Alec is left to wonder about the girl's complicated past. Later that night, a quiet calm settles over the clan house. In her room, Rose studies a list of monster parts, her new duty. But a sudden knock at her door breaks her concentration. It's Alec asking if she has a moment to talk. They sit together on the balcony, and he brings up the director's visit. He then suggests that their clan should start donating to the orphanage. A surprisingly wholesome use of monster-slaying profits. The idea catches Rose completely off guard, her eyes wide with disbelief. Rose is flustered, asking why he'd go so far for her. She insists it's not his responsibility to carry her burdens. But Alec explains it's a lesson from his grandfather, to use his power for others, a lesson that came with a harsh truth. You can't save everyone, so he's decided to protect those he can reach, those closest to him. The idea of someone fighting for her sake is a foreign concept. She quietly asks if that promise includes her. Alec just smiles, saying of course it does, they're all family now. Looks like the clan is also a support group. The word family echoes in her mind, a concept she'd long forgotten. With a bright, genuine smile, she decides to call him Big Brother, too. But Anna quickly objects, declaring that Alec is her big brother. Rose suggests calling him Boss instead, since she's the older one. She insists it has a better family feel, and the new title is settled. Looks like the clan now has a mob boss. The next day, Alec prepares for another round of interviews. He's already exhausted just thinking about the work ahead. He offers Rose a monthly salary of 20,000 gold. He promises raises for promotions, and Rose instantly accepts the offer. She's stunned. There aren't more conditions attached to the job. She cheerfully admits that money is all that matters to her. A girl after my own heart. And with that, the new members of White Wisdom are officially assembled. Alec reviews his new party, each member assigned a specific role. He vows to make White Wisdom an unshakable fortress for his new family. But first he needs to power level everyone before Jilly returns. And so, the newly formed party sets sail for a new adventure. 14 days later, their journey is finally nearing its end. Though for Rouge, the end can't come soon enough. The Shield Knight's one weakness is apparently motion sickness. Anna asks if they're there yet, while Alec tries to comfort their ailing tank, but Hastiel spots their destination on the horizon, shouting for his leader. They approach a volcanic island, their next training ground. The new recruits can only stare in awe at the sight before them. He announces their destination, the aptly named Goblin Island. Alec turns to his new party, asking if they're ready for what's to come. He warns them this dungeon is on a completely different level. The island's boss, he reveals, is the legendary Goblin King, and their one and only objective is to take its head. This, he declares, is the final exam of their brutal training regimen. And so, they make their approach to the shores of Goblin Island. Once on land, Alec checks in with his newly forged team. They shout their readiness, their levels now impressively high. The training montage was clearly a success. With a cheerful smile, Alec begins to explain the island's layout. He lays out a map, explaining their landing spot is far from the island's center. Their first goal, he explains, is the mine at the heart of the island. A small village of miners has posted a quest to cull the local goblin population. He casually tells them to take out 20 goblins on their way to the main boss. Anna asks if they'll only be facing the standard run-of-the-mill goblins. He clarifies that the island is also home to archers, shamans, and goblin leaders. The deeper they go, the harder it gets, with the main nest on the far side of the island. Rose points out that their strategy is the same, but fighting humanoids feels different. Alec suggests she ask Anna for tips, since she's their resident goblin-slaying expert. The news that a 7-year-old is a goblin pro leaves Rose completely speechless. Anna clenches her fists, declaring she's more than ready to trample some goblins. Alec sets their course, their first stop being the village near the mine. The path forward is already littered with the bodies of their fallen foes. Rose proves her worth, dispatching a goblin with a single deadly strike. But the brutal reality of combat leaves her more than a little shaken. She's impressed by their efficiency, but still adjusting to the grim work. The newly formed party presses onward, a well-oiled goblin-slaying machine. They finally spot their destination, the mining village nestled in the woods. Alec prepares to head in alone, but Rouge frantically tries to stop him. Rouge tries to take command, offering to clear the path with the others. A noble gesture from the guy who gets seasick, but Alec just waves them off, heading into the village alone. Hastiel marvels at how their leader knows this place so well. Anna overhears them, asking about the god they mentioned. Rose explains that this particular faith isn't common in their kingdom. Hastiel is shocked she doesn't know the god of light, a god named Suran, whose power is the source of all magic. Rose is surprised to learn even a thief's skills come from a god. Apparently, divine power has a very loose definition of legal. But Alec returns, having already secured them a place to rest. The party settles in for a much-needed night of sleep. Alec wakes Hastiel, telling him it's time to take over the watch. Hastiel is wide awake, asking Alec if it's still too early to get up. He wonders if even their unflappable leader is feeling nervous. But Alec explains it's not nerves, but pure anticipation. He admits that becoming a true adventurer has always been his dream. The word dream echoes in Hastiel's mind, a familiar, powerful feeling. He cheerfully confirms he's been practicing the special move Alec taught him. Alec explains that with this new skill, he can defeat the Goblin King. But he warns the young fighter that he'll only get one chance. No pressure, though. Alec smiles, admitting this is a foe on a whole new level for him, too. With the plan set, they try to get some rest before the final battle. Hastiel's mind is clear, his resolve hardened for the coming battle. The next day, on the far side of the island, their final test begins. Anna unleashes a spell, but a goblin lunges, catching her off guard. She stumbles, her concentration broken by the sudden ambush. Another goblin closes in from behind, ready to strike her down. But Rose is there in a flash, saving her with a well-timed backstab. Talk about a thief's honor. Anna offers a quiet thanks, shaken but grateful for the save. Rose reports back to her boss, admitting she's finally getting the hang of this. But a lone goblin watches from the shadows, noting their growing strength. Alec realizes with a grim certainty that these aren't just mindless monsters. Rose steels herself, knowing this is no time to be squeamish. She steps forward, ready to prove her worth in the fight. A goblin leader and its minions emerge from the trees, ready for a fight. Alec spots the new threat, trusting his team to handle it on their own. The party spreads out, executing their well-practiced formation. Rouge takes the lead, drawing the goblin's attention with a defiant roar. His shield holds firm against the leader's brutal assault. But a goblin archer watches from the back line, looking for a weak spot. Guess range support is a universal concept. It draws its bow, ready to pick off the party from a distance. But Rose is already moving, flanking the archer for a silent takedown. Her blade finds its mark, silencing the archer for good. She scoffs, boasting that her stealth skills are far superior. Meanwhile, Hastiel gathers his energy, a storm waiting to be unleashed. Rouge holds the line, his shield taking the brunt of the assault. Anna sees her opening, her eyes locked on the goblin leader. She unleashes a fire arrow, ready to turn up the heat. The spell slams home, sending the goblins flying back in disarray. But another one charges forward, trying to break their formation. A classic case of not learning from your friend's mistakes. Rouge meets the charge with a powerful shield bash. He follows through with his sword, cutting the creature down. The last goblin falls, its life fading away. Rose and Rouge are surprised by how easily they won. Alec declares their teamwork is now perfect for the task ahead. But Hastiel spots a path leading from where the goblins came. It leads them to a horrifying sight, the main goblin encampment. Rose realizes this isn't just a nest, it's a whole village. And their interior decorating is just awful. Hastiel points out the sheer number of specialized goblins. But Alec's response is simple and cold. They will hunt them all. Inside the camp, the goblins are on high alert. The party moves silently through the undergrowth, ready to strike. Rouge panics, insisting this is a job for multiple clans, not just them. Rose points frantically, shouting that they've already been spotted. A horde of goblins swarms out of the encampment, ready to attack. But Alec just steps forward, telling his team he'll handle this one. He unleashes a massive spell, a thunderstorm of his own making. The goblins are caught in a whirlwind of pure electrical energy. Rouge can only watch as the entire goblin vanguard is wiped out in an instant. With a cheerful smile, Alec declares that the hunt has officially begun. The remaining goblins can only stare, their faces a mask of pure rage. And so, the party charges forward, ready to finish what he started. Alec takes command, ordering Rouge to hold the line at all costs. The young knight roars a challenge, drawing the full force of the horde. They crash against his shield, a brutal, overwhelming wave of bodies. He grits his teeth, straining under the immense, unrelenting pressure. Meanwhile, Rose is tasked with protecting the backline from any stragglers. But Hastiel is left confused, wondering what his role is in all this. The young martial artist feels completely sidelined from the main fight. But he steels himself, putting his complete faith in his leader's plan. Guess rock throwing was just the warm-up. The battle rages on, Anna's magic carving a path through the chaos. The goblins are suddenly immobilized, caught in a magical bind spell. With the enemy immobilized, Rouge runs one through with his sword. He grits his teeth, vowing that none of them will get past him. He follows up with a shield swing, clearing a path through the horde. The goblins are sent flying, their formation completely shattered, and Anna unleashes a firestorm, incinerating the stunned creatures. Rouge can only marvel at the little girl's overwhelming firepower, but his attention is suddenly drawn by an attack from the side. He's struck by a magical blast, catching him completely off guard. He realizes a shaman is hiding in the ranks, pelting him with fire arrows. But Rose is already on it, silencing the goblin caster for good. Rouge shouts his thanks to Rose, grateful for the timely assist. But their celebration is cut short as another wave of goblins charges forward. Rouge can only watch in disbelief, wondering if this horde is truly endless. He stands his ground amidst the carnage, vowing that the front line will not fall. He realizes this brutal trial is forcing him to grow stronger than he ever thought possible. With a defiant roar, he challenges the next wave to do their worst. A new, more powerful goblin leader steps forward to answer his call. The blow slams into his shield with a bone-jarring impact. The goblin leader realizes this human's defense is on another level, and Rouge struggles to hold on, his arms straining against the overwhelming power. But with Alec's buffs, Rouge holds the line against the goblin leader. He follows up with a shield swing, sending the creature stumbling back. He shouts his thanks, knowing Alec's support is keeping him in the fight. Anna sees her opening, unleashing a powerful firewall to block their path. The spell sends the remaining goblins flying, breaking their charge completely. All the while, Alec coordinates from the back, a one-man support unit. The battlefield is a testament to their perfect, brutal efficiency. Rouge catches his breath, wondering if the worst is finally over. Famous last words in a dungeon, my friend. But Hastiel's frantic shout draws their attention to a new threat. In the distance, the Goblin King finally makes his grand entrance. The Goblin King is a mountain of muscle and cheap-looking armor. He steps over the body of his fallen soldier, his sword raised high. The final boss of the island makes his grand, ugly entrance. But Alec just smiles, welcoming the Goblin King to the party. He tells his team to hold the line for just 2 more minutes. He then turns to Hastiel, telling him to prepare his ultimate move. The king leads his royal guard in one final desperate charge. Rouge meets the assault head-on, his shield the only thing holding them back. A promotion is definitely in order for this guy. Rose sees her chance, moving to flank the king while he's distracted. The Goblin King roars, his full attention now on the battle before him. But her attack is easily parried by the Goblin King. He sends her flying with a single, brutal backhand. Rouge and Rose realize they might not survive the 2 minutes Alec asked for. But Alec has a plan, ordering Anna to cast a firewall down the center. A massive wall of flame erupts, splitting the Goblin army in two. Meanwhile, Hastiel focuses, gathering all his energy for a single strike. He takes his stance, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Alec casts his final buff, enchanting Hastiel's fists with raw power. The young martial artist's hands glow, ready to unleash his ultimate move. The Goblin King is now completely isolated, trapped by the wall of fire. Hastiel hesitates, his mind racing with doubt. He remembers Alec's final words. All he has to do is trust him. The Goblin King roars, trapped and furious, ready to strike down anyone who approaches. But the battlefield is set, the king perfectly isolated for the final blow. Alec gives the command, telling Hastiel to close the distance now. In a flash of pure speed, Hastiel vanishes from his spot. He reappears in front of the king, his fist ready to deliver the final judgment. The goblin horde can only watch, stunned by the fighter's impossible speed. The king's arrogant expression shatters into one of pure, utter shock. And Hastiel's ultimate move, the explosive wave motion fist, finds its mark. The martial artist's fist glows with an immense, focused power. He unleashes the full force of the legendary technique. The Goblin King's armor shatters under the overwhelming impact. The massive beast is sent flying, its reign of terror over. The rest of the party can only stare, completely stunned by the display. The Goblin King lies defeated, a testament to Hastiel's new power. He turns to the remaining goblins, his expression cold and determined. He clenches his fist, declaring his victory, his dream finally realized. The goblin horde breaks, fleeing in absolute terror. Guess they didn't sign up for a one-punch-man crossover. Rose rushes forward, amazed he took down the boss in a single blow. Hastiel can only stare, the shock of his own power still sinking in. He picks up the simple rock he was told to carry, his old mission now obsolete. With a quiet grunt, he walks away, the weight of his past finally lifted. The tension finally breaks, and he lets out a wild, triumphant laugh. Anna rushes forward, declaring him the undisputed MVP of the day. But when Alec approaches, Hastiel offers him a new name, Hasty. He explains it's a name reserved only for those he considers close, and he asks his leader to be the one to use it. A real sign you've made it in the party. Alec takes in the young man's earnest request. With a warm smile, he accepts, welcoming Hasty to the team. Alec and Hasty share a fist bump, a new bond forged in battle. Rose pipes up, demanding a nickname of her own. Can't let the boys have all the fun, I guess. Alec is suddenly holding the Goblin King's crown, wondering where it came from. Rose proudly presents her prize, admitting she swiped it before Hasty's final blow. Rouge is appalled by her casual tone with their leader. He then frantically insists Alec drop the formalities with him, too. Rose declares Hasty her new rival, much to his complete annoyance. As the others bicker, Alec and Anna quietly walk away from the chaos. Anna looks back, noting that even the goblins had a home here. But Alec reassures her, explaining that monsters always return. Anna can only offer a quiet, somber agreement. Back at the clan house, a quiet night settles over their new home. The new recruits return, cheerfully announcing they're back. Mary is there to greet them with a warm, professional welcome. Alec asks if anything happened while they were gone, but Mary seems hesitant. But a familiar voice cuts through the quiet hall, calling his name. Jilly has finally returned, looking stronger and more confident than ever. Alec's face lights up, overjoyed to see his oldest friend again. He asks if Jilly successfully became a sniper, noticing his impressive new gear. Jilly explains he bought it on his way to the capital, leaving the new recruits completely baffled. Jilly explains his caravan was attacked by a group of 30 bandits. But the guards were outnumbered, so Jilly stepped in and handled it himself. A real one-man army, this guy. But his troubles didn't end there. A wyvern attacked the caravan on the way back. In fact, there were 2 of them, but Jilly handled them with ease. Alec finds this strange. Wyverns shouldn't be appearing so close to the capital. Jilly just smiles, happy he got a rematch and a fancy new bow out of the deal. Their reunion is cut short as Mary rushes in, looking flustered. She explains that a guest has arrived, someone who claims to know Jilly. Peeking into the room, they see 2 men waiting for them. One is a flamboyant man in a feathered hat. The other looks incredibly nervous. Guess the capital has some interesting characters. Jilly calls out to Alec, who can only stare in surprise. He recognizes them instantly, Hans the merchant and Kane the traveler. The merchant is overcome with relief, glad to see them alive. The new recruits can only watch, completely baffled by the sudden reunion. Alec explains Hans was the merchant who bought his grandfather's potions, and Kane was a traveling bard who visited their village annually. He explains they met in the capital and decided to visit their old friends, but when they arrived, they found nothing but a graveyard of ash, a sight that's becoming depressingly common for our heroes. Hans had been in the capital, trying to find a new market for Alec's work. With no bodies found, they hoped the survivors had fled to Vulks. Alec offers a small smile, glad that Hans is also safe, but Kane pulls him into a hug, telling him he's done well to survive. The simple act of kindness is almost enough to break him. With their safety confirmed, Kane announces he's already leaving. A real flyby visit for a guy who just crossed the country. He offers a quick farewell to Jilly and Anna, asking where he's headed next. His next destination is the Chores Empire, the very nation they suspect. But just as he's about to leave, two armored figures arrive at the door. Kane explains that as a wanderer, he can gather information discreetly. He promises to return if he learns anything about the attack. But before he goes, he has one final important piece of advice for Alec. Kane's final warning is cryptic: to beware of the black dog. He hopes to see the swordswoman Abby on his next visit. And with that, the mysterious traveler disappears into the night. Hans remarks that Kane is a free spirit, never staying in one place for long. Alec reveals he once suspected Kane was reincarnated, just like him. But a past conversation proved Kane's knowledge was vast, but limited to this world. Guess he's just a fantasy world history buff. Alec admits he'd hoped for a fellow traveler from his old world. But even without that connection, Kane was always a friend he could trust. Alec worries about his friend's safety, but Jilly is confident he'll be fine. Hans agrees, explaining that Kane is smart enough to know when to run. Alec admits to a strange feeling, a turmoil in his chest. Anna then asks Hans what his plans are now that he's here. The merchant panics, realizing he has no home and very little money. He slumps into a chair, admitting he's always been better at worrying about others. But his plight gives Alec a sudden brilliant idea. He offers Hans a spot in their clan, leaving everyone completely stunned. A job offer in the middle of a reunion, very efficient. Alec explains that with his alchemy, they need a merchant to sell their goods. Hans agrees, saying he'd be honored to take on the role. Alec insists that Hans's skills are essential for their future. The word needed hits the merchant hard, a lifeline he never expected. Hans eagerly accepts, promising to be a great asset to the team. Alec calls for Mary, who happily prepares a room for their newest member. He explains Hans will handle their finances, working with Mary and her sister. Anna is thrilled, happy to have another familiar face from their old home. Alec reflects that in his old game, crafters and merchants were essential for any clan, but he realizes that in this world, things are completely different. Powerful classes and skills have been forgotten, their knowledge seemingly lost to time. A chilling thought begins to form in his mind. He wonders if someone is deliberately trying to weaken the world's adventurers. A conspiracy theory in a fantasy world. What could go wrong? And elsewhere, a grand estate stands silent, perhaps holding the answers he seeks. In the grand halls of the Duke's estate, a serious meeting is underway. An aide reports his findings to the city's lord. The topic is the attack on Kettle Village and the late sage. The aide confirms the Duke's house was unaware of the sage's death for 7 years. The Duke can only sigh, his worst fears now confirmed. Worse still, no official report of the attack was ever filed. The village's management was left to his eldest son. He'd entrusted it to him as a test before he inherited the entire territory. The Duke demands to know why, wondering if his son held a grudge. He explains his son never understood the sage's true importance. He had an official stationed there to keep an eye on things, but 7 years ago that official was replaced and the reports were intercepted. Looks like this conspiracy goes all the way to the top. The Duke wonders who could orchestrate such a complex plot. His aide suggests the most obvious culprit, the Empire. But the Duke dismisses it. They would have acted years ago. The aide can only listen. The possibilities narrowing. A far more terrifying thought strikes the old lord. He realizes the conspiracy might originate from within their own kingdom. After all, the kingdom had the most to lose if the sage's death was revealed. The Duke agrees. This is a matter for a higher authority. Looks like it's time to escalate to upper management. He knows now that this was no random attack, but a calculated move, and it means a hidden power is operating right under their noses. The Duke takes a long, heavy drink, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He knows news of the sage's death is spreading, and they must prepare for the Empire's next move. And in the Empire, a new player emerges, Felia Black, leader of the special unit Cerberus, also known as the Black Dog, the very force Cain warned Alec about. The Duke's aide confirms the attack on Kettle Village was their handiwork. He realizes with dawning horror that the Empire knew the sage was dead all along. And the Black Dog's unit is already on the move, their intentions unknown. Meanwhile, Alec's party attends the Heavenly Dragon Festival, a bit of sightseeing before the next crisis, I suppose. And far away, Felia Black smiles, her plans already in motion. Elsewhere, another party of adventurers boasts of their own victory on Goblin Island. Hasteel's newfound confidence as a finisher inspires the rest of the team. They continue their brutal training, facing down one boss monster after another. And the results are undeniable. Everyone has now broken level 30. Looks like the power leveling express is right on schedule. Back at the clan house, Alec reflects on his recruitment strategy. But his quiet moment is shattered as Hans bursts in with an urgent request. He shoves a massive stack of order forms into Alec's hands. The merchant explains that Alec's potions are becoming incredibly popular. In fact, this is the pile of orders after turning down the big clients. Hans is already preparing the next batch of requests for him, but Alec has had enough, telling the merchant he doesn't need a babysitter. But his work is interrupted by an armored woman demanding to see him. Alec is completely stunned by the sudden, unannounced visitor. The woman holds up Anna, who confirms that this is, in fact, Alec. She introduces herself as Henrietta Pendragon, the Duke's daughter. Alec recognizes the name, realizing he's dealing with local royalty. A young boy appears, apologizing for his sister's rather dramatic entrance. Alec can only sigh. Their new house is becoming a popular tourist destination. They sit down in the parlor, the atmosphere tense and formal. The boy reintroduces his sister, the paladin leader of a gold-rank clan. He then introduces himself as Polk, her younger brother, gushing about her skills. Polk continues, introducing Anna as their sub-leader and a wizard. He then presents their butler Seth, a high-level monk. This family travels with some serious backup. With the introductions over, Polk gets to the real reason for their visit. He asks Alec about the upcoming Heavenly Dragon Festival. Alec's mind flashes back to his old game, a festival celebrating the sealing of a demon dragon. A standard event he remembers well. Polk explains that during the festivities, crime rates always spike in the city, so all the local clans are tasked with providing security. And that's why they're here, to formally request White Wisdom's help. Alec readily agrees, saying it's their duty as a clan of Vulks. The two clan leaders shake hands, sealing their new alliance. They share a friendly smile, their business seemingly concluded. But as Alec smiles, a different, more serious thought crosses his mind. A quiet understanding dawns on Alec as he processes the situation. He realizes they're not just adventurers, but messengers from the city's lord. He wonders why the Duke's own son would come in person for this. But Polk just offers a friendly, unassuming smile in return. Henrietta declares she'll personally look after their new junior clan, a very generous offer from local royalty. Her sub-leader Anna seems completely taken aback by the statement. But the butler Seth seems to see right through the act. He leans in, asking his lady what her true purpose is here. Henrietta is caught completely off guard, her friendly facade shattering. Alec can only watch, realizing there's far more to this visit than he thought. The butler Seth calmly adjusts his tie, ready to reveal the truth. Henrietta and her sub-leader can only watch, completely flustered. He then presents a blank board, asking for Alec's autograph. Alec is left completely baffled by the sudden, bizarre request. Henrietta panics, trying to silence her butler before he spills the beans. But Seth explains that his lady has always been a huge fan of the sage, Gale. And now she's an even bigger fan of his grandson, Alec. Looks like our boy has a royal fan club. Seth suggests it would be better to just be honest, much to Henrietta's horror. Alec, completely missing the point, agrees to sign as many as she wants. With their true mission accomplished, the royal siblings take their leave. Henrietta offers a cheerful farewell, her autograph secured. Alec and Mary are left completely flustered by the whirlwind visit. As they leave, Alec can only mutter about his strange new acquaintances. He reflects that for royalty, they had a surprisingly casual air. It seems their visit was driven by pure, unadulterated curiosity. But the meeting is forgotten as Alec remembers his massive potion backlog. The next day, Hasty returns with a bag full of supplies. Alec thanks him, already deep in his alchemy work. Hasty watches as his leader carefully mixes the ingredients. He finally asks why Alec chose to be an alchemist with all his other skills. Alec explains he knew they'd need money, and alchemy was the best way. Hasty is impressed, realizing how much thought Alec puts into everything. He then asks what his own future path should be, looking a bit lost. And that gives Alec an idea. It's time for a team meeting. He gathers the clan, announcing it's time to choose their advanced jobs. Rose and Hasty admit they never dreamed they'd get this strong. Rouge is resolute, declaring he's already chosen the path of the Guardian. But Anna quietly admits she still hasn't decided on her future. Then Alec drops a bombshell, announcing he'll become a Necromancer. The team is stunned, but he explains it was his plan from the very beginning. He lays out his own job progression, from villager to black mage, and finally to Necromancer. But he reveals a more complex path, explaining he could have become a sage if he'd also leveled white mage. And if that wasn't enough, he adds alchemist to the mix, a class that can craft gear for his Necromancer build. He presents this convoluted plan with a cheerful smile, leaving his new recruits completely bewildered. He then turns to Anna, asking her what path she wants to take to get stronger. He suggests the wizard class, a pure damage dealer that evolves from a level 50 black mage. Anna considers the option, picturing the raw power of a fully realized wizard. She admits she'd follow him down the Necromancer path, but the idea of raising the dead is a little too spooky for her. Alec smiles, agreeing that an offensive class is the best way for her to protect him. Rouge then speaks up, reaffirming his own choice to become a guardian, his resolve now stronger than ever. With the others decided, Rose wonders what path she should take. She immediately latches onto the idea of becoming a treasure hunter. Alec explains she can unlock it by leveling both thief and hunter classes. Jilly realizes this means Rose would technically be his senior in the hunter class. Rose just teases him, saying he's too quiet and hard to talk to anyway. Alec lays out her options: assassin for stealth or treasure hunter for a more frontline role. Since she excels at stealth, she decides on the assassin class, and Hasty asks about his own future. Alec explains that for a pure martial artist, the only path at level 50 is the legendary Fist Saint. He offers an alternative: leveling white mage to become a monk, a support fighter. Hasty is clearly not interested, so Alec tells him to stick to his dream. He'll provide all the buffs Hasty will ever need. With their future paths decided, Alec surveys his newly formed team. Jilly notes their party is finally balanced, with a solid front, middle, and back line. Alec sweats, admitting to himself he might have guided their choices a little too much. He announces their next mission, a trip to the underground cemetery to take down the boss. The party makes their way through the dungeon, their combined power on full display. They finally reach their target, the White King, a powerful skeleton boss. The new recruits are left exhausted but victorious after a grueling battle. But Alec is already on the move, cheerfully announcing it's time to collect the loot. Rose is thrilled, wondering what kind of treasure they'll find in the boss room. She eagerly asks to see what's inside, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Alec proudly shows off his new loot, the skull staff. He explains it doubles his skeleton summons, a key item for a necromancer. His party, however, looks completely unimpressed by the lecture. Jilly cuts him off, telling him it's time to head back. With their mission complete, the party begins their exit from the dungeon. But as Alec walks, a strange dark aura seems to follow him. He glances back, a flicker of unease on his face. The empty boss room sits in silence, a dark stain on the floor. He shakes it off, thinking it was just his imagination. But back at the clan house, Hans approaches him with a worried look. He delivers some bad news. Their potion sales might be shut down. Hans explains their problem isn't a lack of sales, but that their potions are far too popular. Alec looks over a report, analyzing the current market prices. Hans reveals other merchants are price gouging, creating an artificial shortage. Alec realizes this is hurting the city's adventurers, and Hans confirms his fears. Elsewhere, Henrietta enjoys a quiet cup of tea, blissfully unaware. Her butler, Seth, asks if the Duke is aware of the market manipulation. Henrietta cheerfully informs Alec she'll be visiting them very soon. She claims it's just a friendly visit to check on the new clan, a likely story. So Alec sets up a small stall to sell his potions at a fair price. But the plan backfires. They sold out instantly and now have orders for 2,000 more. Hans panics, insisting he already told them it was impossible to meet the demand. But now, he holds an official notice from the Pharmacists Guild. It's a thinly veiled threat, offering to license 2,000 potions. Alec realizes the guild is daring him to mass produce, certain he'll fail. But focusing on alchemy means he can't train his party, a choice he's unwilling to make. Henrietta arrives, asking if simply increasing production would solve the problem. Her simple question leaves both Alec and Hans completely stunned. She suggests the obvious solution: just hire more employees, leave it to royalty to suggest throwing money at the problem. But Hans explains the Pharmacists Guild controls all the local talent. Henrietta just smiles, already formulating a new plan to get around the rules. Henrietta suggests a simple solution. Alec should just train new alchemists himself. Polk points out that Alec is already a proven teacher, having raised a whole party from scratch. Alec considers the idea, realizing he'd have to go through the guild to make it official. He thinks back to how he trained Anna and Hasty from the ground up. He remembers his grandfather's words, urging him to use his knowledge for the good of others. With a new resolve, Alec agrees to the plan, much to Hans's absolute delight. Henrietta promises to run interference with the guild, while Hans gets ready to recruit. Alec can only watch, slightly taken aback by their sudden, overwhelming energy. Henrietta reflects that for all his quiet humility, Alec is surprisingly dependable. A few days later, Alec is already gathering supplies for his new alchemy school. Looks like class is officially in session, but his thoughts are interrupted as he bumps into someone on the street. His carefully prepared documents scatter across the cobblestones. He apologizes, but the man he ran into seems to recognize him. The man asks if he's Alec, the leader of the new clan, White Wisdom. He's overjoyed to finally meet him, shaking his hand with a wide grin. He introduces himself as Lute, the leader of the Golden Sword. Alec is stunned. This is the only mithril-ranked clan in the entire city. Lute then introduces his sub-leader, a woman named Maria. He explains that he's heard all about Alec from a mutual acquaintance. Alec immediately realizes he must be talking about Henrietta. Looks like his royal fan club is expanding. Lute laughs, saying he's heard all about Alec's new #1 fan. He explains he's a magic swordsman, and his sub-leader is a rare priest. They sit down, and Lute asks if White Wisdom will also be guarding the festival. He then mentions an upcoming dinner party for all the high-ranking clans. He invites them to join, but Alec points out they're only a silver-rank clan. Lute just laughs, confident they'll be a top-tier clan by next year anyway. He gives Alec a warm, encouraging smile. But his expression suddenly turns serious, saying there's something to discuss. The friendly atmosphere vanishes, replaced by a sudden heavy tension. And just as quickly, Lute is all smiles again, promising to send an invitation. Maria quickly bows, apologizing for her leader's sudden intensity. Our boy is left wondering what that was all about. A few days later, Mary bursts into his workshop with an urgent delivery. She holds up the promised invitation from the Golden Sword clan. The whole clan gets dressed up for the high society dinner party. Mary proudly makes sure her master is ready for the big night. Looks like the maid service includes a full glow-up. Dressed in their finest, the original trio descends the stairs. Their destination is the city's exclusive noble district. They arrive at the impressive clan house of the Golden Sword. The three of them stand before the entrance, ready for what's to come. A carriage pulls up to the grand estate of the Golden Sword. They've arrived in style, a far cry from their usual tent. Inside, Anna sits quietly, a little overwhelmed by the formality. Alec asks if they're there yet, looking just as out of place. Mary explains the proper etiquette, much to Alec's confusion. She gives them a quick lesson on how to exit the carriage like they belong. Apparently, there's an order to these things. Alec agrees, realizing Mary has been studying up on high society for them. He glances back, hoping Rouge is handling the pressure in his own carriage. They step out, greeted by a butler at the grand entrance. And from the doorway, Maria greets them with a welcoming smile. But Henrietta is there to greet them, striking a dramatic pose. Alec points out she wasn't the one who invited them, but she just brushes it off. She eagerly takes over as their guide, leading them into the party. They step into a hall of breathtaking opulence and grandeur. Henrietta proudly announces the arrival of the White Wisdom clan. Their host, Lute, turns to greet his newest guests. He welcomes them warmly, telling a nervous Alec to relax. He promises a quick round of introductions before the real party begins. Guest networking is a requirement even in a fantasy world. The party is already in full swing with drinks being served. Lute addresses the assembled clans, ready to introduce the newcomers. Jilly and Rouge are completely blown away by the lavish spread of food. But Alec just looks uncomfortable, clearly out of his element. Lute makes his rounds, a natural in this high society setting. Henrietta finds Alec asking if he needs help with something. She offers to get him some juice and a quick lesson on party etiquette. He brings up her fan status, leaving the princess completely flustered. He asks if she's this helpful to all the new clans in the city. She declares it's their duty to support each other and protect Vulks, a very noble sentiment for someone who just wanted an autograph. She explains the veteran clans need a new generation to take their place. Alec can only smile, realizing she's genuinely a kind person. Henrietta is taken aback by his sudden insight. But their conversation is cut short as Lute calls them over. Alec asks Henrietta to join them for a more private chat. On a quiet balcony, the friendly atmosphere finally drops. Lute's expression turns deadly serious. He reveals a divine prophecy has come from the west, a prophecy that foretells a great disaster in Vulks next month. He asks Alec to keep his clan close, to avoid any long hunts. Looks like the party is over, folks. Alec turns to Henrietta, a new suspicion in his eyes. He asks why her brother called the festival normal if this was happening. Lute explains the festival's true purpose, a ritual to offer magic. He reveals the heavenly dragon's seal is not permanent. Without a steady supply of magic, it's set to break in 100 years. And the foretold disaster is the revival of the Demon Duke. Henrietta panics. Its return would mean the end of Vulks. Lute clarifies this isn't a monster but a demon god. A being so powerful even the heavenly dragon couldn't kill it, so no pressure. Henrietta realizes their city's forces are completely outmatched. But as despair sets in, Alec finally speaks up. He tells them that defeating it might not be impossible after all. Alec declares they should just reseal the Demon Duke themselves. Henrietta is stunned, asking if such a thing is even possible. Lute looks at him, asking if he can truly be trusted. Alec's mind flashes back to his old game, to a high-end raid event. He realizes his game knowledge might be the key to saving the entire city. Lute smiles, saying his clan will secure the items needed to channel the heavenly dragon's power. Henrietta agrees, her clan tasked with finding holy weapons and armor, and Alec's clan will find a way to weaken the beast and prepare the resealing ritual. They agree to keep this a secret, to avoid causing a citywide panic. They have 1 month to prepare for the end of the world. No pressure. Henrietta agrees to the plan, saying she's all in on this. She rushes off to share the news, leaving Alec behind. The 2 clan leaders are left alone on the quiet balcony. Lute praises Alec, impressed by his vast knowledge. Alec sweats, letting him believe it's all his grandfather's wisdom. Lute declares that Alec is on the path to becoming a true hero. He smiles, saying that once Alec takes over, he can finally retire. A surprisingly early retirement plan for a top-tier adventurer. Back inside, Maria and Anna enjoy the now quiet party. But a sudden thought strikes Alec, a shocking realization. Lute leans in, confessing he plans to propose to Maria after the festival. Alec grabs the older man's arm, his composure finally shattering. He begs him to be careful, knowing what's truly at stake for him now. Henrietta calls them back inside, their secret war council officially over. The party winds down, the guests blissfully unaware of the city's fate. But the news spreads quickly among the city's other clan leaders, and from that moment on, their days become a frantic race against time. The other high-ranking adventurers can only watch, their faces grim. For White Wisdom, it means one thing, a non-stop, brutal, power-leveling grind. They must prepare for the Demon Duke, but life, for now, must go on. And so, in the city of Vulks, the final countdown has officially begun. Alec is buried in research, preparing for the resealing ritual. He's also taken on the task of training a new generation of alchemists. His new students get to work, churning out potions for the city. The non-stop work leaves him completely exhausted, much to Anna's concern. And of course, there's the endless grind of power leveling his team. A hero's work is truly never done. With their preparations underway, they head to the source of the problem. They arrive at a hidden shrine, the prison of the Demon Duke. Jilly notes the seal is already fading, a dark miasma leaking out. Alec lays out his plan. To set up 4 ritual sites around the shrine. He realizes this is a strategy from a different game event, but hopes it will work here. Alec struggles with the ritual's complex, real-world formula. He plans to set up the 4 sites in a wide perimeter around Vulks. Jilly agrees, and they decide to start with the southern point. The 2 friends head into the woods to begin their vital work. They find the first of the ancient, weathered ritual markers. On the eve of the festival, the clan gathers for one last meal together. A pre-apocalypse pep rally, if you will. Alec reflects on the brutal month of training, proud of his team's growth. He confirms their worst fears. The Demon Duke's revival is now certain. Their final preparations are laid out, ready for the coming battle. With the last ritual site activated, all they can do now is fight. Anna declares they must eat well to prepare for the coming battle. The team raises their glasses in a toast to their success. For a moment, they're just a group of friends sharing a meal. Jilly thanks Rose for her leadership, amazed they're all over level 40. Rose just complains that Jilly's training was absolutely demonic. But Rouge is confident, saying the brutal regimen made him stronger than ever. Hasty insists that Anna worked the hardest and deserves the most praise. The little girl looks up, wondering just how much she's grown. Alec reveals she's not just a level 43 black mage, but also a level 25 white mage. Hasty is stunned, wondering how Alec managed it without using all their mana potions. Anna can only stammer, caught completely off guard by the question. But Hasty quickly jumps in, claiming he was the one who gave her the potions. Alec asks why he didn't just go through Hans for the transaction, but Rose slams the table, admitting it was her idea all along. Looks like the secret's out. She explains that Anna was desperate to get stronger and faster, so Hasty came up with a plan to help her. He told her that with enough mana potions, she could level up more efficiently. The idea was to secretly buy potions to speed up her training. Rose admits she told Hasty to handle it, not wanting to bother their boss. But their plan hit a snag. They didn't have nearly enough money to buy what they needed. So Hasty explains they tried to pay for it out of their own salaries. Anna finally reveals why she was pushing herself so hard. Alec is confused, reminding her that her goal was always the wizard class. But the little girl's resolve is now completely unshakable. She declares that she's decided to become a sage, just like him. The sudden change of plans leaves Alec completely speechless. She explains she learned from Jilly that a sage can use resurrection magic, and she knows that her big brother is always right about everything. The rest of the party agrees. They owe all their strength to him. A little cult-like, but sweet. But Anna realized she had to decide for herself what she was fighting for. She explains it's not about defeating enemies for her own sake. She realized that as a wizard, she wouldn't be able to save him. She shouts that he never considers what would happen if he died. She asks the one question he can't answer: who would bring him back? Because if he falls, there's no one else who can save them. Her brutal honesty leaves Alec completely speechless. She declares she wants to protect him, and she won't lose another family. Alec takes her hand, accepting her heartfelt decision. He admits he was rushing to get the clan ready for the fight. He tells her she's no longer just someone to be protected. He explains that by protecting them, he is also protecting himself. He tells Anna and Jilly that he's now entrusting his life to them. The rest of the clan is moved by the display, their bonds now stronger than ever. But Alec quickly breaks the mood, saying it's time to get back to business. He gently reminds Anna to consult with him before making such big plans. Rose, however, is just glad she wasn't the only one left out of the loop. With their resolve strengthened, a quiet night falls over the clan house. The city of Vulks prepares for the Heavenly Dragon Festival. But as the city sleeps, a dark presence begins to stir beyond the walls. And just as foretold, a pillar of dark energy erupts from the shrine. The disaster has begun. In the quiet woods, one of the ancient ritual markers stands ready. It glows with a faint, hopeful light, a beacon against the coming darkness. But in an instant, the stone cracks and shatters into pieces. Alec senses the disturbance, his heart sinking with a terrible dread. The whole party rushes, knowing their time has just run out. He realizes with horror they won't make it before the Demon Duke revives. Back at the clan house, an urgent report arrives for Alec. A knight from the Silver Dragonwing clan kneels before them. He shouts that the western barrier has been destroyed and they've lost contact with the patrol. So much for a foolproof plan. Alec can only stare, the devastating news hitting him like a physical blow. Alec shouts that they only have 4 hours until the revival. They arrive to find the ritual stone shattered into pieces. Rouge is baffled, wondering who could have known about this place. Their entire plan to weaken the Demon Duke is now in jeopardy. Anna asks her brother if he can repair the broken marker. But Alec realizes it was dispelled by a powerful magic. He knows they must fix it before the Demon Duke awakens. Looks like the warranty on ancient magic stones has expired. But Jilly suddenly grabs him, stopping him in his tracks. He warns Alec that his killing intent is completely exposed. The party turns, facing a new unseen presence in the woods. A new group emerges from the shadows, their leader smirking at Alec's party. She mocks them, saying their leader is a far cry from the legends. Jilly and Alec stand their ground, their expressions hardening. Anna quickly analyzes the threat, warning that they're all advanced classes. The rest of White Wisdom prepares for a fight, the tension palpable. The woman scoffs, judging them by their gear and calling them spoiled children. Alec cuts her off, demanding to know if they destroyed the ritual stone. She just gives him a smug grin, asking what he'll do if they did. Well, that's one way to confess to treason. Alec is left speechless by her open hostility, but her smug expression falters, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. But Alec notices something strange about their leader. She has the same black hair and black eyes as him. She scoffs at his observation, mocking his apparent ignorance. With a furious roar, she lunges forward to attack him directly. She orders her own party to engage the others. But White Wisdom is already moving, executing a practiced formation. The two groups clash in the quiet, desperate woods. Hasty and Rose prepare to take on their own targets. Looks like the B team is ready for their moment. Rouge holds the line, his shield ready for the inevitable impact. The enemy leader laughs, convinced their basic jobs are no match for her own. Anna quickly assesses the enemy, identifying a counter-knight and a cursed child. The enemy leader scoffs, admitting an attacker like a devil magician would be a problem. She questions his gear, his barrier, and his impossible knowledge. She demands to know where he learned things that shouldn't exist in this country. She then turns his own unasked question back on him, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. And in that moment, a shocking realization dawns on Alec. The woman wonders aloud if he too is a reincarnated person. Jilly can only look on, completely baffled by the sudden, bizarre accusation. The enemy leader seems to reconsider, her own certainty wavering. With an annoyed sigh, she dismisses her own theory as impossible. She waves off his questions, deciding she's done talking. Instead, she'll just beat the answers out of him. A very direct approach to interrogation. The sudden threat catches Alec and Jilly completely off guard. The woman takes a fighting stance, her patience clearly at its end. With a single word, she summons a dark power from the ground. A monstrous blood demon erupts from the earth beside her. Alec and Jilly can only stare at the newly summoned threat. But she's not done, preparing to synchronize with her demonic ally. Her own party stands ready, a tank moving to protect her. Another of her companions readies his weapon, a deadly chain scythe. Rouge holds the line, his shield deflecting the enemy's chain scythe. He grits his teeth, the force of the blow rattling him to his core. His opponent, a knight in black armor, remains eerily silent. The lack of a battle cry unnerves Rouge more than any threat. Meanwhile, the enemy's hooded caster prepares a spell of her own. But her incantation is cut short by a sudden, unseen attack. Hasty unleashes a ranged blast, a new trick up his sleeve. Rose follows up, moving in to silence the caster for good. But the caster is quick, blocking the assassin's strike with her staff. Hasty celebrates his new move, but Rose is not amused. Now is not the time for a victory lap. Anna casts a protection spell, focusing on defending her teammates. But she glances back, worried about her brother's side of the fight. The enemy leader's hand begins to change, her form twisting. She stands beside her demon, her transformation now complete. Alec recognizes the skill, synchronization, a power of the devil magician. He explains they share damage, but the demon can also heal itself. A 2-for-1 deal you really don't want. The woman is stunned. He knows the secrets of her advanced class. With her patience gone, she and her demon lunge forward to attack. Alec shouts for Jilly to hold the demon back at all costs. Jilly readies his bow, prepared to face the monstrous creature head-on. She lashes out with a chain, trying to bind him in place. But she settles for shattering his staff with a single, brutal blow. Meanwhile, Jilly unleashes a holy arrow at the blood demon. He repositions, keeping his distance from the monstrous beast. He unleashes a power shot, taking down a smaller flying demon. Alec is forced on the defensive, parrying her relentless strikes. She knows he's not a pure mage, and he confirms her suspicions. A sudden, powerful blast erupts between the two fighters. The force sends Alec flying back, his defenses shattered. The devil magician smirks, confident in her overwhelming victory. But Alec just smiles, saying it's his turn to show off. The devil magician can only stare, completely confused. He clenches his fist, preparing a new kind of magic. He pulls a few small seeds from his pouch, much to her surprise. With a flash of light, he unleashes a powerful alchemy skill. A massive homunculus knight erupts from the ground to protect him. Looks like he brought his own tank. She shouts in disbelief, recognizing the high-level alchemy. Alec explains his alchemy wasn't just for making potions. It was all to create the seeds for this very homunculus, a secret weapon he's been saving for a special occasion. He reveals each seed cost 1,000,000 gold and he only managed to make 3. Talk about an expensive party trick. The devil magician scoffs, vowing to destroy his little doll. She clashes with the homunculus, as Alec provides a constant stream of buffs from the back line. But the homunculus is fast, forcing her to dodge its powerful strikes. Alec watches intently, his creation holding the line perfectly. The devil magician unleashes a flurry of blows against its shield. She presses the attack, her expression a mask of pure fury. She brings her weapon down in a powerful overhead swing. Her face contorts with effort, putting all her strength into the blow. But the homunculus easily parries, its defense completely unshakable. She's left completely stunned by its impossible defense. Alec sees his opening, casting a spell to bind her in place. He follows up with a debuff, weakening her for the next attack. And his homunculus dispels her buffs, leaving her completely vulnerable. The devil magician can only grit her teeth, completely outmaneuvered. She decides to end this, preparing a final desperate attack. She sacrifices half her health to fuel her next devastating blow. Talk about going all in on a single bet. With a furious roar, she lunges forward to finish him off. But Alec just injects more energy into his homunculus. Her attack shatters the construct, but Alec is nowhere to be seen. She roars, putting every last bit of her power into the final blow. But Alec just stands there, declaring that the fight is now over. The devil magician is stunned to see him completely unharmed. His homunculus counters with a powerful punch of its own. She can only stare in disbelief, wondering how he survived. Because behind the shattered remains of his first construct stands another. Alec offers a smug smile, asking if she wants him to explain his strategy. The devil magician can only grit her teeth, completely outplayed. He explains his homunculus runs on his mental power, not life force. It can't be killed, only restored, making it the perfect, unbreakable shield. Talk about an overpowered summon. He explains he injected a fresh burst of energy just before her attack landed. It was a gamble, but he managed to summon the second one with a split second to spare. With a confident smile, he declares that he was one step ahead of her the entire time. The devil magician can only seethe, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. She realizes her own blood demon is now fading away. Alec declares it's time to end this and repair the barrier. He orders his homunculus to finish the fight for good. The warlock watches as the construct moves in for the final blow. But her blood demon suddenly roars, its form unstable. The party's archer looks on, sensing the creature is about to do something drastic. The blood demon's body begins to swell and contort. The warlock just smirks, as if this was her plan all along. Alec is stunned, realizing she's casting healing magic on it. She taunts him, saying she never actually intended to defeat him. He realizes her true goal, to stall until the demon lord revives. Classic villain monologue timing. She confirms it, admitting she couldn't care less if the city falls. Alec argues that only the Empire would gain from this chaos. The warlock just gives him a cold, dismissive glare. She lashes out with a chain, calling his guess only half correct, and reveals they aren't official soldiers of the Empire at all. The warlock is caught in the blast of her own demon's power. Alec realizes the barrier's energy is surging uncontrollably. He glances over, a quiet understanding dawning in his eyes. Anna and Jilly can only watch, completely baffled by the chaos. The rest of the party is just as confused by this sudden turn. Alec knows this is a war of attrition, a desperate race against the clock. The archer realizes they lack the firepower to win this quickly. She grits her teeth, knowing even more summons won't be enough. But a new voice declares it will take on the monstrous beast. Henrietta and the silver-winged dragon have arrived to join the fight. Looks like the cavalry is finally here. Alec is stunned by the sudden royal intervention. Henrietta offers a confident smile, ready to join the fray. He questions her arrival, while the warlock scoffs at the princess. The Holy Knight is amused that her reputation precedes her. She asks if the enemy understands the new power dynamic. Now that the actual army is here. The warlock groans, realizing fighting a Holy Knight is a huge pain. Her party members seem just as concerned by this turn of events. The enemy knight's expression hardens, the battle shifting. The warlock and her team regroup, their surprise attack now a full-blown war. But Alec notices something critical. Her demonic assimilation is fading. The warlock gives a quiet, chilling order to her team. She raises her staff, unleashing a wave of dark, corrupting magic. Alec and Jilly recognize the foul energy, a miasma of pure malice. Henrietta's wizard realizes the spell buffs demons while harming all other life. The blood demon roars, its body crackling with newfound unholy power. The silver-winged dragon clan shouts a warning as the beast charges forward. Henrietta's knights hold the line, their shields absorbing the monstrous impact. The Holy Knight questions if her opponents are actually trying to escape. But one of the warlock's allies scoffs, calling this more than a simple warm-up. The chain wielder smirks, suggesting it would be better for everyone if they just left. Alec calls out, demanding to know why she's doing this. The warlock screams her name for all to hear, Zero. She declares herself the one who will bring them despair. A bit dramatic, but you have to respect the commitment. With a final, furious glare, she tells him to remember her. And just like that, Zero and her party make a clean getaway, leaving behind a supercharged blood demon to keep everyone busy. Anna and Jilly can only call out to their stunned leader. Alec is left wondering who these people are and what they truly want. He knows they're from the Empire, but Zero's hatred felt deeply personal. But with the villains gone, they refocus on the real problem, the broken barrier. Alec hands over the plans, asking Henrietta's brother to help repair the barrier. The party splits up, with Jilly's team standing guard while the others handle the ritual. The combined forces of the clan stand watch over the critical location. Elsewhere, Lute and Maria wait anxiously, noting the others are late. Lute recalls his grim suspicion that an enemy was waiting to stop Alec. Maria confirms she can't hold the line alone, asking how long the barrier will last. The shrine's seal is failing. They have less than 20 minutes left. Lute tries to remain calm, insisting they shouldn't panic just yet. Famous last words. But his calm is shattered as a hand suddenly grabs his face. He and his party look up in horror at a massive boulder hanging in the air. The boulder crashes down, obliterating the shrine in a single blow. Lute and his party are thrown back by the sheer force of the impact. He looks on in horror. The bronze seal has been completely shattered, and from the dust a new terrifying figure emerges. A horned demon in a suit, the demon lord has finally returned. Lute and Maria can only stare, their last line of defense broken. The beast greets the humans, its tone dripping with condescension. But it seems confused, questioning its own state. Guess the landing was a bit rough. It flexes its hand, noting its new body feels strangely heavy. Lute realizes with a surge of hope. Alec's barrier is actually working. The demon lord surveys the area, noting the 4 ritual points. It declares its intent to destroy the city, but Lute orders it to wait. The mithril rank leader stands firm, vowing to stop the beast here. But the demon lord is dismissive, saying they'll have to wait their turn. It taunts them for being so eager to die, knowing they're here to stop it. Lute and his party stand ready, humanity's first line of defense. The demon lord sighs, clearly annoyed by this unexpected delay. It reluctantly agrees to play with them for a little while. How generous. With a wave of its hand, it summons a swarm of lesser demons. It warns them that they will regret their reckless bravery. The swarm of lesser demons descends upon Lute's party, but Lute stands firm, enchanting his blade with holy power. He unleashes a burst of pure, concentrated magic. The attack connects, striking one of the demons head-on. He roars for his clan to follow his lead into the fray. The demon lord watches on, mildly impressed by their spirit. But its minions charge forward, a disciplined wave of death. Lute shouts orders, telling his healers to stay back. He wants casualties kept to a minimum, a solid plan for a warm-up act. He orders his forces to split up, taking on 3 demons each. Maria and the other mages cast protective barriers over the party. The battle rages. Lute's forces struggling against the demonic horde. Lute grits his teeth, vowing to hold the line until Alec arrives. The demon lord watches the chaos, a thoughtful look on its face. But its attention suddenly shifts, its focus landing on Maria. It senses the heavenly dragon's power, asking what she's holding. Lute realizes with dread that their trump card has been spotted. A flashback shows Alec entrusting the sealing ritual to Maria. He explains he's imbued a stone with the dragon's power for her. He's basically passing the buck on the most important job. Maria clutches the stone, the weight of the world in her hands. The demon lord's eyes glow, declaring it will take that power for itself. Lute grits his teeth, realizing the demon lord has seen through their plan. The beast holds up the sealing stone, questioning its purpose. It's already snatched the stone from Maria, appearing behind her in an instant. Lute can only watch in horror as their last hope is stolen. Maria realizes their entire desperate struggle was for nothing. The demon lord scoffs, amused they thought this trinket could stop it. With a single clench of its fist, the sealing stone shatters into pieces. It then strikes Maria down with a single contemptuous blow. So much for a fair fight. The beast declares that their pathetic little plan has officially failed. Maria lies motionless on the ground, her mission a complete failure. The demon lord grins, promising to show them true despair. Lute can only scream in rage, his fury absolute. But just then, Alec and his party finally arrive on the scene. They find Lute's forces completely overwhelmed by the demonic assault. His knights lie defeated, their desperate stand having failed. The demon lord holds Lute by the throat, a display of casual dominance. Henrietta and her wizard can only watch the brutal, one-sided fight. The rest of Alec's party is stunned by the horrifying scene. Looks like they missed the opening act. Someone calls out Maria's name, their voice filled with dread. And they see her lying motionless, a casualty of the beast's first strike. Alec rushes forward, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. Anna calls out to him, her voice trembling as she sees his distress. But Alec turns to the others, declaring he will be the one to resurrect Maria. You know, a totally normal Tuesday for a sage. Henrietta and Jilly immediately form a defensive line, vowing to protect him at all costs. The rest of the party is ordered to engage the demons, buying him precious time. And so Alec begins the impossible ritual, a gamble for a fallen comrade's soul. The demon lord watches on, a cruel, amused grin spreading across its face. Lute and his remaining knights fight on, their strength and hope beginning to fade. The beast taunts them, asking if they regret not running when they had the chance. Lute can only glare, the weight of his decisions crashing down on him. One of Lute's men screams his leader's name in despair. Lute turns, his hope fading as he sees Alec kneeling over Maria, but Alec declares he will bring her back, asking the others to buy him time. He pleads with Lute to hold on for just one more minute. Lute roars for his men to fall back and form a defensive line around the sage. Even Henrietta's stoic butler seems to breathe a sigh of relief. But the Demon Lord just scoffs, calling their efforts a pointless struggle. It orders its minions to crush the pathetic display of defiance. You know, standard evil overlord stuff. Jilly and the other knights form a wall of steel around their leader, and a massive demonic fist comes crashing down upon them. But Henrietta steps forward, her resolve hardening in the chaos. She unleashes a holy attack, a blast of pure judgment. The demon is obliterated, a testament to her overwhelming power. Even the Demon Lord seems impressed by the stunning display. Henrietta smiles, proud of the strength of a true holy knight. But her victory is cut short as a dark power strikes her down. Alec looks over in horror. Another of his allies has fallen. He knows he's the only one who can bring her back. You know, just add it to the to-do list. Anna rushes to her side, trying to offer what little help she can. Alec grits his teeth, the strain of the ritual now doubled. The dark magic tears through the holy knight's body. She clutches her chest, a fatal wound smoking with dark energy. The core of the attack pulsates within her, a curse of pure malice. She coughs up black blood, her life force draining away. Meanwhile, Alec forces a potion down Maria's throat, refusing to lose another. The powerful elixir seems to stabilize her, a flicker of life returning. With her last ounce of strength, Maria begins to cast a spell. Her priest ability, a miracle of healing, begins to mend her broken body. A very convenient class feature, all things considered. Alec recognizes it as the highest tier recovery magic in existence. She sits up, asking if she was killed. Alec calmly confirms she was. One of Lute's men reports that their clan is on the verge of collapse, but Maria, now back on her feet, declares she must rejoin the fight. Alec grabs her arm, stopping her from rushing back into the fray. He tells her to wait, insisting her role will come later. He then hands her his own cloak, leaving her completely confused. The unexpected gesture leaves the newly resurrected priest flustered. With that, Alec charges forward, announcing he's joining the battle. The Demon Lord raises a hand, ready to swat the new pest. But a volley of arrows suddenly rains down from the sky. The party's archer unleashes a power shot directly at the beast. The knights unleash their own holy attacks, a desperate volley of light. But the Demon Lord just watches, completely unimpressed by their efforts. Hati unleashes his own ki blast, a ranged attack against the demonic horde. The demon takes the hit, but the sheer number of enemies is overwhelming. Jilly and the others can only hold the line, their formation straining. But Alec has a plan, casting a spell to inject his own energy into his allies. His strategy is simple. They'll go all out, and he'll be their living battery. And once his own reserves run low, he'll just chug potions to keep the energy flowing. Resource management is for lesser heroes. He declares this is the only way, a constant barrage of their strongest skills. Henrietta admits that it feels a bit rude to say, but fighting without getting tired is actually pretty exhilarating. Alec watches on, his potion-fueled strategy working perfectly. The Demon Lord, however, finds this whole display rather irritating. It unleashes a wave of dark energy, done playing with its food. The support mages scream for the front line to get behind a magic veil, but Alec recognizes the attack, a poison debuff from his old game. The wizard girl shouts a desperate warning to the knights. The battlefield erupts into chaos as the new attack spreads, but Henrietta and Seth push forward, a relentless tide of steel and fury. The Demon Lord declares it's time to show them its true power. Its body begins to tear and contort in a grotesque transformation. It reveals its second form, a horrifying, spider-like monstrosity. Well, that's not an improvement. Alec screams a warning to the knights about the sudden form change. He orders them to activate a spell of divine protection immediately. Henrietta and her knights brace for impact, their shields held high. The beast's attack slams into their line, but Alec's magic holds. With the defense secure, Henrietta charges forward to press the attack. She lunges, her blade a blur of motion against the demonic creature. Alec watches on, impressed by their skill in countering the beast's assault. The Demon Lord roars, questioning why these pathetic humans are so resilient. Henrietta's wizard companion screams a desperate warning to the others. The support mages scramble to erect a magic veil against the coming onslaught. But Alec is confident, believing they can wear the beast down if they just keep attacking. The Demon Lord pants, completely baffled by their coordinated, relentless assault. It demands to know how mere humans can possibly anticipate its every move. Its rage finally focuses on the one person coordinating this entire defense. It declares that if Alec wasn't here, this pathetic resistance would be over. Our boy is caught completely off guard as the beast unleashes a new attack. He realizes with dawning horror that this move was never in the game. Jilly screams Alec's name, her voice filled with terror. A spike of pure dark energy slams into the ground, but Henrietta has thrown herself in front of him, taking the full force of the blow. The projectile is lodged deep in her armor, a fatal-looking wound. Alec can only stare in disbelief, asking if she's all right. She tells him not to worry, dismissing the obvious pain. With a grunt, she pulls the dark spike from her own body. A totally normal reaction. But the effort clearly takes its toll. Her face contorted in agony. The Holy Knight stumbles, her strength finally giving out. She falls to her knees, reminding him she vowed to be his shield. Anna watches in horror, vowing to never let Alec get hurt. He scrambles to cast a healing spell, his voice filled with panic. Jilly can only call out the fallen knight's name in concern. But Alec's expression shifts, a new understanding in his eyes. Henrietta roars that she's no mere figurehead princess. She gets back to her feet, reminding him the fight isn't over yet. The dark spike is still lodged in her side, a fatal wound ignored. She demands to know why he's just standing there in a daze. While she's actively bleeding out. Alec can only stare, completely stunned by her sheer willpower. His resolve hardens, vowing to end this fight for the city. The demon lord roars in fury, enraged by their defiance. It lashes out at Henrietta, ordering her to get out of its way. The beast lunges forward, a blur of monstrous speed and power. But the Holy Knight stands her ground, her resolve unbroken. She meets the attack head-on, her blade glowing with holy light. Her shield holds firm, a testament to her unyielding will. The demon lord can only grunt in frustration, its attack nullified. Hati unleashes another ki blast, adding to the relentless assault. Alec shouts an order, injecting his own power into the party's archer. The empowered arrow strikes true, staggering the demonic god. Alec realizes their attacks are finally starting to wear the beast down. The mages manage to cast a binding spell, holding the demon lord in place. Alec roars for everyone to press the attack while they have the advantage. The demon lord acknowledges their strength, but still calls them lesser beings. Enraged, it shatters the magical restraints with a burst of raw power. It raises a hand, calling forth a new wave of demonic reinforcements. 2 massive winged demons tear their way onto the battlefield, and behind them, an entire army of greater demons descends from the sky. Well, so much for a fair fight. Lute and his remaining knights can only stare up in absolute horror. He can't believe it. Their desperate struggle just got a whole lot worse. Anna looks on in disbelief, questioning how they can possibly fight this many. But Alec has a plan, casting his create homunculus spell once again. He sets the parameters to night mode, summoning his own reinforcements. 2 new energy constructs appear, ready to join the desperate battle. Alec orders them to support the others, knowing they must defeat the demon lord quickly. The butler Seth rallies the troops, believing the beast is weakened from the summon. But he and Henrietta are suddenly caught in a web of sticky white threads. The Holy Knight realizes with a shock that she's been completely restrained. The spider-like demon lord sneers, mocking their failed attempt to bind it. It declares it will kill them all, forcing the captured knights to watch. Looks like the boss has a new crowd control ability. The demon lord lunges, vowing to kill the sage himself. Alec casts a haste spell, scrambling to get away. The beast mocks him, calling him nothing without his summons. He runs for his life, trying to create some distance. He realizes that even weakened, he has no way to fight back. He casts another haste spell, a desperate bid for survival. But his escape is cut short by a sudden unseen trap. He's caught in the same web that holds the knights. Looks like the boss has a favorite move. The demon lord looms over its captured prey, victory assured. But Alec reappears, unleashing a desperate fire arrow. The demon lord scoffs, questioning if Alec has run out of tricks. But our boy's hands are already moving, preparing his next move. The beast grabs him by the throat, ending the brief deception. Its eyes glow with malice, ordering the pathetic human to just die. Alec can only struggle, his life flashing before his eyes. But Henrietta comes crashing down, a holy knight to the rescue. Her blade strikes true, freeing Alec from the monster's grasp. The demon lord is stunned, caught completely off guard by the assault. Alec doesn't waste a second. Casting a powerful enhancement spell, he channels his energy into the party's archer for a critical shot. The empowered arrow slams into the demon lord's face, a critical hit. The beast roars in disbelief, questioning how it could possibly be harmed. The archer tearfully explains she used a basic skill, but Alec's buff made it god tier. Henrietta stands over Alec, asking if he's ready for the final push. The Demon Lord panics, recognizing the flurry of enhancement spells being cast. Henrietta's entire body glows with holy power, declaring this is the end. With a final, determined glare, she unleashes her ultimate attack. Judgment. She charges forward, her blade a beacon of pure, concentrated holy energy. The attack connects, erupting in a blinding flash of divine light. The Demon Lord's body shatters, its reign of terror finally over. Henrietta and Alec watch the dust settle, the battle seemingly won. The Demon Lord's broken body lies motionless on the battlefield. Henrietta realizes the archer's arrow was the key to their victory. Alec explains the binding spell gave her the opening she needed. But a twitch from the beast's hand signals this isn't over yet. The Demon Lord refuses to accept its defeat at the hands of humans. The others can only stare, wondering how it's still alive. After being vaporized. But Alec knows this isn't the full extent of the beast's power. His eyes widen in shock as he senses a sudden, drastic change. The Demon Lord's body begins to dissolve into particles of light. But Alec stares, recognizing the eyes, the hair, and the very soul. The Demon Lord's new form is eerily human, almost familiar. The other knights resolve to fight, seeing no other choice. But the beast's hand falls limp, its immense power fading. The knights look on in confusion as the demon simply vanishes. It reappears, sitting calmly, and offers to let them seal it away. Well, that's an unexpected plot twist. Alec and the others are completely stunned by the sudden surrender. Maria points out the obvious flaw. Their sealing stone is in pieces, but the Demon Lord insists there is still a way to imprison it. And Alec realizes with a jolt exactly what the monster is suggesting. Alec pulls out another smaller sealing stone from his inventory. Maria is stunned, asking how he could possibly have another one. He explains this is just a failed prototype, far too weak to work. But the Demon Lord insists it's fine so long as it doesn't resist. Just go with the flow. Alec is completely baffled by this sudden change of heart. The beast explains this cheap seal will only last about 50 years. But Alec vows they'll keep the seal powered, ensuring it never breaks again. He turns to Maria, entrusting her with the final, desperate ritual. She steps forward, preparing to imprison the surprisingly cooperative god. With her eyes closed, Maria begins to channel the sealing magic. The final ritual begins, a desperate gamble to imprison a god. Alec watches intently, unable to shake a feeling of unease. But the Demon Lord speaks, addressing the young hero before him. It sits calmly, accepting its fate with a strange sense of peace. It warns Alec that his future will be filled with many more trials, and challenges him to struggle with all his might against them. Standard pre-imprisonment pep talk. The cryptic words leave Alec completely stunned. As the sealing stone glows, its magic finally taking hold, Maria completes the chant, calling for a divine blessing on their work. The ritual is complete, the Demon Lord now trapped within the crystal. The sealing stone lies in the grass, its duty fulfilled. Alec can only whisper that it's finally over, the battle won. But his relief is cut short by a celebratory, armor-plated hug from Henrietta. She declares she always knew he'd win, that the Demon Lord feared him. Alec just complains that her armor is digging into his ribs. A hero's work is never comfortable. The party's archer wipes her brow, laughing in pure relief. She pulls Anna into a tight embrace, sharing the moment of victory. Even the royals are exhausted, the butler looking like he needs a long vacation. Across the battlefield, the survivors embrace, their desperate fight finally at an end. But Anna stands apart, a quiet, thoughtful expression on her face. As they walk, Rouge asks Alec about the Demon Lord's final words. Alec explains the beast spoke of praying for a god's blessing. Rouge scoffs, finding it impossible that a demon would worship their god of light. But Alec wonders who a demon god would even pray to. He explains the two opposing deities, Suran, the god of light, and Slain, the god of death. And he realizes with a chill that only the Empire worships the god of death. Anna looks up at him, asking who he truly is, but he just offers a gentle smile. The next day, the city of Vulks is abuzz with news of the festival. Rumors of the Demon Lord's revival spread like wildfire through the streets. And a newsboy shouts the headlines, confirming the impossible story for all to hear. The headlines scream of the Demon Lord's return and the White Sage clan's victory. But the townspeople are still on edge, their relief mixed with lingering fear. The story now moves to the grand estate of the city's ruling lord. Inside, a rumor is spreading that the leader of the White Sage collapsed after the battle. But Alec sits calmly as the Lord confirms his heroic deeds are now legendary. The The Lord of Vulks, Julius Pendragon, formally offers his deepest gratitude. 5 days after the battle, our boy finally gets his official debriefing. Alec just smiles, noting that for all the chaos, this is their first time meeting. Another guest is introduced, Watson, the master of the Mages Guild. Bork passionately explains to his father that Alec saved not just the city, but his own children as well. The Lord admits he knew of the threat from loot, but was slow to act. Alec sips his tea, calmly waiting for the official offer to come. The reward is a promotion to gold rank and 1,000,000 gold. Not a bad payday for stopping the apocalypse. The Lord even offers anything else he might desire, a blank check for the city's new hero. But Alec just smiles, humbly declaring that's more than enough. The Lord and the Guildmaster share a look, impressed by the boy's modesty. But the Lord's expression turns serious. There's one more thing he must apologize for. He finally brings up the one topic Alec has been dreading, Kettle Village. Alec looks up, his calm demeanor finally cracking as he confirms the subject. The mood in the room grows heavy, the ticking clock marking a grim turn in the conversation. The Lord of Vulks takes full responsibility for the village's destruction. Alec is stunned, demanding to know what he means by that. He explains that Kettle Village was surrounded by a monster-infested forest, but its location was dangerously close to the hostile empire, making it a potential shortcut for an invasion of the capital. A map reveals the direct route, a critical strategic choke point. To protect it, the legendary sage Gale was asked to move there as a deterrent. He was joined by other powerful figures like the village chief and a master hunter, a real retirement community for badasses. Alec realizes the village wasn't just a quiet town, but a secret military outpost. The Lord continues, explaining how that carefully laid plan fell apart. He explains management was left to his eldest son, the next in line, a man named Abel Pendragon, brother to Henrietta and Bork. Alec realizes neither of them ever mentioned their brother was the heir. But the Lord reveals a shocking truth. Abel never reported the sage's death. The official meant to report directly to the Lord was secretly replaced. They realize a third party is hiding the sage's death to control the empire. Alec questions why they would hide it, even from their own leadership. The Lord admits he can't rule out any possibility for the deception. A flashback reveals Abel's shocking incompetence, dismissing the death as unimportant. The Lord had to remind his own son about the village's annual reports. Abel roars back, furious at the very suggestion of incompetence. He insists he told his father repeatedly about the village's importance. He accuses the Lord of making it sound like he wasn't doing his job. But the Lord is just pained, admitting he never thought his son had the skill for such a plot. He laments that Abel lacks the patriotism and kindness of his sister Henrietta. Ouch, that's a tough family dinner conversation. Ultimately, the Lord takes full responsibility for allowing the attack to happen. The conversation then shifts to the Demon Lord's shrine and the massive rock that destroyed it. The Guildmaster identifies the attack as Meteor Fall, a skill favored by Imperial mages. The grim realization dawns. Spies from the Empire have already infiltrated the city. And Alec's mind flashes back to Zero, the warlock who tried to stop them. The Lord asks what Alec knows of the demon mages, recalling Henrietta's report of a black-haired trio. He identifies them as the Empire's Special Forces Unit, a group known only as Cerberus. Alec is stunned, the name of the infamous unit sending a chill down his spine. The Lord confirms it's just a nickname, but one that carries a heavy weight. He reveals a dark rumor. The Empire gathers black-haired orphans to forge into living weapons. Alec is shocked. The detail about black hair hitting a little too close to home. Their training is a nightmare of curses and combat, a childhood spent on the battlefield. He learns the horrifying truth. Their survival rate to adulthood is less than 10%. And he finally understands Zero's rage, a product of a life he can't even imagine. But the Guildmaster points out a flaw. There's no known link between hair color and magical ability. Alec's mind races, connecting hair color to different regions, but he realizes that black hair is a complete anomaly. He connects the color to the dark attribute in magic. The horrifying truth dawns on him. It's the color of imperial nobility. The Guildmaster confirms his fear. Black hair is the mark of imperial royalty. He describes the Empire as a harsh land, forged in cold and conflict. And to survive, they turned to the god of death for power. And so, the black-haired nobles built the empire we know today. Talk about a hostile takeover. Alec is stunned, questioning why his own family hid this from him. But the Lord states it wasn't his place to reveal Alec's true lineage. The Lord explains Cerberus recruits from fallen nobles and abandoned children. A memory surfaces. The sage Gale wondering why Alec was abandoned so far from home. Alec listens, the pieces of his own forgotten past slowly clicking into place. He humbly insists he wasn't a hero, just a boy protecting his home. The Lord explains the political chaos, with factions wanting both war and peace. He asks Alec to be his eyes and ears, reporting any suspicious activity in the city. Alec agrees, knowing he can't blame the Lord for a plot he was unaware of. But he can't shake his suspicion of the Lord's son, Abel, a classic case of a problem child. The Lord clenches his fist, vowing to build a monument on the ruins of Kettle Village, a silent promise to honor the memory of the fallen across the quiet fields. The Lord explains that with the village gone, the Empire now controls a key fortress. Alec listens, the weight of this new political reality settling in. The Lord declares they can't allow the Empire to hold that strategic point. Our boy can only agree, understanding the grim implications. As he leaves, the Lord and Guildmaster offer their full support for whatever comes next. The Lord then asks him to continue being a good friend to Henrietta. Just a casual request from a powerful noble. Alec just smiles, happily agreeing to the request. With the meeting over, life in the city of Vulks continues on. But Alec walks the streets alone, his mind heavy with secrets and conspiracies. A voice suddenly calls out his name, breaking him from his thoughts. It's Jilly, who greets him with a cheerful wave. He confirms he's finished the shopping, getting everything on their list. Alec pops out from a corner, declaring the next dungeon is his main focus. He reminds Jilly of their next destination, the Forgotten Island. It's where he'll find the item he needs to finally become a necromancer. He explains that after hearing Watson's story about hair color, he's now certain that necromancy is the path he's meant for. His expression hardens, his resolve now absolute. Guess he's leaning into the whole dark-haired noble thing. But he and Jilly are suddenly startled by a commotion nearby. They look back towards their clan house, sensing something is off. They arrive to find two strangers arguing with the rest of the party on the steps. The men insist they're friends of Alec, trying to talk their way inside. Haiti tries to send them away, complaining about all the suspicious visitors they get now. Jilly tries to calm Anna, insisting she doesn't know who these people are. But Alec finally arrives, asking what all the commotion is about. The two men are overjoyed, rushing forward and asking if he remembers them. Alec can only stare back blankly, having no idea who they are. Well, this is awkward. He racks his brain trying to place their faces but comes up with nothing. But their disappointment turns to laughter. They realize he was just a kid when he left, and a memory finally surfaces. They were the troublemakers from his old village. Alec is stunned, the memory finally clicking into place. He recognizes them now. Dory and Gran, the old troublemakers from his village. He invites them inside, the unexpected reunion moving to the clan's lounge. They introduce themselves as a magic swordsman and a holy knight. Looks like they've leveled up since their village days. The rest of the party is just confused, wondering how Alec is friends with these guys. Dory even teases Jilly, noting how much his personality has changed. With the pleasantries over, Alec asks the real question. Why are they here? They explain they heard rumors of his success and the destruction of their home. Alec confirms the grim truth, saying only he, Jilly, and Anna survived. The two men are stunned, realizing Anna is the sister of a girl they once knew. Dory expresses his sympathy for Anna, offering to help if she ever needs it. The young girl is a little taken aback, not sure how to respond. The two men admit they never planned to return, but the loss of their home still stings. The entire party stands in the lounge, a somber mood settling over the unexpected reunion. But their spirits lift as they declare they're just happy. Alec is safe, offering to help his clan. Alec and Anna are surprised by the sudden, cheerful offer of cooperation. He's completely stunned, asking if they're seriously asking to join his party. But Jilly interrupts, asking if they're the famous twin swords from the capital. The two men are surprised he's heard of them, their reputation preceding them. Jilly explains she's heard they're gold-rank adventurers who work alone. A couple of high-level freelancers, it seems. They explain their perfect synergy as a front and rear guard duo. Alec is genuinely impressed by how hard they've worked since leaving home. But they laugh, admitting they only got strong to be popular, which hasn't worked. Jilly is overwhelmed by their sheer energy, a stark contrast to their own clan. Alec admits to himself that he has some serious reservations, but he can't deny that two advanced frontliners would be a huge help. He considers his own party's formation, which is already well-balanced. But he recalls their desperate fight. Their current lineup is good, but not fight a god good. The real problem is whether their chaotic energy will fit in with his team. He asks why, with their skills, they never joined another clan before now. He asks if they're just trying to use him for their own gain. They insist they've known him since he was a kid and can be trusted. Besides, they're sure that sticking with him will be far more interesting. Jilly is skeptical, pointing out that everyone claims to be strong. But the two men are certain that following Alec is the right call. Alec realizes this is the first time Jilly has seen them since leaving home. They explain that in a clan, they can't just act on their own whims. Alec agrees, but with one very important condition. Jilly and the others agree. They'll have to prove their skills first. And so he gives them their entrance exam, a trip to the Labyrinth of the Dead. The two newcomers eagerly ask what their role will be. Alec considers the best way to integrate them into the team. The rest of the party is stunned by the idea of splitting up. Jilly and Anna look on, confused by the sudden debate. Haiti points out that taking everyone would be a burden on their leader. After all, the newcomers are a high-level holy knight and magic swordsman. Alec knows that a large gap in power can be dangerous for a party. The others realize they might just be holding the team back, a tough pill to swallow. So Alec makes a decision. He'll go with Jilly and the two new recruits. Haiti sighs in disappointment, but accepts his leader's choice. Anna tugs on his sleeve, asking how long he'll be gone. She promises to be good, telling him to do his best. And so, the new 4-person team sets sail for their destination. Their boatman is skeptical, questioning their trip to the Forgotten Island. Alec just smiles, confirming they'll be back on schedule. The man reluctantly agrees, explaining it's an uninhabited island near Vulks, an island once home to worshippers of the god of death. Their goal is simple: find the Book of the Dead to unlock Alec's new class. Just a light read for the weekend. On the way, Alec briefs his new team on the dungeon ahead. He explains the deeper they go, the stronger the undead will become. He explains the final boss, an elder lich, guards the book in the deepest chamber. The newcomers worry, knowing the lich is immune to status effects. But Alec is confident, having already studied all the monsters they'll face. He tells them to stay calm. They can clear this dungeon in a single day. The team arrives at the entrance, a massive stone door in the wilderness. With a grunt of effort, they push open the heavy dungeon doors. They step inside, the ancient stone corridors stretching before them, and are immediately ambushed by a skeletal monster from the shadows. The standard welcome wagon. But the two newcomers react instantly, their blades a blur of motion. Alec is impressed by their speed, but they just say they're used to it. The newcomers are unfazed as another skeleton emerges from the dark. Alec watches on, recognizing their flawless, practiced coordination. Dory, the magic swordsman, rushes in to take the lead, while Gran, the holy knight, casts a protective spell from behind. Dory's blade connects, a swift and decisive strike. They switch positions in an instant, a seamless tactical rotation. Gran holds the line while Dory prepares an enchanted attack. He unleashes a powerful sonic blade, a blast of pure energy. The skeletal monster is completely shattered by the force of the blow. They share a fist bump, their synergy as impressive as their reputation. Alec is impressed, but admits this dungeon is still a serious challenge. The newcomers are thrilled, already talking about post-dungeon meals. Jilly can only sigh, completely overwhelmed by their boundless energy. As they descend, the duo jokes about the spooky atmosphere. Jilly questions the plan, but Alec confirms the book is the final step. The two are brimming with confidence, sure they can handle the final boss. They see the final chamber ahead, eager to finish the fight. The dungeon crawl is a breeze, though Jilly notes their utter lack of tension. Someone needs to tell them this isn't a picnic, but as they reach a massive door, they realize something is off. They've already reached the final floor far sooner than expected. Alec is stunned, realizing they've reached the end far too quickly. The two newcomers eagerly ask if they should open the final door. With a final push, the heavy stone doors swing open. They step into a large, torch-lit chamber, an altar at its center. The flickering lights cast long, ominous shadows across the walls. The party enters, their quest seemingly at its end. And there on the altar lies their prize, the Book of the Dead. But the room is completely empty. Guess the final boss called in sick. Alec cautiously approaches the altar, his goal finally within reach. He reaches for the book, but the eerie silence feels like a trap. But a dry, rattling breath echoes from the shadows. The Elder Lich appears, welcoming the foolish humans to its domain. Alec and Jilly recognize the boss, who vows to make them a sacrifice. Its eyes glow with malice, eager to begin the final battle. But the two newcomers are already apologizing to their god for the mess they're about to make. After the fight, the duo sits exhausted, admitting it was an easy win. Jilly can only sigh, knowing the rest of the party would have struggled. The newcomers eagerly ask if they've finally proven their worth to the clan. Alec just smiles, admitting their skills are more than enough. They celebrate as Alec notes their perfectly balanced fighting style. He explains their stamina is why they can handle drawn-out boss fights. Alec realizes their perfect balance of offense and defense is the key. But Jilly cuts through his thoughts, reminding him of their real objective. He turns back to the altar, his prize waiting for him. With a steady hand, he reaches for the book that will change his destiny. A memory surfaces of his past life, playing a game from a hospital bed. He realizes his desire to be a necromancer has only grown stronger here. With his resolve absolute, he finally takes the ancient tome in his hands. But a sudden ominous rumble echoes from the dungeon's entrance. He and Jilly turn, realizing their exit might not be so simple. The two newcomers are on edge, questioning the sudden tremor. But the elder lich they just defeated rises again, complimenting their impressive battle. Dory and Gran are completely baffled, wondering how it's still standing. The lich looks over, noting that their rear guard is younger than it expected. Jilly asks Alec if this is just another undead, her voice filled with concern. Alec can only stare, his mind racing to understand this impossible situation. The lich suggests they start with a proper greeting. Before the inevitable second phase beatdown. Alec realizes with dawning horror this isn't just a normal monster, but an endgame level boss. He questions why the legendary Lord of Death is in a mid-tier dungeon. The lich is pleased he knows its name, declaring this will make things much simpler. The Lord of Death challenges them to draw their weapons and show their strength. Jilly looks to Alec for a plan, her voice filled with desperation. He explains this is a top-tier raid boss, endgame content for maxed-out players. A fight that requires multiple parties of level 50s with the best gear available. In other words, they are completely and utterly out of their league. But a sudden thought strikes Alec, a desperate last-ditch plan. He pulls out a return scroll, ready to make a very tactical retreat. But the lich warns them that escape is not an option in its domain. Looks like this dungeon has a no-rage-quit policy. Alec realizes they're trapped. Their only way out is to fight or be wiped out. The lich's staff glows, ready to entertain its first guests in a very long time. The Lord of Death unleashes a curse field, trapping the two frontliners in its foul energy. Alec is horrified, recognizing a high-level skill that prohibits all forms of healing. His mind races. This boss shouldn't be able to use both necromancy and black magic. The lich seems pleased, noting that someone in the party actually understands its power. It then asks if Alec can comprehend its use of triple magic. Our boy is stunned again, realizing it can also use wizard-class spells. The lich then casually considers summoning high-level demons, a devil summoner's skill. Alec realizes this boss has skills from multiple, completely unrelated advanced classes. A total game breaker. The Lord of Death seems to confirm this, asking if he truly grasps the situation. Meanwhile, the two gold-rank adventurers are completely lost, unable to follow the conversation. Alec realizes it can even summon archdemons, a devil summoner's skill, but he holds up a hand, asking for a moment to speak. The lich is amused, allowing the boy to ask his question. Alec explains the skills it's using are impossible for a normal undead. The Lord of Death compliments his sharp insight. Alec presses on, saying no monster should have this level of intelligence. The lich challenges him, asking what conclusion he's drawn from this. Alec's eyes widen as the final impossible piece clicks into place. He declares the lich isn't a monster, but a human reincarnated as an undead. Well, that's one way to get tenure. Jilly can only stare, completely baffled by this new revelation. The Lord of Death claps slowly, praising Alec's excellent deduction. It's impressed that someone so young could reach such a conclusion. Alec sweats, unsure if this is a compliment or a threat. Standard boss banter. The lich asks who taught him, as his knowledge is far from ordinary. Alec is torn, wondering if he should reveal his own secret. He glances back at his confused party, knowing he has to play this carefully. He deflects, asking if the lich has ever heard of the sage Gale. Alec claims Gale was his grandfather, the source of all his knowledge. The Lord of Death seems to consider this, a thoughtful look on its skeletal face. Alec breathes a silent sigh of relief, his bluff seemingly accepted. But the Lord of Death leans in, calling his bluff a boring lie. Its staff slams down, the sound echoing through the chamber. It questions if Alec is trying to mock it with that name. Meanwhile, back at the clan house, a hand touches a window. The maid asks Anna if something is wrong. The young girl just stares out at the sudden downpour. She worries about Alec's ship caught in the storm. Back in the dungeon, the lich's anger continues to build. The rest of the party stands ready, sensing the fight is unavoidable. The lich reveals a shocking truth. It never taught Gale curse magic. Well, so much for that brilliant lie. Alec is left completely speechless, his bluff falling apart before his eyes. The Lich insists that Gale couldn't possibly possess such knowledge. It lunges forward in a burst of rage, sending the party reeling. The Lord of Death looms over them, continuing its lecture mid-battle. It explains that Gale was a man of intuition, not a scholar of theory. Alec nervously asks if it knew his grandfather, but the Lich dismisses the idea. It then drops a bombshell. The legendary sage Gale was its own student. Jilly can only stare, realizing this monster was her grandfather's master. So much for a simple dungeon crawl. A memory surfaces of Gale explaining he was a war orphan, raised by his master, and that his master taught him everything, back when he was still human. The Lord of Death explains it developed a secret art to become undead. Alec is baffled, questioning how it's using knowledge from a past life. The Lich confirms it abandoned its human form to be reborn in this one. Our boy is stunned, realizing this isn't the kind of reincarnation he knows. The ancient being raises a hand, preparing to ask another question. It demands to know how Alec acquired his own impossible knowledge. The rest of the party is completely lost. Guess they missed the lecture on undead philosophy. Alec struggles to find an answer that won't expose his own secret. The Lord of Death waits, its silence more intimidating than any threat. But its patience finally runs out as it slams its staff to the ground. His entire party lies defeated, taken down in an instant. Alec can only call out Jilly's name, horrified that everyone is down. The Lord of Death calmly explains they're only unconscious. For now, it demands the truth now that they have no more distractions. Alec knows that one wrong word could get them all killed. He realizes that unlike the fight with the Demon Lord, no cavalry is coming to save them. With no other options, he grits his teeth, ready to reveal his secret. He finally admits it. He was reincarnated from another world. The Lich seems intrigued, asking if he also retains memories of his past life. Alec explains that in his world there was a game called Discard War Chronicle. The Lich's bony fingers twitch, processing this impossible revelation. Alec explains that the game mirrored this world, granting him forbidden knowledge. The Lord of Death repeats the name of the game, a question that sends a jolt of fear through Alec. But it follows up with a bizarre question. Has he ever read the Tour Bible? The Lich grabs him, demanding to know how he could be ignorant of such a thing. A bead of sweat forms on its skull as a horrifying possibility dawns on it. It holds up the very book Alec came for, the Book of the Dead. The ancient being opens the tome, ordering the boy to read from its pages. Alec's eyes widen in absolute mind-shattering disbelief. The ancient, mystical text is written in perfect Japanese. Well, that's one hell of a plot twist. The Lich asks what's written, a puzzle it couldn't solve for years. Its skeletal hand trembles, the ancient being completely lost for words. Its shock turns to pure ecstasy, thanking the gods for this fateful meeting. Alec continues to read, stunned by the sheer level of detail within the pages. He realizes this isn't just a book, it's a complete strategy guide for this world. The Lord of Death clarifies that this is merely a copy of the Tour Bible. Alec explains this text is from his world, and he's never seen the game's title anywhere else. He questions how a language from another dimension could possibly exist here. The ancient being turns the question back on him, asking for his own theory. Alec theorizes that another reincarnator must have written it, turning a guide into a holy text. The Lich asks if Alec has ever read the holy book of the church. He explains the book praises Saran, the god who granted humanity their skills. But the Lich points out a critical flaw in that logic. It declares the holy book is a fake, a convenient lie to hide the truth. Alec realizes the Tour Bible must be the real holy text. The ancient being facepalms, admitting Alec is jumping to conclusions. Just a bit. It struggles to figure out where to even begin its explanation. Alec can only think that this ancient monster acts just like a teacher. A memory surfaces of his lonely days studying after Gale's death. The Lord of Death explains the two books exist for entirely different reasons. It explains the holy book is just propaganda, a tool to legitimize the church. But the Tour Bible is different. It's a pure preservation of knowledge. Alec asks a simple question. If this is a copy, where is the original? The book suddenly vanishes from his hands in a flash of light. The Lord of Death now holds the tome, praising his excellent question. It explains the original's location is a complete mystery to everyone. The knowledge within is so fundamental, it must have come from a god. Alec asks how it knows this is a copy, and the Lich reveals there are others. And the only known copies are held exclusively by the world's royal families. These copies are 90% identical, with only minor variations between them. The Lord of Death explains each kingdom's book details unique job classes. Alec questions why the books would intentionally hide information from each other. The Lich declares that only a god could know the true purpose behind it. But Alec realizes this would create different military strategies for each nation. The ancient being turns, intrigued by this sudden, sharp insight. Alec explains that limiting jobs is a way to control how nations wage war. He's suddenly flustered, realizing he's discussing geopolitics with a skeleton. But the Lich is impressed, admitting it had never considered that angle. It wonders if the god who gave this knowledge wanted humanity to be in conflict. Alec can only sweat, completely overwhelmed by this impromptu lecture on divine conspiracy. The Lich explains the book is a way to fill in the gaps of a flawed history. It offers him a wealth of knowledge, a library of forbidden lore. But Alec stands firm, demanding a guarantee for his and his friends' lives. The Lord of Death considers his demand and calmly agrees. As a sign of good faith, it tosses him a small, unassuming ring. Alec catches it, completely baffled by the sudden gift. The Lich explains it's a ring of transfer, a key to this very dungeon. Our boy is stunned. This item never existed in the game he knew. The ancient being then lays out its proposal. Visit once a month. In exchange, it will teach him magic that goes beyond his own knowledge. The two newcomers slowly begin to stir, waking from their forced nap. They scramble to their feet, wondering what happened to the Lord of Death. Alec awkwardly explains that he and the raid boss are now co-workers. The duo is completely stunned, questioning if the Lich was really once human. Gaul explains its reasoning, seeing undeath as the only path to eternal life. But the two adventurers decide against it, worried it would ruin their social lives. Alec suggests that since they're now partners, they should probably exchange names. The ancient being introduces itself as Gaul Black, a name erased from history. Alec introduces himself, but casually dismisses his two new party members. Gaul is furious, declaring that only Alec will deal with it from now on. Gaul explains he's not interested in human reincarnation, but in other worlders? That's a different story. Jilly asks if Alec is really going through with this. He confirms it's time to begin. The Book of the Dead lies waiting, a silent promise of forbidden power. With his party and his new skeletal mentor watching, Alec declares he's ready. He opens the ancient tome, its pages filled with cryptic text. The book glows with an ethereal light as he begins to read. He notes that this side of the book isn't written in Japanese, but the concepts of necromancy flow directly into his mind anyway. He wonders if this is truly all it takes to master the forbidden art. A system message congratulates him. He's unlocked a new skill. Well, that was surprisingly straightforward. Jilly asks what's wrong, but Alec insists he didn't hear anything. He realizes this new passive skill is a constant, automatic connection to the dead. But then a faint voice echoes in his mind, one he feels he's heard before. He's stunned, recognizing it as the same voice that once cried out for help. A memory surfaces of his childhood, of a voice he'd long dismissed as a reincarnation tutorial. The book explains his new skill. Communion with the dead is an enhanced version of what he's felt before. The progression is simple. His Necromancer level raises the skill cap, but practice raises the skill itself. He learns the skill has hidden evolutionary potential, but unlocking it won't be easy. Standard endgame content. The true goal is to evolve the skill and unleash its ultimate hidden power. And with that, a system message confirms the unique skill tutorial is complete. But as he processes the new skill, a flicker of confusion crosses his face. The voice echoes again, a prayer for his good fortune in battle. He looks up from the book, completely startled by the disembodied words. Gaul asks if he's finished, and Alec confirms he's successfully learned the skill. The two newcomers are already celebrating, eager to head back for the day. Alec turns to his new mentor, asking when they should meet again. But his expression suddenly shifts, a look of shock on his face. Even the ancient Lich can tell something is wrong, asking what's happened. Jilly looks over, confused by her leader's sudden, strange behavior. She calls out his name, her voice filled with concern for the distant-looking sage. Alec stumbles back, questioning how this could possibly be. Jilly grabs him, desperately asking what he's seeing that they can't. But his focus is on a ghostly hand that seems to reach for him. A vision appears. A wounded girl, a spirit from a forgotten memory. He whispers her name, Mia. The voice he's been hearing all this time. Alec is completely stunned, unable to comprehend what's happening. His party members can only call out his name, baffled by his sudden trance. He reaches out to the spirit, pleading for her to let him hear her voice. He begs for any response, even if it's just her anger. Anything to prove she's real. He lunges forward, grabbing the apparition in a desperate, impossible embrace. Jilly pleads with him to calm down, asking what he's seeing. But Alec insists that Mia is right there in front of them. He claims the spirit is trying to communicate with him. But for some reason, he can't understand what she's trying to say. He breaks down, begging to know what she wants from him. He collapses to the floor, completely overwhelmed by the vision. Jilly tries to comfort him, asking if he can truly see her. Gaul finds this fascinating, a power he's never encountered before. Just another Tuesday for the ancient undead professor. The ancient lich then asks a very pointed question: can he summon her? He suggests that as a necromancer, Alec could bring her back as an undead. Alec is horrified by the thought of turning Mia into an undead. But Gaul's voice echoes, reminding him he wants to hear her again. The question hangs in the air, a temptation he can't ignore. The ancient lich presses on, asking if he wants to know her final message. Alec's resolve begins to waver, his desperation growing. Gaul explains that this is the very purpose of necromancy. For all your ghostly communication needs. With a heavy heart, Alec agrees to try the forbidden ritual. Jilly can only watch in horror, unable to stop him. He steps forward, his new mentor and stunned party watching on. With a deep breath, he begins the chant to summon a skeleton. The ritual completes and a skeletal figure begins to form before them. It's her, a skeletal version of the girl from his vision, Mia. The rest of the party can only stare in absolute horrified shock. The newcomers are stunned, questioning if this is truly the girl they once knew. Gaul notes that only one soul answered the call, a truly special case. The undead girl stands before them, a grim echo of a forgotten memory. Alec rushes forward, desperately pleading for her to finally speak to him. But the skeleton can only offer a silent, empty gaze in return. He grits his teeth in frustration. He still can't understand her message. And just as quickly as she appeared, the summoning begins to fade away. Gaul declares the summoning a failure, the ghostly girl still lingering in Alec's sight. He explains the theory. Necromancy binds a soul, but this one seems to resist. But Alec realizes his new skill allows him to perceive the emotions of the dead. Gaul is intrigued, questioning this unique and unheard-of ability. Alec explains this is why he can see Mia, a power amplified by his new class. The ancient lich asks if even this power isn't enough for a real conversation. But Alec finds a new hope. If he levels up, he might finally understand her. Gaul considers this, admitting the idea is certainly worth testing. Alec looks up, asking if the ancient being will truly help him. Gaul agrees, but makes it clear. This is purely for the sake of experiment. For science. Gaul confirms the plan. Level up the Necromancer class. And with it, strengthen his communion with the dead. Jilly's voice snaps him back to the present moment. She and the others agree. They'll help him grind for levels. Alec is moved by their loyalty, thanking his new team. Gaul seems impressed by their resolve, a bold decision indeed. And so, the four of them prepare for a new kind of dungeon crawl. They return to the dungeon's entrance ready to begin their training. Looks like the tutorial is finally over. Gaul explains he's reconfigured the entire labyrinth for them. It's now a custom-made training ground, perfect for a power-leveling montage. Alec whispers Mia's name, his focus entirely on the spirit. He promises her he'll find a way, asking her to wait just a little longer. The newcomers watch on, a little overwhelmed by this sudden emotional turn. Their first opponents appear, a pair of skeleton generals. Alec identifies the enemy, telling his team to leave this to him. He summons his own army of skeleton knights to meet the threat. He then casts a blessing of the dead, empowering his new minions. Jilly recognizes the staff he recovered from the White King. He explains its effect, doubling his summon count for skeletons. And with his blessing, his basic knights can now take on the generals. With a single command, Alec sends his skeletal army charging forward. His minions clash with the dungeon's defenders, a storm of rattling bones and steel. The newcomers are stunned, realizing this isn't a fight, it's a war of attrition. But more enemies emerge from the shadows, an endless tide of undead. Alec coordinates the attack, ordering his team to act as decoys and thin the herd. The party works in perfect sync, cutting down the skeletal horde. But the constant summoning is already taking a toll on the young Necromancer. With his Necromancer level finally raised, he decides to test his new power. He calls out Mia's name, attempting the forbidden summoning once more. But the result is the same, a silent, empty skeleton, devoid of any message. But Alec can only sigh in defeat. It's still not enough. And so the grueling training montage continues day after day. They face an endless tide of high-level undead, a custom-made hell. The two newcomers hold the line, their energy seemingly limitless, while Alec commands his own skeletal army from the rear. But his focus is elsewhere, his mind fixed on his true goal. He tries a new spell, attempting to summon a ghost instead of a body. And this time, a faint, ethereal form begins to appear. The others can see it too, a human shape without a clear face. Alec calls out her name, asking if she can finally move. A breakthrough at last. But Alec can only stare in disappointment. The spirit is still not moving. The grueling grind continues, and he admits they're only halfway there. Jilly suggests they rest, but Alec insists they haven't reached the bottom yet. One of the newcomers reminds him that Gaul will see this experiment through to the end. They finally agree to take a break, deciding to eat and rest for the night. The party sits exhausted, commenting on their twice-a-day dungeon dives. But Alec remains quiet, his mind clearly elsewhere. He notes he's only reached level 5, realizing he can't stay here forever. He thinks back to his clan, how their success had almost made him forget his anger. But his focus always returns to Mia, the ghost who now haunts his every step. He wonders what she's been trying to tell him all this time. A single thought consumes him. He has to hurry. Meanwhile, back in the city, a storm rages on. It's been 7 days, and Anna's worry grows with each passing moment. Heidi recalls Alec saying the trip would only take 2 days. She's never been away from her family for this long, fearing the worst. The thought of losing Alec is more than she can bear. The party's thief tries to calm her, blaming the delay on the storm. Anna agrees, remembering that Jilly is there to protect him. But the thief knows she's lying, just as worried as everyone else. Back at the clan house, the mood is heavy with worry. But Anna suddenly looks up, hearing a familiar sound. She whispers a welcome, not quite believing her ears. Heidi bursts in, calling her name with joyous relief. He confirms that everyone has returned home safely. He's a little flustered, but overwhelmingly glad they're back. The entire party stands at the door, their long journey over. Anna's face lights up, her brother finally home. But the returning heroes look like they've been through hell. Alec in particular seems completely drained, the weight of his quest showing. Anna's eyes widen, her relief mixed with deep concern. Their clothes are torn and caked in the grime of the dungeon. Even the high-level newcomers are completely spent from the ordeal. She stands in the hallway, sensing something is deeply wrong. Alec and Jilly look like they've returned from a war, not a trip. She offers a quiet welcome, her voice trembling slightly. He can barely manage a response, his gaze distant and haunted. She asks why he has such a frightening look on his face. But he just brushes it off, saying they'll leave again after restocking. Because a week-long hell grind wasn't enough. The words hit her like a physical blow, her hope shattering. But Anna grabs his cloak, refusing to let him go. She begs him to wait, insisting she's coming with him this time. She pleads to be taken to the labyrinth of the dead. Alec can only say her name, his voice heavy with exhaustion. But her expression is one of pure, unyielding determination. He tells her not to be selfish, his words colder than he intends. The harsh dismissal leaves her completely stunned. He explains he has no time for this, that she should understand his urgency. With a gentle push, he removes her hand from his cloak. And just like that, he walks away, leaving her behind once more. Anna stands frozen, his cold words echoing in the silence. She can only whisper his name as he walks away without looking back. A chasm of darkness now separates them, his obsession pulling him away. A memory surfaces of a promise they once made to get stronger together. She tearfully recalls how he was always the one to save her. He was there for her even when she failed, always offering support. He was their leader, their rock, even when the clan faced impossible odds. And he always did it with a reassuring smile. Before the whole goth necromancer phase. She calls out his name, her voice filled with a new, desperate resolve. But his final cutting words are the only answer she receives. She just wanted to get stronger, to be able to help him. But his words echo in her mind, a cold and final dismissal. The crushing realization dawns. Her brother doesn't need her anymore. The rest of the party can only watch the painful scene unfold. Jilly remains silent, the weight of their journey etched on her face. Even the newcomers are too exhausted to say a word. Heidi asks why the sub-leaders aren't stopping him. Reading the room isn't his strong suit. Anna stands alone, her heart completely shattered. But the party's thief steps in, stopping Heidi from saying more. She grabs Alec, her expression making it clear this conversation isn't over. Alec is caught off guard, his cold facade finally cracking. The rest of the party can only watch the tense confrontation. The thief's expression is a mix of anger and deep concern. Anna looks on, her heart still aching from his harsh words. The thief demands to know what he thinks he's doing. She explains Anna has been waiting, barely eating or sleeping. She asks him to remember why he's been fighting so hard. Anna asks if it wasn't all to protect his family, to protect her. The simple, devastating question hits him like a physical blow. The thief grabs his leg, refusing to let him run from this. She tells him not to treat his family like a boss treats his underlings. Her words hang in the air, a painful truth for everyone to hear. Her weapon falls to the floor, her intervention now complete. Anna can only look on, her heart still aching from his rejection. And finally, the weight of his actions crashes down on Alec. Later, Anna apologizes for worrying him, for making him carry it all. She tearfully admits she only ended up hurting the brother she loves. He reaches out a hand, a silent offer of reconciliation. He gives a thumbs up, a classic if slightly dorky sign that they're okay. And with a rush of relief, Anna throws her arms around him. Anna whispers a tearful welcome, her brother finally back in her arms. Alec manages a weary smile, simply saying that he's home. Haiti and the others watch on, the heavy tension finally broken. Even the newcomers are just glad the family drama is over. Jilly clenches her fist, the weight of their journey finally lifting. The thief, Larice, wipes away a tear, thankful she intervened. The entire party stands in the quiet hallway, the crisis averted. But Alec knows this isn't over. He has something to say. He declares it's time to tell them everything, about the dungeon and about his secret. And so, within the walls of their home, the truth will finally be revealed. The entire clan gathers around the table for a serious meeting. Alec finally drops the bombshell. He's a reincarnator from another world. Anna and Jilly can only listen, stunned by the impossible revelation. He explains his world was one of advanced science, far beyond their own, and that his knowledge comes from a game that mirrored their reality. Jilly just stares back, her reaction surprisingly muted. She admits she always knew he was different, and this just confirms it. Alec is completely floored that they're taking this so well. You know, the whole "I'm from another dimension" thing. The newcomers just laugh, saying it doesn't change a thing. Flustered, Alec tries to steer the conversation back to the main point. He explains that clearing the dungeon gave him a unique skill: communion with the dead. He's always felt a strange presence, but now he knows it was the voices of spirits. But he decides that showing them is far easier than explaining. With his staff raised, he begins a summoning ritual right in the lounge. An ethereal form begins to materialize from the glowing magic circle. The spirit takes shape, revealing the ghostly form of the girl, Mia. Alec notes that as a ghost, she's actually not that scary. You know, for a spectral apparition. But Anna stares in utter disbelief, recognizing the spirit instantly. Jilly is just as stunned, questioning what she's seeing. Anna rushes forward, calling out the name of her long-lost sister. Anna tearfully tells the spirit she's always wanted to meet her, to apologize. But she realizes Mia's ghostly gaze is fixed entirely on Alec. Alec explains Mia has a message, but his skill is too low to understand it. Jilly confirms this was the reason for his desperate week-long dungeon grind. But Anna suddenly declares that none of that is necessary. Alec is completely taken aback by her sudden confidence. She insists she doesn't need a special skill to understand her own sister. And she reveals Mia's true message. She's worried about him. The young girl seems flustered, but her conviction is absolute. Alec can only repeat her words, stunned by the simple revelation. Anna looks flustered, but her conviction is absolute. She insists that Mia's #1 concern was always him. Her only message was for Alec to take better care of himself. He's stunned. All this time she was just trying to be near him? The spirit of Mia looks on, her feelings finally understood. She never blamed him. She only ever wanted to protect him. A flood of memories returns, every ghostly vision now recontextualized. She makes him promise to stop being so reckless with his own life. A simple request from beyond the grave. The weight of her concern finally hits him, a truth he never saw. He turns away, telling her it's okay now that they've finally met. He reaches out a hand as her spirit begins to fade away. A memory surfaces of her final moments protecting him. He realizes he's been trapped by his own guilt all this time. Anna understands she was just trying to live up to his ideals. With her message finally delivered, Mia's spirit finds peace. Jilly understands they must all now walk their own paths. Mia's final words echo, to live for himself, not for her. The 3 survivors stand together, vowing to live on for her. Later, the somber reality sets in. They're all that's left. Jilly apologizes, admitting she shouldn't have left Anna behind. Jilly admits she shared his desire to know what Mia was thinking. She recalls their childhood, a time when they all hoped to be together again. She expresses her regret, feeling she should have stopped his obsession sooner. A heavy silence falls over the 3 survivors, the weight of their past settling in. Alec looks up, completely confused by her sudden change in mood. He asks what's wrong, but she struggles to find the right words. She decides that since he shared his secret, it's time to share her own, and she drops a bombshell. She was in love with Mia. Well, this is a twist. She admits she's kept it hidden for years. so their shock is understandable. But Anna just declares that everyone in the village already knew. Alec, as usual, is the last one to get the memo. Alec is completely floored, asking if it's really true. He turns to Jilly, asking if Mia knew about her feelings too. Anna confirms it, saying her sister knew and told her not to bring it up. Alec realizes he completely misread Mia's bluntness all those years. Our boy is having a full-blown existential crisis over his own obliviousness. Jilly sighs, feeling foolish for hiding a secret that was never a secret at all. But Alec just smiles, admitting they were both in the dark. Anna confirms that Alec and her sister have now said their goodbyes. She then asks if he's planning on finding a new lover anytime soon. You know, just cutting right to the chase. Alec insists he's not, saying he couldn't bear to have someone else take Mia's place. Anna asks if he'll truly prioritize family, even if others come along. He just smirks, asking if she's worried he'll be deceived by some strange woman. But Anna declares that her sister entrusted him to her care, and he finally understands. This is her way of asking him to protect himself. With the heavy conversations over, a new sense of peace settles over the clan. A few days later, Alec returns to the Labyrinth of the Dead. He activates the Ring of Transfer, a key to his new mentor's domain. He's instantly teleported to the deepest chamber, a jarring but efficient commute. The Lord of Death is already waiting, commenting that he's late for class, but Alec is ready, declaring it's time for his lessons to begin. Gaul asks if he's here to continue their little arrangement. He questions if the spirit of Mia has finally ascended. He seems disappointed, but agrees to continue their research another time. The ancient lich dismisses him, saying there's nothing more to learn today. But then he stops, admitting Alec has sparked a new research idea. He tells him to come back next month, unceremoniously booting him out. Alec finds himself outside, realizing his new mentor is a bit of a handful. With time on his hands, he decides to check the guild for new quests. He arrives at the bustling office, a place of new beginnings, and finds a table full of requests, a new path laid out before him. But he finds the selection of quests a bit underwhelming. The guild receptionist suggests a dragon subjugation quest near the capital. Alec's mind flashes to a game event, a massive dragon assault on the kingdom, but he quickly dismisses it, knowing they're not equipped for such a high-level fight. Undeterred, the receptionist offers another, more exotic destination. She suggests a trip to the Atlantis Islands, a name that catches his attention. It's a warm tourist spot, with a water god festival about to begin. You know, a classic beach episode setup. Alec realizes this is the perfect place to get unique water element gear. With a confident smile, he accepts the quest, much to the receptionist's delight. She's so excited she almost offers to pack her own bags and join them. Alec casually waves goodbye, leaving the poor receptionist completely heartbroken. She can only lament her missed chance at a tropical vacation with the city's hero. Walking through the streets, Alec reflects on this vacation, a luxury he never had in his past life. He quickly delegates tasks, assigning someone to handle travel while he gathers intel. A quiet determination settles over him, his mind already on the mission ahead. With a new sense of purpose, he declares that things are about to get interesting. One of the newcomers is thrilled, excited to finally visit the famous Glory Island. The other explains it's a high-class resort, a place usually reserved for nobles. He teases Alec, asking if it's okay to take a break from their usual dungeon dives. Even Jilly is dressed for the occasion, commenting on the perfect weather for their trip. But Alec is a little confused by Henrietta's formal yet flustered salute. It turns out the princess and her butler are joining them as official chaperones, for a totally normal, casual vacation. A flashback reveals her father, the Lord, had initially forbidden her from going. But after a very persuasive argument, the Lord finally caved to his daughter's demands. He even showed up at their clan house to personally grant his permission. Alec realizes this wasn't the Lord of Vulks, but a doting father, who also paid for their lodging. On the beach, Henrietta explains her brother Bork is handling her clan's duties in her absence. She notes he's been much more motivated lately, a change that seems to surprise Alec. Our boy seems to be processing this new information, a thoughtful look on his face. But a new voice asks about Henrietta's other brother, a figure they've only heard about. The conversation turns to Abel, the brother Henrietta hasn't mentioned. The rest of the party listens, their curiosity piqued by this new family dynamic. Henrietta explains Abel is focused on imperial studies, while she and Bork handle practical matters. She insists he's a kind and wonderful brother, a stark contrast to what Alec knows. But her butler quietly adds that they haven't spent much time together recently. Alec decides not to pry, knowing the dark truth about Abel's connection to Kettle Village. But the heavy mood is broken as Henrietta suddenly calls out his name in surprise. She's completely baffled by the sight of someone surfing on the waves. a totally normal beach activity. But Anna's voice cuts through, her attention drawn to the nearby festival stalls. She excitedly points out all the grilled seafood she wants to try, her worries forgotten. Henrietta and Anna drag a reluctant Alec eager to get to their inn. A local guide greets them, offering to show them the way. She points to their hotel, a distant building on the horizon. Looks like their vacation starts with a hike. They finally arrive, the archer stunned by the luxurious lobby. Alec and Henrietta take a moment to admire the stunning ocean view. With a sigh of relief, they finally drop their heavy bags. The room is as lavish as expected, a perk of traveling with royalty. With everyone settled, Alec prepares to lay out their schedule. He declares the first day is for exploring ruins, an offer Anna and Henrietta eagerly accept. The archer asks about day 3, but the thief is already skeptical of the light hunting on the itinerary. He explains day 4 is the main event, hunting the water god's jellyfish servants. One of the newcomers is confused, asking why they'd hunt something that poses no threat. The other recalls the Heavenly Dragon Festival they missed back in Vulks. Henrietta explains the local lore. Defeating the familiars grants powerful water god stones. Jilly connects the dots, asking if the stones can be traded for fire-resistant equipment. Alec confirms her suspicion, showing off a shield that can nullify fire attacks. He declares that with enough effort, everyone can walk away with a unique grade weapon. But their planning is cut short as the butler announces dinner is served. You know, priorities. The entire party gathers for a lavish feast, enjoying the perks of royal patronage. The party is blown away by the incredible food, a welcome break from dungeon rations. The dinner entertainment is announced. It's time for the evening dance. Alec watches the performance, a little confused by the local customs, but one of the dancers pulls Henrietta from the crowd, inviting her to join. The princess waves a cheerful goodbye, dragged onto the stage against her will. Well, mostly against her will. She's a bit awkward at first, trying to follow the unfamiliar steps. But she quickly finds her rhythm, a natural performer taking the stage. Alec is stunned by her skill, wondering if this is just standard noble training. The next day, the party finally gets some well-deserved free time. The archer is the first to hit the beach, overjoyed by the perfect weather. She calls for the others to hurry, while Hadi struggles to keep up in the sun. Looks like not everyone is a beach person. Hadi complains about wasting time, but the newcomers are ready for a day at the beach. They set up their spot on the sand, a small island of calm in the sun. But the party's archer seems a little flustered, her confidence wavering. She can't help but notice the other people on the beach. This resort is filled with glamorous, confident nobles and adventurers. She feels completely out of place, intimidated by the sheer luxury of it all, and she can't help but compare herself to the others around her. She realizes her old self would never have even dreamed of a vacation. Back then, she was just a poor girl, struggling to afford her next meal. A painful reminder of the inferiority she's always felt around normal girls. She realizes that since joining the clan, she's become more self-conscious. She remembers her old life, a time before she had to worry about such things. A memory of a simpler, more confident version of herself. But she shakes it off, deciding to help as the newcomers try to flirt with some locals. They try to rope Jilly into their girl hunt, saying her skills are perfect for it. They grab her, explaining the strategy is to read the target and never let them escape. The duo continues to pressure her, asking if she's really going to back out now. But their words trigger a deeper question. Can she truly move on from Mia? Jilly is left speechless, completely flustered by the sudden personal turn. One of them insists this is the change of pace she needs. For character development. The two newcomers point out their targets, a trio of women on the beach. They try to push a hesitant Jilly forward, telling her to make a move, but their targets are already walking away, the opportunity seemingly lost. But Jilly's eyes narrow, her focus suddenly sharpening. She analyzes the first girl, identifying her as a vanguard, likely a magic user. The second is a rear guard, completing the party's backline. And the third is a physical attacker, a swordsman or martial artist. Jilly realizes with a jolt that these aren't just tourists. The two newcomers are stunned by her instant tactical breakdown, for girl hunting. But their admiration is cut short as Jilly intervenes, stopping a man from harassing the group. The two newcomers are completely stunned by Jilly's sudden intervention. She clamps a hand over the man's mouth, stopping him in his tracks. One of the women realizes with a shock that her wallet is on the ground. Jilly had not only stopped the man, but recovered the stolen item. She gives the would-be thief a cold, dismissive glare. The man can only whimper in terror, completely outmatched. He scrambles to his feet and makes a very tactical retreat. A classic case of picking the wrong target. The girl with pigtails thanks Jilly for her help, a grateful smile on her face. She then shyly offers to treat her to a meal as a thank you. But Jilly just gives a casual wave and walks away. Mission accomplished. The two newcomers are furious, telling Jilly to go on the date she was just offered. Jilly is completely flustered, realizing she's actually popular for once. Meanwhile, Alec's group follows their local guide through the jungle. The man cheerfully announces that they've finally arrived at their destination. He gestures to a stone structure, the legendary shrine of the water god. He explains the local lore. A supreme god appointed 5 dragons to rule the elements. Anna recognizes the story from the holy book, impressing their guide. He continues, saying the 5 dragons are benevolent beings who bless the land, a classic PR spin for giant lizards. Alec connects this to the heavenly dragon, wondering if it's one of the 5. Inside, the guide explains this is where they offer magic to the deity. The guide encourages them to touch the orb, dedicating their magic to it. Henrietta is amazed, pointing out the orb's faint blue glow. Anna eagerly tries it herself, noting the light grows even brighter. Alec wonders if the light's intensity is tied to one's magical power, but when he touches it, the orb erupts in a blinding flash of light. He and Henrietta are completely overwhelmed by the sudden, intense glow. You know, a standard reaction to overcharging a divine artifact. The guide is completely stunned by the sudden surge of power. He realizes he's witnessing an incredible display of raw magic. The orb is now fully revitalized, its light shining brighter than ever. The guide explains a local legend. This blessing might bring good fortune to the island. The guide leads them to their next stop, the ruins of an ancient battle. Inside, they find a statue of a dragon, a tribute to the water god. He then points out their next destination, a nearby uninhabited island. But Alec's attention is drawn to a strange creature in the distance. It's a small, gelatinous monster floating peacefully on the water. He watches it drift away, a quiet moment of observation. On day 3, the party arrives on the shores of Coconut Island. Their guide explains the island's only monster drops a cheap, useless item. So, not exactly a high-level farming spot. Henrietta questions why they would hunt such a peaceful creature, but the newcomers are just reminiscing about the delicious crab they ate earlier. Priorities, people. But Alec reveals the crab they ate was outrageously expensive. Anna just wishes she could bring some back for the staff at home. Alec explains their true goal isn't some item, but the crabs themselves. The newcomers are thrilled, realizing this is a competition for a feast. Haiti raises the stakes, suggesting the losing team skips lunch. And so Alec divides the party into 2 balanced teams for the hunt. But Henrietta realizes with a shock that she's been left out of the roster. Her butler reminds her of the promise she made not to fight on this trip. Looks like the royal chaperone is on duty. She argues that hunting a few crabs isn't exactly dangerous. But Seth is firm. He can't risk her getting hurt, as per her father's orders. Henrietta looks completely dejected, forced to watch from the sidelines. But Alec offers a compromise, promising to show her his new power. Her butler reluctantly agrees, calling this a one-time special exception. Alec sets the time limit. They have 2 hours to hunt. With the rules set, the 2 teams rush off to begin the hunt. One team's strategy is simple. Gather the crabs for a big AoE attack, while the other team plans to just crush them with overwhelming speed. You know, a very nuanced approach. But Alec has a plan of his own, using his double magic skill. He summons an entire army of skeleton knights right there on the beach. Henrietta can only stare in shock, completely baffled by his methods. With a single command, Alec orders his skeletal army to hunt down the crabs. The rest of the party can only stare, completely baffled by this level of overkill. But before Jilly's team can even react, Alec prepares his next move. He summons a magician homunculus, adding another soldier to his personal army. Its orders are simple. Wait for the crabs to be gathered, then unleash a fireball. You know, for a perfectly cooked meal, a massive explosion rocks the beach, a fiery end to their crustacean foes. Alec wipes his brow, proud that he's successfully automated their lunch plans. Henrietta is completely delighted by this display of his new power. Her butler, however, is not amused. The other team complains that he's cheating, but Alec's only thought is winning. He cheers for his team, declaring that as long as they win, anything goes. Jilly just looks on, completely unimpressed. Alec asks if she's impressed, but Jilly just offers a deadpan stare. But their victory celebration is cut short by a sudden shout. The archer complains that his skeleton army made the hunt completely unfair. Henrietta just laughs, noting it's rare to see Alec so worked up. The archer wonders if he's finally letting loose. The weight of his past lifted. But her thoughts are interrupted as she spots something strange among the rocks. It's one of the water god's jellyfish familiars, far from where it should be. Henrietta realizes it must have gotten lost and drifted to this island. The small creature seems to be struggling, its tentacles tangled. The archer realizes the poor thing is completely stuck in the rocks. The archer insists they have to help the poor creature. Jilly cautiously approaches, asking if the little familiar is all right. The archer pleads with Jilly, knowing she's the only one strong enough. Jilly lets out a sigh, unable to refuse a direct request for help. With a grunt of effort, she heaves the massive rock aside. The small creature is finally freed from its rocky prison. The archer is overjoyed, glad to see the little guy is unharmed. It floats back into the ocean, offering a wobbly wave of thanks. She waves a cheerful goodbye as it drifts back out to sea. She comments on how cute it was, but Jilly remains completely unfazed. "You know, just another day at the office." Jilly asks what's wrong, reminding her of tomorrow's real hunt. The archer seems to doubt her ability to fight the familiars now. She can't stop thinking about the cute little creature she just saved. She's left in a panic, unsure how she can possibly fight them. Meanwhile, Alec learns his team won the crab hunt, but the prize was canceled. Turns out using an undead army was a little too unpopular.